Good morning, Mr. Clerk. Do we have a quorum?
Yes, Madam Speaker, we have quorum.
I call this special meeting. There's a technical issue, Mr. Clerk, with the laptop, if that could be corrected. I hear an echo. Thank you. I call this special meeting of City Council to order for November 19th, 2024, and acknowledge that we're on Treaty 1 territory, the home and traditional lands of the Anishinaabe, Innu, and Dakota peoples, and in the national homeland of the Red River Métis. Our drinking water comes from Shoal Lake 40 First Nation in Treaty 3 territory. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Madam Speaker, Councillor Sharma, Councillors Allard, Brawadi, Chambers, Dobson, Duncan, Eadie, Gilroy, His Worship Mayor Gillingham, Councillors Lukes, Mays, Orlico, Rollins, Santos, Schreier, and Wyatt.
Madam Clerk, please read the notice for today's special meeting into the record.
In accordance with Section 79(1) of the City of Winnipeg Charter, a special meeting of Council has been called for Tuesday, November 19th, 2024 at 9:30 a.m. in the Council Chamber, Council Building, 510 Main Street, to consider the following. Item 1, text amendment, amendments to the Winnipeg zoning bylaw to allow as-of-right residential development on select malls and corridor sites. PDO 1, malls and corridors, file DAZ 219 of 2024. Item 2, secondary plan amendment, amendment to Complete Communities Direction Strategy 2.0, bylaw number 119 of 2020, file SPA 6 of 2024. And item 3, secondary plan amendment, amendment to the Transcona West Area Structure Plan, bylaw number 215 of 2006, under file SPA 7 of 2024. Pursuant to the requirements of the City of Winnipeg Charter, no other subject matter other than that outlined in this notice shall be considered at the meeting.
Thank you. Some remarks on how we're going to go through the hearing today. The Development Procedures Bylaw sets out the general rules of procedure for conducting public hearings for development applications, which are typically held by community committees, as we know, standing committees, and EPC. Council will generally be following the same process today for the hearing. We are joined today by members of the Public Service from the Planning, Property and Development Department, Manager of Urban Design, James Veach, and planners Robert Koscheck and Evan Allen. We will begin the hearing by hearing from the applicant, which in this case will be Hazel Boris, the Director of Planning, Property and Development. She will be followed by those who have registered in support of the application, then in opposition, followed by anyone registered for information. The applicant will be permitted an opportunity for rebuttal to comments made once all representations have been heard. Speaking time for all representations will be limited to 5 minutes as established by Council on September 26, 2024. If you have any questions of the representations or the Public Service, please raise your hand and the clerks will place you on the list of speakers. We will acknowledge you when it is your opportunity to speak, and please remain seated during your presentation. I would like to remind all members of Council that you must be present for the duration of today's hearing. We will be breaking at noon for lunch, and we'll ensure there are other appropriate breaks throughout the day. Mr. Clerk, will you introduce the 3 items, please?
In accordance with the City of Winnipeg Charter and the Development Procedures Bylaw, the process that the hearing body will follow is that the applicant will be heard first, followed by those in support of the application. Next, those registered in opposition are heard, followed by those registered for information. Finally, the applicant may return to speak in rebuttal to comments made. However, no new information is permitted. Please note that when your name is called, it is your opportunity to speak. However, you are not obligated to do so. For a more in-depth overview of the public hearing process and other information pertaining to what happens before, during, and after a public hearing, please consult the City Clerk's Department website. Please note that all public hearings are recorded and will become part of the public record. Should you have any questions after the public hearings have concluded, please contact the City Clerk's Department. Item number 1 is a text amendment to the Winnipeg zoning bylaw number 200 of 2006 for malls and corridors. As of right residential development on select mall sites and corridor sites, PDO 1, malls and corridors, under file DAZ 219 of 2024. In accordance with the City of Winnipeg Charter and the Development Procedures Bylaw, this is a combined hearing, and the following items will also be heard at the same time, namely Item number 2, which is an amendment to the Complete Communities Direction Strategy 2.0 bylaw number 119 of 2020 to allow as-of-right residential development on select mall sites and commercial corridors under file SPA 6 of 2024. Item number 3 is an amendment to the Transcona West Area Structure Plan bylaw number 215 of 2006 to allow for as-of-right residential development on select mall sites and commercial corridors under file SPA 7 of 2024. Please note that all submissions received have been distributed to all members of the hearing body. Speaking time for representations will be limited to 5 minutes as established by Council on September 26, 2024. And as noted by the Speaker, if any member of the hearing body has a question of the representations, please raise your hand and we will place you on the list of speakers, and we will acknowledge you when it is your opportunity to speak.
We'll begin with hearing the applicant's presentation, followed by questions for the applicant. Following the applicant's presentation and questions, the hearing body may ask clarifying questions of the public service prior to hearing from all other registered participants. So first up, we'll have Hazel Boris, the Director of Planning, Property and Development, will be presenting as the applicant. And Hazel, you have 5 minutes for your presentation.
Thank you and welcome.
Thank you. Before you on the agenda are 3 applications. I'm sorry, Madam Speaker, my clicker is not working. Today's proposed zoning amendments are directed by Council motion and the Strategic Priorities Action Plan to enable housing at malls and corridors to satisfy Winnipeg's housing needs. The Malls and Corridors Plan Development Overlay applies to most urban and regional mixed-use corridors, regional mixed-use centers, and C3 and C4 properties of 10 acres or more. Complete Communities amendments are to align with these zoning changes, enabling linear instead of nodal development along corridors, supporting multifamily on large commercial sites, and enabling privately owned public spaces. Transcona West changes facilitate the zoning upgrades being proposed today, adding multifamily as an intended use in commercial areas identified in the plan. Like most cities, Winnipeg is grappling with an affordable housing crisis that is impacting residents, businesses, institutions, and the city's economic health. Homelessness, a misaligned housing market, and outdated zoning regulations are compounding the issue. Baby boomers are downsizing from large homes, properties that the younger generations cannot afford or do not want. Rising living costs, stricter mortgage rules, and shifting lifestyle preferences have driven demand for smaller, energy-efficient homes in walkable, transit-served neighborhoods. However, Winnipeg's housing market has not kept pace with these preferences, due in part to restrictive zoning rules. While Winnipeg is more affordable than most other major Canadian cities, its rental vacancy rate remains among the lowest in Canada, leaving low-income residents with few housing options. The federal government recently restricted international student permits, citing Canada's housing shortage. U of W expects to lose $4 million in revenue and U of M $8 million this year. International students are a source of income for local businesses. This is one example of how, without adequate housing supply, the city risks losing important revenue streams and economic benefits. Today's proposed zoning upgrades help turn single-use places into resilient neighborhoods. This aligns with adopted policies that prioritize the development of complete communities. In a week of community conversations in June, we listened to market demands. Key components were reviewed and refined by councillors in September and October, and focus groups in those same months. The website launched in September, then open houses provided refinements in October. The PDO is optional. Property owners have 3 choices. 1, existing zoning entitlements. 2, custom entitlements through the current public hearing process. And 3, as-of-right PDO, which provides streamlined administrative approvals without public hearings and also provides increased development capacity. In exchange, frontage design standards are pedestrian and business-friendly and provide a variety of frontage types to choose from. A range of housing types address the needs of a diverse population and mix with other compatible uses. Larger properties include privately owned public spaces that remain accessible to the community, meeting civic space design standards. Landscaping transforms existing mall drive aisles into tree-lined streets. Street standards encourage walkability. Building heights are scaled proportionally to corridor or adjacent public street widths and adjusted with a 45-degree angular plane to protect neighboring single-family and low-density areas. The benefits of these zoning reforms are many: streamlined approvals and flexible land use rules lower development costs, resulting in more affordable housing options in high-demand areas, certainty of market expectations through clearly defined bulk standards for heights, setbacks, pervious surfaces, and parking. Let investors plan with confidence, encouraging investment in Winnipeg. Enhanced civic, landscaping, and street standards promote livability, fostering vibrant neighborhoods where people can live, work, and play. The proposed zoning upgrade is not just a technical adjustment, but clear, actionable path forward to meeting Winnipeg's housing needs, supporting long-term economic resilience in an equitable, inclusive manner.
Thank you. Any questions? Councillor Mays, followed by Councillor Wyatt.
Couple of questions. Maybe I can ask one and then Councillor White, and then I'll come back. Can you talk a bit about the pervious? Interesting debate about pervious versus permeable, I suppose. Interesting to not many. Anyway, tell us about the pervious, impermeable, pervious standards, if you would. This is something people in Glenwood have raised for years to no avail. So I'm glad the city staff are now raising it to some avail, it appears. So can you please talk to us about that?
Thank you, Councillor Mays, and all questions and answers will come through the chair today. Hazel?
Yes, Madam Chair, through you to the councillor. There are maximum pervious surfaces, maximum pervious surfaces to limit the amount of imperviousness. So you'll notice a number of changes within this bylaw that encourage us to get spongy. Right now, we're a very crusty city, certainly for this planning area, which are the commercial corridors and mall sites, so it's predominantly gray. And so as they redevelop, that's why that requirement is in here to try to encourage a more landscaping to manage stormwater runoff with green infrastructure.
Next question. Yeah, I can come back to you. Sure. Thank you. Councillor Wyatt?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Likewise, I'll probably ask a question, allow others to ask questions. You started your presentation, Ms. Boris, by stating that we're facing an affordable housing crisis created partly by restrictive zoning rules. Yet Council from 2004 to the present time has rezoned more land than ever before, probably only comparable to the turn of the last century. And yet, even though we thought we would flood the market and supply and demand would kick in and you increase supply, therefore demand should stabilize pricing, the opposite occurred. It created a feeding frenzy in the industry that drove land prices up to historic levels than ever before. So what makes you think that today, by us rezoning this land, that it will not do exactly the same in that same pattern that we've had with the industry, driving prices up on their own? And keep in mind, partly it was done by the province of Manitoba and Waverly West, where they literally increased the price of land and the industry followed at a historic rate, which ironically was done for affordability as well. What makes you think that this is actually going to address the affordability crisis in our city when most Western democracies build affordable housing to suppress it? They actually get in the game and build it, versus rezoning land, which has driven our prices up, which this will do again.
Thank you, Councillor Wyatt.
Madam Chair, through you to the councillor, The council raises an important point that there is a pent-up demand for walkable urban places. So that's one of the things that we're seeing in Waverly West, because they are building that walkable mixed-use urban place that has a main street that the majority of, or a large portion, I haven't affirmed if it's a majority of households can walk to, but it's a very walkable community in this way, and so there's definitely pent-up market demand for that. And so what we see in other cities around the world is when cities start changing their land use laws to be more in line with that market demand. Certainly, near term, it does drive prices up as the market demand starts to be satisfied with the sort of urban form it's looking for. But then over time, once you levelize the playing field and don't require each developer to go through a public hearing process, but instead allow as of right complete communities, those prices start to levelize and come down. So certainly the strategic priorities action plan calling for the redevelopment in malls and corridors that was adopted by council certainly attempts to do that with that prioritization.
Thank you. Councillor Wyatt?
What data do you have to back up the statement that if we are going to rezone a ton of land, that, like you're suggesting we do today, based on what we saw in the past, what data can you point to that actually shows, independent data show that this will actually stabilize land prices?
Thank you. The response, please.
Madam Chair, through you to the councillor, I would draw your attention to codescore.org and codes with an S, study.org, which are a couple of studies that I've run for the last maybe 19 years or so, maybe 18 years, looking at other cities around the world who have enacted these sorts of zoning upgrades on codestudy.org, and then codescore.org looks at those economic impacts. And certainly in the near term, there are increases in property values. You can see that in places like Nashville, Tennessee, where they noticed $1 billion of new development under their form-based zoning bylaws that are like the one similar to the one before you today. But then over time, those prices even out as the footprint expands.
Thank you. Go on to Councillor Lukes.
Oh, yeah, I don't have to stand up. All right. Could you explain to me what sort of communication plan will be put in place when these, let's say, developments start? As you know, I've had a lot of tall building development along Pembina Highway, and knew enough about the projects that I could communicate and send out good communication to residents who had questions. So how will residents in the area know what's going on, and who, if they have questions, will they contact?
Thank you. The response, and feel free to address council through the chair.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So if you would look at section 7.1 of the bylaw, the owner and section 7.2 is required to post a sign with information of what's happening. If it's for larger sites, the signs are larger, for smaller sites, smaller, and then also through permits online, residents can still go to permits online and see what is being proposed there, just like they can today, by putting in an address. And then finally, if despite that posting requirement and the online information, if they need additional information, that is going through James Veach in Planning, Property, and Development to answer further questions.
Okay.
Where to go? They'll see the sign, and that's how they'll know where to go online?
That's right. The sign will have the information that I just shared on
And then
on
if
it.
they want to talk to a human, will James Veach's email and phone number be posted on the sign?
Indeed, it will.
Okay.
Thank you. Back to Councillor Mays.
Thank you. Found my citation here. I think, in honor of Brian Pincott, we should be clear about the difference between a affordable housing crisis or shortage and a affordability of housing issue. I mean, the budget which we voted on last year on page 80 says Winnipeg's housing market remains one of the most affordable in the country, with the price of an average single detached home being $408,000, et cetera, et cetera. So, I mean, I think that's two different debates. The affordability of an average home, which we voted on in the budget saying it's one of the most affordable in the entire nation, versus a lack of affordable housing. I don't think the housing that's gone in Glenwood, in my ward, for example, I don't think anyone would characterize that as being low cost or affordable. In fact, I get a lot of complaints about vacancies there and Airbnbs. I get that far more than any complaints about homes not selling. But maybe that's a debate for later on today. But I guess my question is, I think your message is there's a lack of affordable housing, and to the mayor would say, yes, that's what the half, at least in part, is about, and I would concede that point. That's different than this city isn't affordable in a Vancouver, Toronto type of sense. We just said in the budget recently it's one of the most affordable places in the nation, so it would seem contradictory to contradict that. So, however, the point, I think what you're saying is lack of affordable housing, not some sort of affordability issue.
Thank you. The response?
Yes, that is correct. So Winnipeg in general is one of the most affordable big cities in Canada. However, there are sections of our housing supply and stock that are absolutely unaffordable. For instance, the purpose-built rental market only has a 1.8% vacancy, which is one of the lowest vacancy rates in Canada. And then the lowest tranche of that only has a 1 to 2% vacancy. So the affordable housing crisis in Winnipeg is for the lowest wage earners, not at all the highest wage earners.
Thank you. Councillor Wyatt?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you, Madam Chair, to the delegation, would request a copy of the reports that she pointed out when she responded to my last question for the benefit of this hearing body. Could be supplied, that would be great prior to us considering it. To your last point, Ms. Morrissey, you made that is the lowest tranche of individuals who, in terms of income, and I think that underscores the issue at its very heart. You're basically backing up the argument being made by Councillor Mays and myself and others that really the issue here is not the amount of land that's being rezoned, but the fact that we don't have the programs in place, whether it's from the city or the province or the feds, to make it so that people can actually afford to sign a lease to rent, and that not more than a third of their income is being consumed by the cost of housing. And that's the point we're making, that you could rezone all this land, but if you don't address the issue, which is affordability, and most Western governments do it by building and subsidizing housing so that it can be affordable. We don't do that here in Canada, generally speaking, well, that you're not going to deal with the issue at hand. And as part of that, as just an aside piece, we have rezoned more land than ever before, especially in Osborne Village, which is very walkable. And yet the cost to rent has gone through the roof because partly the province has reduced and made it very easy for landlords to jack up rent even with the rent controls we have in place today. Could you not, this amount of rezoning we're doing here is not going to address anything. Could you respond to that?
Thank you. The response?
So when we look at the Housing Accelerator Fund 8 initiatives that are underway, some of them are some of them were structured in order to deal with affordable housing and deeply affordable housing, with a number of grants that are rent geared to income, that prioritize rent geared to income and also prioritize affordable housing as a portion of the overall units proposed. However, other portions of the Housing Accelerator Fund are focused on making long-term naturally occurring affordable housing available to the marketplace that does not require that sort of backstopping from government that the councilor mentioned. So this initiative before you today is one of those that says, okay, what are some of the properties that currently are underutilized, and what previous adopted policies like our Winnipeg 2045 and Complete Communities 2.0 actually analyzed and mapped those properties, and then council adopted that policy to prioritize development in these specific places before you today. And so this zoning upgrade allows the development community to have one of three options for as-of-right development on that is in keeping with adopted council policies for complete communities, along with adopted strategic priority action plan policies for mall and corridor redevelopment.
Thank you. Next question, Councillor Wyatt.
Could the delegation tell the chamber exactly how many units will be created based on the deep affordability that she refers to, namely rent geared to income, no more than 1/3 of their income being consumed by rent? How many units specifically will be created based on the statements that are being made today?
Thank you. The response?
No, because that's not what this initiative does. This initiative does something different than that request.
Thank you. Councillor Lard?
Yes, Madam Chair, through you to the delegation, I wanted to clarify the websites for the record.
Pardon? Councillor Lard?
Yes, I heard two websites mentioned earlier in the presentation. I would like to write them down in order to consult said websites.
Okay.
I missed the opportunity.
Thank you.
Sure. One of them is www.codestudy.org, and the other one is www.codestudy.org, and I cannot provide written copies of those. Those are volunteer websites that Dr. Emily Tallon and myself started, a number of years ago, and we never put them in printable form. They're hyperlinked to the regulations they analyze and to the studies they analyze, and I cannot provide them in any other way except electronically.
Thank you. Councillor Lukes?
Point of order, Madam Speaker. If documents are being referred to in a public hearing that cannot be provided in written form to members of this hearing body, then those documents and their reference should be stricken from the record.
I'll confer with the clerk on that. Thank you. Councillor Lukes, followed by Councillor Eadie.
Sure. So we've had a lot of email requests from people in the community regarding bird-friendly windows. On the towers that I put in, or that I worked with to get approved on Pembina Highway, I made that part of the requirement that the windows were bird-friendly with either glazing or dots or whatever they wanted to do. So what am I to tell the residents who've been emailing us? Is that going to be part of this? Are we going to be doing it? We should be doing it.
Thank you. The response, please.
That is not in this bylaw right now. That could certainly be a text edit that you suggest.
A lot of data and stats on it. I'd made a motion and, I think we received it, I forget exactly, as information that people could do it if they wanted to. But we are on a major migratory path in North America, so I'd like a clerk to help me write up something to add to that, because it's not a great inconvenience to the developers, from what they told me. It was just another thing they had to do. So I think that's really important. I thank all the people that wrote in about it. So I'll work with the clerks to maybe make an amending motion.
Okay. Thank you. Next is Councillor Eadie, followed by Councillor Santos.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, As it exists today in this city, the most affordable rents are in the inner city neighborhoods that are in great decay. And two-part question is did our administration look at what's happening with that existing affordable housing, which is in decay, and assess whether or not they're fully occupied? And secondly, does this current proposal here, is it going to do anything to improve the situation in those neighborhoods where the affordable rents exist?
Thank you. The response, please.
That analysis and study is being currently done under Initiative 8 of the Housing Accelerator Fund, and that is not part of this, which is Initiative 1 of the Housing Accelerator Fund. So I do not have answers to those questions today.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor Eady, anything further at this time?
Nobody else has their hand up? I have another question.
Go ahead. Thank you.
Just for clarification, regarding maps and stuff, and I appreciate we put in text what the boundaries are of the mixed-use corridors, which are the commercial corridors. I would note that Main Street only goes to Armstrong when it's totally commercial on Main Street right to the end of the city limits on your way to Selkirk, Manitoba, or to West St. Paul as well. I'm just trying to get a sense of it. Is it only properties right with addresses right on, say, Main Street? And like, will it encompass, like, there's kind of a mall area, a small mall area at Redwood and Main? Like, in that situation, does it go right to the river, the map?
Given the response, please.
Could he repeat the question, please?
Councillor Eady, if you could restate your question, please.
When you're visualizing the map for the Main Street corridor, which is defined as at the south, the CPR underpass, to north at Armstrong, which is the street just before the Kildone Park and Kildone Golf Course. And I did mention that it is commercial past there, like it is mixed, it's commercial corridor past that situation. So actually, I guess it's a two-part question. One is, what provisions will there be to look at calling this a commercial corridor or whatever up to the city limits in the north part of Main Street, and where there is a lot of development opportunity. And secondly, I'm just trying to picture at Redwood and Main, there's like a mall area that it involves a few different properties, but it goes all the way to the Red River. Are all those properties to the Red River at Redwood in this PDO?
Thank you. Hazel?
I would like the Public Service team to answer that question in more detail later. But to begin the answer for now, the sites on the PDO map are informed by the Complete Communities 2.0 map, and then reducing it by any areas that have the PDOs like Boulevard Provencher, Corden, Osborne, downtown Transcona, St. Norbert, West Alexander, et cetera. And then also reducing by any site with manufacturing, educational, institutional, or parks zoning designation and use. And now I'm just reading from section 3.2. And then any site designated as employment lands and Complete Communities 2.0, and any site greater than 10 acres in area within a C3 or C4 zoning district where the principal use is not retail, including utility corridors or cemeteries. So the PDO on map 1 does not apply to those areas. And for more detail on the reasons why, the Public Service would be happy to answer.
Thank you.
What provisions will there be to extend that corridor?
Thank you. Do you know that answer? Yeah.
So that is the number one question that we have received from both community members and counselors in June, July, August, September, and October, is how to expand the map of where this PDO applies. And our preference as the Public Service is that we would have the opportunity to do that analysis between March after the next public hearing for a half-related zoning change. So I'm not sure exactly what that date will be, but sometime in late March, and then between March and December, if we could have that opportunity to do that additional analysis, and because a number of people have asked for this map to expand, and we just would like to have that opportunity to study it carefully before it does.
Okay.
Maybe I wasn't listening, but we have an opportunity to ask detailed questions of other public servants
Yes, that will be later following the presentation.
after the presentation.
Yes.
Thank you.
We'll move on to Councillor Santos and then Councillor Mays.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just looking at the PDO map of the entire city of Winnipeg, and note that Point Douglas has no malls and corridor available to it for any redevelopment. Maybe I'll do it in two-part questions. As we know, affordability in Point Douglas is very, very important. We have a lot of vacant and derelict housing, and new units would be very beneficial. With this particular bylaw amendment, tell me, how is this going to support the residences of the Point Douglas ward that will not have any new development with this malls and corridors PDO?
Thank you. The response?
This would not really impact any properties outside of the current map until and if council expands the map.
My next question is, how come when I look at some of the other regional mixed-use corridors, urban mixed-use corridors, specifically for Point Douglas, when I think about driving around my community, Keewatin between Notre Dame and Inkster is a very long stretch. I personally believe is got lots of one-story commercial mixed use. Why was it not included in part of the description of urban mixed use?
Okay. Thank you. The response?
Complete Communities was drafted before I was in this role, and so I would like to reserve that for the reason why that map was chosen, because this map is based on the Complete Communities 2.0 map, so I'd like to reserve that for the rest of the public service who served during that time and could more
Thank
answer
you.
better.
Councillor Santos, you'll have an opportunity to ask that later. Sure. Anything more at this time? Okay. Councillor Mays?
We're not standing, we are standing, does it matter?
It's your choice, really.
Fine, I'll stand. Thanks. This may be getting deep in the weeds, Madam Speaker, but is there any practical difference between a stretch of road being designated as an urban mixed-use corridor and a regional mixed-use corridor? I ask in that St. Anne's and St. Mary's, as they go through my ward, and I appreciate they go into other wards, but different treatment. St. Anne's is sort of, for a while it's regional, then it's the other one, then it's urban, and there's stretches that are neither. I'm indebted to Devin Clark for pointing all this out at an earlier hearing we had. Is this better posed later? Is this addressed later? I mean, is there any real difference here between having a few blocks designated as urban mixed use and having it designated as regional mixed use? I sense an answer.
Yes, so that reflects, again, Complete Communities 2.0, and certainly the urban mixed-use corridors are already more pedestrian-friendly in nature, and the regional mixed-use corridors are a little bit more prioritized to moving cars quickly, and so that's why these regulations are context-sensitive and have slightly different requirements for each of those to context. But as, once again, as far as why that portion of St. Mary's, just above Abenouji-Minkina, switches to regional mixed-use corridors, I would appreciate if we could also reserve that question for the public service portion of Q&A.
Thank you. Yes.
Typically during hearings, this is an opportunity for the public service to answer questions. I am confused by the applicant directing council to ask questions at a later time or differently, Madam Speaker. I would encourage the public servant, if there's another speaker who is more adept at those maps, it is, quite simply council adopted policy, our Winnipeg Complete Communities. So there should be, it is typical, and I'll confer with the clerks, but it is typical that the public service is asked questions, as well as the applicant is asked questions. So in this case, it's one and the same. So at which juncture would we then be expecting an answer? I would assume it would be this one. And
The process that we had outlined for today was questions of the public service following questions of the applicant. So I think we're just about there, possibly. So if there's a desire to change that, Councillor Mays?
If someone else from the public service is to speak during what we just heard was the presentation, maybe we can ask questions after the presentation then, if this isn't this is the intro to the presentation, I'm now guessing then? Okay, so I will ask that later about the regional, it's a St. Anne's Road question. But second question, and this probably is better dealt with later. I'm pleased to see under item 2, there's a change of one particular piece of land into a mature community from another type of community. Maybe we can come back to this. At a recent hearing when Mr. Veach and I were accused of gerrymandering boundaries from 3 years ago when we moved some, like a block here and there into mature, the mayor had done some of this when he was a councillor. It's a democracy. There were certain areas that should have been mature that weren't, vice versa. So I'm pleased to see that we can publicly debate this. It's not gerrymandering. There are reasons to move something from mature to a different category or vice versa. So I assume you'll be coming to that under item 2, the reason for shifting that piece of land that's south of Taylor. I guess I should be addressing that to you.
And this is a combined hearing today, so the presentation on all 3 items already occurred. Yeah. So the response, Hazel?
Your assumptions were correct.
Okay. Next is Councillor Wyatt, followed by Councillor Lard.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I forgot that you had told us earlier that we could stay in our chair and ask the questions that way, and we're animal of habit, I guess, in this chamber. But anyway, of having to stand out of respect, but, and definitely do respect the delegation. So my question is, I just want to, Madam Speaker, just as a preamble to the question, I just want to thank the delegation for confirming in a response to my last question that she responded to, that this is not an exercise about affordable housing, as the delegation could not cite how many units were going to actually be created that are affordable. This is a rezoning exercise that will create more units, but not necessarily affordable. My question, though, is that typically I have a hearing of this size and nature and scale. The galleries should be packed. I've sat through, and many of us have sat through, if not all of us, hearings where we do a small rezoning on an RMF property somewhere, and the galleries are packed. Could the applicant indicate to us why the public has not been properly informed of this massive change that's taking place? Because I think a lot more people would have been here. Yeah.
Council
Councillor
directed.
White, if you can rephrase your question.
I'm not done.
Councillor Rollins? Yeah, rephrase your question, thank you.
The applicant indicate to us how this process was advertised in terms of informing the general public. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Speaker, am I allowed to bring back up my slides from earlier, which has some of that detail on it?
Certainly.
Great. So this process is governed by our requirements to inform the public, which included advertisements in newspapers, but even in advance, we had a number of deep listening sessions during Malls and Corridors Week, which was June 10 through 14 of 2024. So that was a long series of stakeholder engagement sessions with representatives from city departments, community and economic development groups, the development industry, including the Urban Development Institute, advocacy groups, and the province. And so those extensive, long roundtable discussions had over 40 participants. Then additionally, we had developer one-on-one sessions with the consultant design team, at which time we looked at 9 different typical sites, 4 on malls and 5 on corridors, in which landowners sat with the development team, and together we designed 4,132 dwelling units, along with 184,300 square feet of non-residential, before we began the process of writing the PDO, so we would have a better idea of what the market demand was across a number of contexts. And then also we did 3 feedback loops within that week-long design week with members of all departments within the city. Also, we invited counselors to a pinup of that work as well. And then during those feedback sessions, we had an opportunity, after we received information from other departments within the city and also the province, and also all of the stakeholder groups with respect to economic development and development industry, we were able to modify those conceptual plans so that we would have the ability to understand what current market demands are. And so that week ended with an open house with those stakeholders plus city councilors on June 14, 2024. And these conceptual designs informed the form-based regulations that are before you today in the plan development overlay. And should you choose to adopt it, several of those plans will also form an important user's guide for the plan development overlay to help people think about optionality that is enabled by this. Additionally, for this PDO, the community committee counselor meetings occurred on September 9 and 10, 2024, in which the planning team met with counselors in their community committee groups. And then we had follow-up sessions on October 4 and 29, both for the counselors who were not able to attend those first 2 days, as well as for counselors who had refining questions. And so per that council direction, all 5 community committees were invited to engage on key components of the proposed PDO, and they certainly had tweaks to it. Each community committee was invited to review and discuss the open house slides in separate sessions before the October open houses occurred. Those were the 9 and 10 sessions, and a total of 12 city councilors participated in the September sessions. The material was reviewed And that was the same as what would be presented on the website, which is winnipeg.ca/malls and corridors, which is still available there now, and also at the public open houses, less any minor tweaks that arose during that September review process. Then additional follow-up meetings were also scheduled for all councilors on October 4 and 29 to review the draft mapping that's before you today for the malls and corridors map, and a total of 8 councilors participated in these follow-up meetings. So that's the consultation and collaboration from the city council perspective. And then from the stakeholder follow-up perspective, adding to the June week-long engagement, we had stakeholder follow-up meetings on September 11 and 12 and October 17, 2024. So stakeholders who participated in Malls and Corridors Week were invited to participate in virtual engagement sessions that were held in 3 different time slots over September 11 and 12, plus additional meetings with UDI on October 17. So similar to the council meetings, the open house slides were reviewed and discussed in advance of the open houses and presented in the sessions. The material reviewed was the same as what would be presented on the website and at the open houses, less any minor tweaks that arose through that review process. A total of 57 stakeholders attended those follow-up meetings on September 11, 12, and 17. Then for the Malls and Corridors collaboration with the wider public, the Malls and Corridors website was launched on September 25, 2024. The website included the open house slides or the boards and the open house locations and times, and a project email to send questions to. And so that was advertised through newspaper advertisements as required by adopted city council processes, as well as shared on city social media portals. Additionally, public open houses, there were a total of 4 of those that were held between October 7 through 10 at 4 locations in the 4 quadrants of the city at Canada Inns from 4:30 to 7 p.m. on 4 different nights in October, and a total of 123 people attended those open houses. So perhaps the answer to the councilor's question through you, Madam Chair, is that a lot of people have spent a lot of time on this document before you today, and perhaps they are comfortable with where it stands. I don't know why the gallery is not full otherwise.
Thank you. Councillor Wyatt?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Through you to the delegation. Is the delegation aware that the Assiniboine Avenue bike audit, the auditors, one of their findings was that stakeholders must also be identified as the general public. Did the applicant identify formally the general public as a stakeholder?
Thank you. The response?
As per the definition that she was giving earlier.
Certainly we did, and that is the public open houses on the screen today reflected that, and certainly the input that we gathered there did include some additional tweaks to the PDO, which are listed in the RIS report before you. And additionally, we would have made the June open house a completely public process, but given the rapidness with which we were directed to make these changes, and by the time the RFP went out for the consultant team who would be doing this work, corporate communications felt that there wasn't adequate time between the release of that RFP and the June community engagement in order to make that a fully public process and still hit our deadline of having this before council before the end of the year.
Thank you.
Delegation, Madam Speaker, to supply this chamber with a previously written email or communication piece that formally confirms what she has indicated, that the general public was identified as a stakeholder. Is that possible to be supplied to this chamber?
The response?
No, it's before you on the screen right now.
I guess my other question is, I specifically asked what form and how much paid advertising was done in advance of this hearing to let the general public know. Could you specifically outline the type of advertising, where it was, and how often and how much?
Thank you. The response?
I don't have that information.
And you could share it during your rebuttal if you wish.
Sure.
Okay, next question.
My other question is, I'll be, just as reference to the benefit of the applicant, more are you aware question, because I have to put it that way, because I have to ask a question. Are you aware that one of the things that this council will be looking for is how much paid advertising was done by social media, Facebook? How large were the ads in the newspapers as per, not legislative requirement, but rather to get the attention of the general public? We have minimum requirements that are required. Did we exceed those minimum requirements based on the fact that this is a massive exercise? It's more,
Thank
are
you,
you aware
Councillor Wyatt. I
question.
think that's noted, and the information will be forthcoming in some form. We have the Mayor next, and then Councillor Eadie.
Thank you very much. A question through you, Madam Chair, Madam Speaker. For the applicant, in her professional opinion, does the law of supply and demand generally hold sway and prevail? There's questions related to affordability. Will this create units that are affordable? Does the general law of supply and demand hold that in most jurisdictions where supply is increased of housing, and to get to the point even where there could be even an abundance of supply, that has an impact on the price of housing, making, if there's enough supply, making it more affordable for renters and buyers in most jurisdictions, and in fact can have a domino effect as well. When there's more supply on the market, it can, even at market rent units, it can have a positive impact, making available more units that are affordable.
Thank you. The response, please.
Yes, absolutely. And in fact, CMHC just released a study that said in some Canadian cities the home prices have declined recently this year for the first time in quite a long time, in part because of increasing the supply through the processes that all levels of government are seeking to advance at this time. And certainly the studies show that for every time new housing comes into the market, of course, all price points below it tend to ease up as well as people just choose to upgrade into those dwelling units.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
What is before us here, if adopted, in her estimation, would this be a way to get one of the ways to get the most units built across our city?
Thank you. The response?
Certainly, yes, because of a number of reasons, but one of those reasons being the strong market preference, especially of younger generations, to address what they are challenged with right now with respect to stricter rising living costs, stricter mortgage rules, and shifting lifestyle preferences. And therefore, they're looking for these smaller, energy-efficient homes in walkable, transit-served neighborhoods. And so I know here we talk a lot about affordable housing, and that housing is generally considered affordable if a household spends 30% or less of their gross household income on housing. And so while we don't have these numbers on a neighborhood basis in Canada because of our data not being quite as available, in the U.S., if I just use that as a comparison, and I hope you'll forgive me for using a U.S. example, but the Center for Neighborhood Technology has a housing plus transportation affordability index, because of what's happened over the last many decades, that we have this drive till you qualify for a mortgage mentality to say, oh, look, we can put these affordable homes on the edge of the city, and it's still only 30% of your household, gross household income for them. But once you add on the transportation cost, transportation and housing together must be 45% or less of your gross household income to still be affordable. So the Center for Neighborhood Technology has analyzed every neighborhood in the United States. And when they look at housing affordability only, about 50% of US neighborhoods look like they have affordable housing. But if you take into account affordable housing plus affordable transportation for where those folks drive every day to work, that 50% affordable neighborhoods drops down to only a quarter of the neighborhoods in the U.S. are affordable for lifestyle, affordable lifestyle, housing plus transportation. So to answer your question for what's before us today, would this satisfy a housing demand? Well, what CMHC and Statistics Canada are telling us about the preference, especially of younger generations, which tend to be those folks who are in the lowest earning range and looking for those more affordable rental rates, which are down in that 1 or 2% category. These places on malls and corridors are also co-located with our job centers. So therefore, folks have a better chance to be able to live near where they work and reduce that transportation cost. Also, these areas are co-located with our transit corridors. So additionally, they have more options about how they want to get around. And we know that the biggest difference between a spender and a saver in Canada is if they are a one-car family, so if they're living car light, or if they have a two-car family. So this gives people that opportunity to have that affordable lifestyle. So yes, I think because of the market demand that we've both heard from the development industry and the nonprofit housing industry in June, plus the national studies from CMHC and Statistics Canada, I believe the answer to your question is yes.
Thank you. Next is Councillor Eadie.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, Madam Chairperson. I don't know what the proper name is in a hearing, but Madam Speaker. Well, I have two more questions left. That's about it. But so, in regards to this supply and demand, Madam Speaker, I already presented the question about where the cheapest rents are right now and the cheapest housing stock is in this city. It's around the inner city, in the Daniel McIntyre ward, in the Point Douglas ward, in the Mynarski ward, actually, and to a large, some degree in Elmwood, East Kildonan, definitely Elmwood. Why is supply and demand not working in the inner city neighborhoods? Are you studying that? Did CMHC or any experts come out and explain why supply and demand isn't working in those particular areas?
Thank you. The response, please.
That is part of Initiative 8 of the Housing Accelerator Fund, which is undertaking a housing study to answer that question. That is not part of, we don't have that data accessible to us today.
From that economic perspective of supply, demand, because there are very walkable communities. Those are all very walkable communities if we fix the sidewalks and streets. But yeah, so I hope that's part of the context, because you say there's a demand for that, and there's a lot of walkable neighborhoods in the inner city. The other question I had, and I appreciate all the work, like trying to communicate. We have our rapid, well, that was the rapid housing, which isn't this, but you were asked to come up with zoning changes to meet the Housing Accelerator Fund demands put on us by the federal government. But so when you were looking at putting together your plan, I know the public service totally understands that the general population doesn't get involved until it's happening close to them. and they had that opportunity for a hearing. Today will be their only opportunity to attend a hearing, to say if they're opposition, but they're not showing up because they don't know, and it's a huge document. We got lots of information here. So when you were considering that aspect of how people work their lives, was there anything specifically you tried to do? Like, did you go down some of these corridors where you know that there would be contested? Because we've gone through hearings in St. Vital, and I've heard appeals along St. Mary's Road and that sort of thing. Did we try to reach out into those neighborhoods and said, these are possibilities?
Thank you. The response?
Yes, so in addition to advertising the open houses for October 7, 8, 9, and 10, this public hearing itself was advertised in accordance with Section 277 of the Charter requirements and appeared on the Winnipeg Free Press on both Thursday, October 31, 2024, and also Thursday, November 7, 2024. And you may recall that Section 277 of the Charter says, under item A, notice must be given under item I by publishing the notice of the hearing in one issue of a newspaper on 2 occasions, at least 6 days apart, during the period beginning 40 days before the hearing and ending 7 days before the hearing. And the hearing was also advertised starting on October 31 on the Malls and Corridors website, and then additionally circulation to the minister, to the capital region, and to the neighboring RMs and planning districts occurred on October 23rd, and the charter requirement for that is 27 days before the hearing.
Thank you. Next is Councillor Wyatt, followed by Councillor Orlikow.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Is it possible for the applicant to supply this chamber in writing a breakdown of all paid advertising, where it was and how much was spent in terms of that advertising in writing? You referred to it earlier.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Wyatt. I think you asked a similar question earlier. I think that's been noted.
I just want to know is the applicant.
The response, please.
I don't have that dollar amount in front of me. It's everything I just read you at the rates for advertising in the Winnipeg Free Press.
Thank you.
Please make a note of the applicant has declined to supply that information to the
No,
chamber.
I think, Councillor Wyatt, what I heard is that she doesn't have it at this time, but there's several hours left in the day, I'm sure. I think the applicant is hearing you, and we can ask that of the public service later as well.
Sure. We are happy to reach out to the portions of our department that do advertising and get you the dollar amounts of what I just read to you from October 31st and November 7th.
Thank you. Okay.
Speaker, with the applicant, we have the ability to make amendments to your report here today, and it's unique because we don't often get you as a delegation here making an application. And so this would be something that only the public service could be able to do, which is, would you, as the applicant in terms of this application, commit, if an amendment were moved to this report, I trust everything that's being reflected is accurate in terms of responses, but of course, it's always good to get confirmation. Namely, would you commit to having quarterly reports supplied to council via the proper standing committee that would document exactly the amount of units being created in these rezoned areas, and specifically to the applicant's response to a previous question, how many units are being created based on affordability, which, as the applicant mentioned, is 30% of gross income based on Manitoba income values. Are you prepared to commit, if we were to move that this be supplied quarterly based on a follow-up to ensure that that what was committed here today is actually occurring?
Thank you. The response?
So we already have to provide reports to the CMHC with respect to how many dwelling units are enabled over this 3-year process. Certainly, as council knows, we are very limited on staff and are trying to work within our budgeted requirements. So I'm happy to bring verbal reports back, but staff limitations would make it challenging, certainly over the next 3 years of the Housing Accelerator Fund, where our staff
Thank you.
is
Thank you.
extended.
Councillor Wyatt?
Just a follow-up to that, most of all of these areas would still be subject to the pulling of building permits, which is the purview of the applicant's department, and therefore it wouldn't be that hard to be able to supply this chamber with a written report quarterly or even twice a year.
Councillor Wyatt, you've
Would
asked the
that be,
question.
would twice a year
You've asked the question. Do you have any other question?
possible to supply the chamber with information twice a year based on the permits pulled and whether or not it meets affordability on the units being created? Is that possible?
Thank you. Mr. Mayor?
Madam Speaker, is the councillor trying to tie reporting, like codify reporting in the bylaw?
Okay. I think the councillor, how I heard it, is asking if an amendment was put forward to ask for this report. What are the thoughts of the applicant? So that's what I've heard. And the question's been asked.
Twice a year reporting, which would indicate
So
based
I'll
on...
allow this question. We're going to move on then to the next speaker.
To the mayor's point, I don't think codifying something like that in a bylaw is the appropriate place for it, but we would be happy to provide verbal reports back to council during the timeframe of the Housing Accelerator Fund.
Thank you. Next is Councillor Orlico, followed by Councillor Chambers.
So thanks very much. I'm still listening intently. I've been enjoying the incredibly excruciating pain of trying to get my answer to this question, but I thank you for trying. I'm not done yet, which seems we have incredible communication problems going on. I thought I resolved it by giving very clear spreadsheets to figure out what the cost of this is and the loss of LDR. Then I get some other information back and I have to reply back, and then last minute, appreciate that all questions have to go through you, so the time is over. But I've been working on this for about 3 months since I miraculously found out that LDR can be cut from rapid housing, because that wasn't in the report. I was surprised. So what other surprises are out there? So that's where I'm starting with at this point. That's why I've been diving down pretty hard on this. But one of your units, and again, one of the things you talked about today was, there's lack of, one of the cadres of housing is the lack of affordable, of rental units. Well, I've grown up with rent control, and developers have told me repeatedly, well, if you want to get more rental units on, get rid of rent control. Now we're saying, okay, well, no, you can keep the rent control. Again, it's one of the few things I think developers aren't getting. However, now it keeps the supply. The supply will make, by trickle-down economics, will allow the opportunity to have lower housing costs. Well, I'm trying to put that in my head because one of the issues we have is the director indicated that don't worry about the loss of revenue because we'll have new taxes. And we'll just take some of those taxes to backfill the P&D department. Well, again, that's a council decision. I was quite blown away that the director would have said that, but that's, I don't know. It was said. But I'm not sure if we should be doing that, tagging future taxes to, if the revenue is larger, using future taxes to do that.
Councillor Orlico, do you have a question?
So my question is, okay, well, my question is, so you talked about affordable housing, but again, this will make it more affordable. But however, in the information we did get regarding taxes from your department, was that based upon the units, the incentivized units, single-family dwellings, a new dwelling will increase the value of that house by $300,000 on average. It was a big number. On average, much more in River Heights. So again, that cost will be brought to the purchaser. For missing metal, there was $200,000 increase in the unit price for the new units. And then multifamily, again, $200,000 increase. That was the price numbers we got. I'm not sure though. So you say, well, the supply will increase. So I'm trying to jive what I've heard, how these two work together. I'm not too sure how they work together.
Yeah,
I'm
okay.
sorry, I'm still talking, but go ahead if
Thank
you
you.
want to tap it.
Councillor Orlikow, you've got a few questions there.
Yeah,
if you
just trying to
want to
figure out what you guys talk
restate.
about.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So my question, okay, make it as simple as possible. How do you do, oh, I'm going to change the question. I'm sorry. I was asked to clarify the question, wasn't I?
Councillor Rollins, we're in order. Thank you.
Yeah, so again, I'll make it really simple. How do you jive the increasing in the property tax revenue that we got from you with increasing affordability? That
Thank you.
helps.
The response?
Sure. So those numbers that we provided for you for the estimated difference in value isn't the change in one home going from, say, $250,000 today to an additional $300 to suddenly be worth $550 today. No, that's not it at all. What that is it's assuming that for the numbers of homes that come forward under the Housing Accelerator Fund, that they would likely only occur on lots where the useful life of that building has been exceeded, or as a redevelopment of an existing, for instance, historic upgrades, both this one and the next one, would likely unlock over time because it would be housing stock that is in line with today's average housing price, but we were reducing it to be a little bit less, being frugal in our projections. You've asked a number of questions that I would like to answer. On the land dedication, how it works today, through the current process, land dedication, as you know, is 8% of land plus 2% for the cost to service and landscape. Due to the cost of servicing and landscape, the total development contribution usually exceeds 10%. And so the cash in lieu is 10% of the application area based on a preset rate of $16,500 per acre in most cases. So historically, cash in lieu was based on the incremental value increase through a rezoning of the value of new lots. And then, am I allowed to share my screen again?
Yes.
Okay. So then if we look at the PDO, draft PDO before you today, with respect to sites that are more than 10 acres in size, so that's mainly going to be mall sites, 8% of that overall framework needs to be privately owned public space as civic space, which would be accessible both to the residents of that property and also to Winnipeggers at large between the typical hours that our parks are open, which are 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. So that 8% is instead of the current process for land dedication of 8%. And then that 2% that we also usually collect today is usually the cost to service and landscape. But since the developer or owner of the property will be doing the servicing and landscaping for the life of the project, that 2% isn't included here because that's on them. Then for smaller sites that are above or equal to 2 acres, but that don't abut an urban mixed-use corridor, they would need to provide 4% of that site area as civic space. So that's kind of the trade-off between LDR today, and because, our own Parks Department has a challenge with those long-term maintenance of parks given our current budget structure, this is how most mall redevelopments and adaptive reuse of mall sites are happening across North America today, since it's a single landowner, and this seems to be the most direct way forward. I think you might have misunderstood me on the idea of waiving fees. So you might have noticed on the presentation back from the Standing Policy Committee of Planning, Property, and Development on October 3, item 4 on that agenda was the land dedication reserve impacts from as-of-right land development changes regarding land development and cash in lieu. And from that presentation, which is called The Financial Impacts of Proposed Zoning Bylaw Changes, on slide 7, the residential mall and corridors rezonings account for about 12% of DAZ applications over the last 5 years. And then on slide 13, for those rezonings, cash and lieu dedications over the last 5 years, that is 2019 to 2023, have been just over $20,000, or about $4,000 per year. And the rezoning fees have been about $190,000, or about $38,000 per year. And then on slide 14, back from October 3, the privately owned public space in the draft Malls and Corridors PDO before you today do include these design standards for parks, plazas, squares, greens, pocket parks, community gardens, greenways, multipurpose fields, and microforest. And so those are things like, minimum sizes, if a street needs to be on 2 sides of the civic space, if, they're not allowed to build super skinny, long properties that really aren't useful, that sort of thing. So that would be required on these larger properties that use the PDO. Now, keep in mind, they can choose just to go through the existing hearing process and not do this at all, or they can choose to just do what they can do by right per their zoning categories today. But then also back to this presentation from Planning, Property, and Development Standing Policy Committee on October 3rd, slide 16 of that presentation notes that the Malls and Corridors PDO seeks to incentivize developers to increase density that might not have otherwise been possible without today's zoning amendment. And so those incremental residential units are likely to add about $1,200 in municipal taxes per unit annually, which is contingent on an expected mill rate increase. But just for comparison, that's what it was analyzed at. So the one-time loss of development fees is offset by an increase in taxes. And I know you would like me to parse things as only a planning and property and development budget, but it's my job as PPD to think about the budget of the city as a whole and how we can raise the resilience here. So for a break-even analysis, if we look at the budget of the city as a whole and not just the PPD budget, if the increase is 35 residential units per year, that would offset that $4,200, which is the $20,000 for cash in lieu or the $4,000 a year for cash in lieu, plus the $38,000 per year for the rezoning fees. That would offset that $42,000 in the first year, and then would be a net incremental benefit to the city thereafter. So in no wise did I mean to intone, sorry if I did, that I'm interested in decreasing PPD budget, but I am interested in doing this sort of as-of-right zoning that increases city revenues total. So for instance, for reference, that Malls and Corridors Week that we were talking about earlier that designed 4,132 residential units on 9 sites, so that was just 58 acres. It also included 184,000 square feet of non-residential as conceptual plans just to work through the range of market demands that are unmet by our current bylaw.
Thank you.
So that would be approximately 5.4 million per year just on those properties of net change in taxes. Now, I don't know what the entire map of the PDO is delivering today. We've asked for that analysis, but if it were changed all to this, and if new development was similar in context in that range of densities that you saw from June, this planning area would deliver and $247 million within the PDO in taxes per year.
Thank you. With that, we do need to take a recess now for about, let's say, in the area of 15 minutes. So if we could be back 11:30. Thank you.
Madam Speaker.
Yes.
A point of order before we
Yes.
break here, that noted for the record that we are restricted to speaking to the applicant when we break. We are only allowed to speak to the applicant in public hearing, just for the protection of this chamber.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Good morning. I'd like to reconvene our special council meeting of November 19th, 2024. We are taking questions from members of council to the applicant Hazel Boris. Councillor Chambers, you're next.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This question, it might be a little bit off the beaten track, so to speak, but there are a variety of variables that do impact on availability and affordability, one of which is interest rates. Interest rates for developers in terms of their building new accommodations, and interest rates for families that are looking to move into homes and free up apartments. Has there been any discussion at all? I mean, the work that we're doing here that, you know, kind of streamlines the way for developers to build. Has there been any discussion with respect to interest rates that will assist in availability and affordability?
Thank you. The response?
Good question. Today, we're really only clearing or attempting to clear one of the hurdles between where we are today and more naturally occurring affordable housing. So while interest rates and construction costs and availability of construction crews and skilled workforce, those are all kind of outside of the scope for today, but still very important variables that we certainly have our eye on. You know, but when you talk about, you know, from a finance perspective and looking at uncertainty in the marketplace, so from a finance perspective, we would call that the beta in the marketplace, the uncertainty. And the greater the uncertainty, the higher returns that investors need in order to invest. So today's PDO would just reduce the uncertainty in the marketplace a little bit, well, quite a bit actually, for what is allowed to be built and speed the process so the time value of money falls into it. But really speeding up the process and reducing the carrying cost at those interest rates, regardless of what they are, is really the only ways in which what's before you today can deal with that moving target of a challenge.
Okay.
Response to the chair.
Thank you. Councillor Mays, followed by Councillor Schreier.
Thank you. I hadn't meant to rise again, but there was a talk about law of supply and demand, and I have to point out the irony that we're dealing with a multi-billion-dollar national housing strategy, which in the minister's own words are in response to a national housing shortage, which shouldn't occur if supply and demand worked perfectly well. There wouldn't be a shortage. The market would correct itself. Also, tens of millions of dollars that we requested, government money has been given as incentives to developers, nonprofits, co-ops to build affordable housing. So it isn't all naturally occurring. We are pouring, as we should do, we're putting in a lot of money, incentives. So that's not the market correcting itself. You yourself have said that there's a demographic, today you said there's a demographic and market mismatch. And Winnipeg's housing market has not kept pace, at least in part due to zoning restrictions, you said. But my question is, I mean, we can have an intelligent debate here. We just don't have to say supply is king. And so my question is, if supply is everything, Recently, the planning staff wrote a report, Mr. Skierski, fine report, 800 units recommended on the million square feet at the LeMay Forest, as it's colloquially known, perfectly relative to the 4 units we've had on 5,000 square feet. Math's pretty easy, it's a million square feet, 800 units. Council unanimously rejected that with Councillor Chambers declaring a conflict. So there were 800 units sitting there that the staff recommended, but council unanimously rejected that potential supply of housing units. Isn't that correct, within the last 2 months?
Thank you. The response?
That is correct within the last few months, but I think additionally an important part of the supply and demand equation is just that zoning in and of itself is a limitation on free market behavior. So because of the fact that, you know, some people would call the zoning restrictions that we have for single uses, so commercial needs to be here, and then every time commercial gets to be a different size of C1, C2, C3, C4, those need to be separated too in our current zoning bylaw, and then residential needs to be here, and then it needs to also be separated R1, R2, RMFS, RMFM, RMFL. So like the fact that we separate every possible gradation and size of things instead of mixing compatible uses in a way that we can actually access them per what the market is demanding, I would argue that the current zoning is a very large barrier to allowing market demand to behave as it will.
Okay, thank you. Next question?
Yes, and to your credit, you said to use the term exclusionary zoning to slag all zoning. All zoning by its nature is exclusionary. Otherwise, we'd have no zoning. I'd build the abattoir next to my house. Away we'd go. But we can't do that. So we have all zoning by its nature is exclusionary. And I could reference, we've also, unfortunately, don't have supply of units at the Parker lands because this council did not choose to proceed on that for many years. My second question, though, is on the matter you referenced with tax revenue in response to a question from Councillor Orlico. The trouble there is the number of units being used. It's whatever it is for multifamily. I don't have it off the top of my head. For missing middle, it's only 138. But all of these were numbers generated by our staff before the vote in November of 23. In other words, we're saying we anticipated 138 units, and then we agreed to fourplexes everywhere across the whole city where appropriate, and it didn't change the count at all. That cannot be right. So you may well be shortchanging the total of increased tax revenue. It's certainly possible. Can we get an updated, and I know it's the HAF office, not your office, can we get, as soon as possible, clarification of where those unit counts came from and why, despite pretty big changes in November of 23, we're still saying there's only 138 units of missing middle?
Thank you. And we can ask those questions of the public service later as well. Hazel?
Sure. So first of all, the 138 units are only the incremental units above what would have naturally occurred anyhow if there were no zoning modifications or half dollars that flowed. So that's just the additional number of the missing middle housing types that the Housing Accelerator Fund team estimated that would be there. So you're right, it's always a moving target, and those estimates were before the federal government asked City Council to also consider these other 2 amendments for the malls and corridors and for the 4 dwelling units per residentially zoned lot, with a lot of, restrictions based on whatever we come together. And that's not a today conversation, as you know, but a December, January, February, March conversation. So we very much look forward to delving into those numbers a little more. I can't answer on behalf of the Housing Accelerator team on if they're willing or able to update that number. We can certainly request that they do. Madam Speaker, may I go back to some of the questions I was asked earlier in order to provide answers?
We're going to proceed with the questions that we have on our list for now.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay, next is Councillor Schreier.
Thank you. We know that land dedication reserve funds don't come just from new developments on new lands. After all, in those new developments, they have parks. They develop parks, and that's why we can't get all our LDR from those developments, because it's, the land is dedicated to parks. Thus, we get land dedication reserve funding from areas that are more intense, that are already developed, such as malls. Could that be explained right now, how it is that we get our land dedication funds from already developed areas of the city rather than just areas of new development where they develop parks?
Thank you. The response?
I'm not 100% sure I understand the question. Would you mind restating it?
I'll say it again. We don't receive all our land dedication reserve funding from new developments on new lands, obviously because they develop parks in those new areas. And when you develop parks, that's, you give LDR money in lieu of parks. That's where we're building our parks. So we get our LDR funds, obviously, from when we're not building parks. That includes more already intensely developed areas of the city, like malls. Could you expand on that?
Okay, thank you. The response?
Sure. So through our current process, there are two options. One is for developers to dedicate 8% of the land to the city, and then 2% for the cost to service and landscape that land. Or instead of that, they can do a cash in lieu for all of it and have the land, the park occur elsewhere. So that is like the system today. And the system of the PDO before us is that the privately owned public spaces enabled by the Malls and Corridors PDO will be available and open to the public, you know, as we discussed. And this is how, you know, the vast majority of mall development across Canada and the US works today. And so if someone's not redeveloping their mall, there wouldn't be an opportunity for us to acquire those LDR funds.
Okay. Thank you. Next question, Councillor Schreier.
It's my understanding, and maybe we could, because this is a very good example, obviously part of the research, because it's right here in the city. It's my understanding that when it came to recent developments at Northgate Shopping Centre on McPhillips, that there was just in the recent developments there, $100,000, about $100,000 in land dedication reserve fund acquired from the development in that mall. Can we comment on that?
Thank you. The response?
I don't have that information before me.
Really germane to exactly what we're talking about. In fact, I can't think of a better example that's happened in recent years that is so specific to what we were talking about.
Yeah. The response?
I will get that information for the councillor.
Thank you.
Questions, but I can wait for another turn.
Okay, you can ask one more, or we can
Sure.
come back to you.
Well, it might be a couple that go together, so I'm.
Okay, sure. We'll come back to you, Councillor Schreier, Councillor Lukes, followed by Councillor Wyatt.
Sure. This is more of a did you know for people that were concerned about the public awareness and information sessions. And I just want to put this on the record because this is just from my lived experience. So I'm talking about Pembina Highway and a couple malls right on Pembina. So over the last 8 years, 10 very tall, basically 7 stories and up units went in. And at the public here, so for a total of 1,837 units. And out of those 10 rezoning public hearings, in total, I think I had 4 people come out. So, you know, I'm just putting that on the record. I think this is great what we're doing.
Your question, Councillor Lukes?
It was more of a did you know? Did you know?
I did not know that, and that's very interesting to hear, and very much aligns with our #1 complaint that we have received from the community, is just that this is not applying to enough places. And so I think that certainly reflects the market demand to support your statements.
Thank you. Councillor Wyatt, followed by Councillor Gilroy, then Councillor Eady.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Through you, Speaker, to the applicant. I'm always from my experience with the Ollie West fiasco and their as-a-right rezoning they had, I'm very cautious about as-a-right powers. My question is this. Narran Avenue has been identified, for example, as a regional corridor for blanket rezoning here in this application before us. Could the applicant indicate, if this is approved today in council, what as-of-right zoning will properties along Narran be able to develop in height?
The response?
Good question. If I could just have a moment to look that up here. Do you have an answer for me? So Narran right-of-way in general is 79 feet. And so if we look at the zoning bylaw, well, could I just, may I bring back up some slides on that?
Sure.
So since that is a right-of-way width under 80 feet, the maximum building height under the portions of Narran Avenue that are 79 feet, which is nominally what they are, but when an application comes forward, that would be confirmed, and that's why that level of specificity is not in the bylaw, that the maximum building height would be 75 feet, with the exception of where a building or a portion thereof is located more than 75 feet from the lot line. Actually, no, that's only for right-of-ways over 100 feet. So, yeah, it would be the maximum building height of 75 feet.
Madam Speaker, I'm confused. Firstly, the applicant said 79 feet and then 75 feet. Is the height 79 or 75?
Oh, sorry. The right-of-way width on Narran nominally on average is 79 feet. So therefore, the maximum building height would be 75 feet.
Okay.
Is the applicant aware that recently the East Kelowna Transcona Community Committee had a hearing at on a small acre and a half piece of land where we had a building zoning that was for a 6-story building, which is 60 feet, and that for that little small section, we had 2 delegations that came in opposition. And from what I know, there's nobody here registered today in opposition in light of the fact that the zoning will change on the back of their properties to 79 feet. Is the applicant aware of that?
Was not aware of that, but, sorry, it's not changing to 79 feet, it's changing to a maximum building height of 75 feet. So I'd also like to draw the councilor's attention to the 45-degree angle analysis, which means that if any lot is adjacent to a single-family, 2-family, or residential multifamily small lot, that at any of those 3 zoning districts, at the lot line that's closest to the redevelopment, that at 12 feet above grade at the lot line, there would be a 45-degree analysis that reduces the building height near neighbors in order to respect the surrounding context. So it's a maximum building height of 75 feet when the right-of-way is less than 80 feet, but it's further reduced by that 45-degree analysis.
Fair enough, Madam Speaker. I'll wait to see if there's any folks in opposition, as they do come in opposition typically, no matter what, in terms of along Narran Avenue, residents appearing here today. The other question I had was, did the department circulate this application to all departments including the transit department pertaining to the Nairn Avenue location of this corridor? And could you provide the response from the transit department, if so?
Thank you. The response?
Not only did we circulate this draft PDO to all departments, we also engaged with them extensively during the June community engagement. However, as you'll notice on page 20 of the report, it does say that it was prepared in consultation with legal services because of the speed of council's request for us to bring this forward. The primary consultation was with legal services. However, in June, Transit did engage extensively with us to create the parameters for the bylaw.
Thank you. Final question?
It was good to hear that transit was involved. In light of that, Madam Speaker, is it the transit department as the delegation or the applicant is probably aware then that that stretch of Nairn has been identified as a separate rapid transit corridor that probably would run on the south side of Nairn Avenue? Has the applicant confirmed in writing from our legal department, which she mentioned, that the as-of-right zoning does not jeopardize in any way, shape, or form our ability as a city to acquire property at the time of rezoning for the said corridor that has been identified by council? Do we still have that ability to do that? And have we confirmed that in writing with our legal department?
Thank you. Motion to work past 12 noon, just to finish. Moved by the mayor. All in favor? Contrary, carried. We're just going to deal with the break right after your question. Okay, it was just to work past 12, just for a few minutes. Hazel, the response?
So our normal procedure and our service level agreement for when development applications come forward, or development permits come forward, we circulate to the other departments, and we don't approve anything until we hear back from the other departments.
Thank you. Councillor Wyatt, it was my intention to recess now. Okay. Okay. If you want to wrap up a question with respect to this topic. Okay, one more question, and then we will.
The answer, I just need a more specificity around the answer, if possible, through the speaker to the applicant. And that is, do we know for sure, and does the applicant know for sure that we have not put the city in a position whereby we have lost the ability to acquire those lands which we take typically at a time of rezoning for the purpose of a future rapid transit corridor?
Thank you. The response?
We circulate all development permits to all departments and get their responses at time of application. And at time of application, if Transit says that they would be acquiring land, then we would take that into consideration, and we don't override other city departments.
Acquiring the land here?
I feel like I already answered that question.
No,
Okay.
not really, because I want to know, the application has to specify whether we're taking the land here today or not. Does it do that?
We are definitely not taking any land here today whatsoever. What we are doing here today is offering a third option for landowners and developers. The existing zoning they have today, going through the current public hearing process available to them today, or this draft PDO before council today. And should that be adopted, then when a developer brings forward a development permit for consideration, it gets circulated to all departments just as it does now.
Thank you. With that, we're going to recess. When we reconvene, we will go back to questions from council to our applicant. I have 4 on my list, 4 councillors on my list. We will recess now and reconvene at 1:30 sharp? 1:15? Okay. 1:30. Thank you. Good afternoon. I'd like to reconvene our special meeting of council for November 19th, 2024. We are on questions from council to our applicant, Hazel Boris. I will start off with Councillor Gilroy. Just before that, I think there's a communication piece that we'd like circulated. Hazel?
Yes, in response to the request for how much was spent on advertisements to date for the malls and corridors PDO, we provided a printout should you like to distribute it to the councilors.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Clerk. If you could circulate that document. Councillor Eadie?
What is it called? A point of privilege?
Yes.
Is it electronic? Could it be emailed? Thank you.
It will be emailed, yes, to you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, with that, on the speakers list, Councillor Gilroy, followed by Councillor Eadie.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just want to go back and talk a little bit about what I heard you say. Are you telling me that all the parks that will be coming forward will be privately owned? That we will not be having any city-owned parks?
Thank you. The response?
Yes, only for the malls and corridors PDO properties only. That is correct.
Okay, and my second question is, in terms of traffic flow in and around the neighborhoods where we're going to have malls and corridors, what will be the plan? Right now, I know that there's, I just want to like a big shout out to Councillor Sharma, who was able to kind of manage some of that through her committee. If this doesn't come through council, how will we be ensured that there'll be traffic studies and there'd be kind of the community will be able to be navigating in and around those areas?
Thank you.
For properties 300 dwelling units and above, there will be required traffic studies.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Eadie, followed by Councillor Schreier.
Oh, I can sit, sorry. Excuse me. In considering the Land Dedication Reserve report that was related to malls and corridors, you stated that it was an average of 20,000 per property. I'm hoping you could explain that report a little more detailed, maybe, in that sometimes if the 8% requirement can't be made in a development, they'll give a certain percentage and then the rest they'll pay in lieu. And then cases like the Northgate Mall, where it was somewhere around $100,000 that they paid, but there was really no land given up in that circumstance for park or anything, so they paid the whole in lieu. I find it very strange to hear that it's only 20,000, because I've also seen in our community area after a subdivision where we've received like 80,000. In one case, in what I would call an infill, it was over 200, but it was huge acreage. So that's a residential, but the report you gave itself, I'm kind of concerned. So can you explain how it averaged out to 20,000 per property?
Okay, thank you.
So I was referencing the Standing Policy Committee PPD October 3rd item 4 report, in which it analyzed 12% of the DAZ applications over the last 5 years being mall and corridor rezonings that went to residential. So what is the 115,419? Yep, yeah, I'm going to have to get back to you on that answer. I'm not sure the answer to that.
Very small properties or whatever, okay.
Okay.
I'm trying to remember my next question. Oh, so this might be one for a detailed question, but So we have different size parcels of land, like the Polo Parks and whatever, like that's one thing, that's a huge amount of land, and that will be the 8% and whatever. But when we get down to the 4% properties, I'm having difficulty because what if there's a situation where the city knows that it needs some land, say to finish an active transportation trail, and if that property's developable portion of the property, because I know of one property that only about 3 acres is developable because the rest of it gets flooded by the river. So you could have some sort of seasonal thing down there. But so what would the city do in that situation where 4% is not enough of that property to provide the public amenity called an active transportation trail, as an example?
Thank you. The response?
Sorry, I'm not sure I understand the question. Could you repeat it, please?
Well, so there's the 8% properties, I'm not concerned about those. The 4% properties, right? That's the other level of development. Now, if there's a property and it's not big enough to provide 4% of its land for public amenities, like, say, an active transportation trail, because say it's planned to be there, what steps are the city going to take in order to, like 4% of that land is not enough? What steps are the city going to take if they need 6% of that property for an active transportation trail?
Thank you.
Another
Response?
example, it's usually by rivers, but a good example is in the St. Boniface ward, close to, I forget the name of the park, Mosilla, but close to where they have the festival.
Thank you. Hazel?
So in Appendix B of today's report that is before you, item 9 in Appendix B includes sidewalks and pathways. So active transportation trails could potentially fall under that, and if deemed by the city to be a requirement for required infrastructure, that would be part of the servicing agreement.
But under that framework, right, how is that requirement determined? Because I hear a lot about private streets and stuff, but we're talking big lots here, right? Like.
Okay, thank you.
That would be, if it's above 10 acres in size, then it would require the framework plan as part of the Malls and Corridors PDO entitlements, and that would be determined during the negotiation on the framework plan.
The, say, 5 acres, 3 acres, 2 acres. Is there something in there for that?
Do we have that information? Yeah.
Framework plans are only required on properties above 10 acres. So if you are, so on smaller properties, it would just have to fall under the servicing agreement requirements.
Okay. Thank you. We'll go to Councillor Schreier, then Councillor Wyatt.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Before I begin, before lunch, I did ask if we could get the report on previous and recent LDR funds due to development in malls. And I used the one example as a Northgate shopping center and about approximately $100,000 of LDR that was acquired through that mall development. And we were told we'd be able to get that report back sometime today. Is it available yet?
Thank you. The response?
Okay. Okay, so Yes, we can get that. And then additionally, for the Northgate dedication info that was referenced earlier, that was a DASZ. And if the PDO goes ahead, the applicant would still require a DASSF or a DAS. So the dedication will be charged either way. And then going back to Councillor Edie's question moments ago, that's why that $115,419 was not included in the October 3rd SPC PPD report that shows that for rezonings, cash in lieu over the last 5 years have been just over 20,000 plus rezoning fees. About 190, or a combination of 4,000 and 38,000 per year.
Thank you. Councillor Schreier?
Yeah. In terms of the area around Regent, where Regent meets Nairn Avenue, where Elmwood East Kelowna Ward meets the Transcona Ward near Panet and La Jamodière, that's considered part of this area of malls and corridors. With respect to the corridor, this is the exact corridor where it's planned the active transit corridor out to Transcona, known as the Eastern Corridor. We've been talking about it here for years, over a decade before I got elected. It's changed many times since since our mayor and members of this council have been elected. But we've come to another plan for the Eastern Corridor, and that involves the acquiring of land along the Nairn Regent corridor. Would that be an appendix to this in order to keep on topic, if you will, keep on the target of maintaining the ability of attaining our previous goal of the Eastern Corridor along Nairn? And that includes acquiring the land along that corridor along Nairn Avenue. I'd like to know more about that. So that's not so that we know whether that's in jeopardy here.
Yeah, this specific question, Councillor Schreier?
Yes, is that part of the appendix to ensure our ability to carry on with our plans for the Eastern Corridor along Nairn Region?
Thank you. Hazel?
Thank you. The Eastern Rapid Transit Corridor is not expected to affect the north side of Nairn in terms of property acquisitions. However, a report for Eastern Corridor has not yet been presented to council, so I don't have an official statement on that, and so we can't say for sure since this alignment has not been confirmed by council at this time.
In terms of, in one of the first 3-4 minutes of presentation from our delegation, it was mentioned, among other things, in a sentence, the different reasons for the need for this proposal. And among those reasons in that sentence was a misaligned housing market. Could we get an explanation of what is meant from a misaligned housing market, independent of the other examples that were said in the same sentence? This was in the very beginning of the presentation.
Thank you. Hazel?
Yes, so the other parts of that paragraph were the reasons for the misaligned housing market, and those are from the CMHC 2024 Retail Market Report, as well as the Statistics Canada study. And so the misaligned housing market is just the fact that we have baby boomers that are downsizing from large homes, and that those properties are the size and price that the younger generations cannot afford or else just don't want. So because the younger generation are really grappling with rising living costs, stricter mortgage rules, and they have a different lifestyle preference, so that combines together to increase their demand, the younger generation's demand for smaller energy-efficient homes in walkable transit-served neighborhoods. So this PDO seeks to satisfy that market need.
Yes.
Thank you. When it comes to foregoing LDR in residential development in the malls, so we're saying not only is the half money, the federal funding for which is why we're here. That's not sufficient. Not only should we forego certain aspects of traditional parts of sort of democratic involvement traditionally in the city when it comes to further development, but that the federal funding isn't sufficient. We should also forego land dedication reserve funds.
Thank you. The response?
No, it is in no way foregoing land dedication reserve funds. It is requiring developers provide that land on site in order to support this level of densification.
Thank you.
There'll still be land dedication reserve consistent with other sizes of infill. Don't we derive most of our LDR from infill in dense areas as opposed to areas where they have parks? So the density, where there's density is where we get our LDR funding. So we will not be foregoing that infill LDR?
Not in the situations where people are requesting DASSFs or DASs, not in the locations outside of these approximately 2,200 acres considered before you today.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor Schreier, we can come back to you. I'll go now to Councillor Wyatt, followed by Councillor Mays, and then Councillor Eady.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you for the follow-up with the handout of the expenditures on and where the ads were run related to this hearing and the open houses. I appreciate that. Question is, why was no advertising purchased on social media in terms of this matter?
Okay. Thank you. Hazel?
I don't know the answer to that.
Okay.
Why was no advertising purchased in the Winnipeg Sun?
We, as I mentioned earlier, purchased advertisement as is required through our charter requirements, and we purchased with organizations that were selected by the team.
Okay.
Thank you. Next question?
I guess in light of the significant changes being made to our zoning bylaw, is it right to say that therefore it was concluded that we would do the bare minimum in terms of legislatively being required for advertising?
Councillor Wyatt, if you want to rephrase your question,
What was the rationale for doing what was required legislatively instead of doing more, considering the size and scale of this matter?
Hazel?
We have limited budget constraints, and we did as much as we could do within the budgets available to us.
It's correct to say that also, based on the sheet handed out, there was also no advertising purchased on radio. Is that also fair to say?
The document has been circulated. Hazel? Yeah.
Everything that was purchased is in the document. We also circulated in community papers and social media, to councilors' lists, to community groups. And certainly, if we had had the time to not be doing a rapid zoning bylaw amendment, if we had the normal 2 years that a process like this would embody, then certainly we would have had more time to reach out to more places. Also, if we had a budget that's commensurate with this document before you today, then we would also have had the ability for expansive public engagement. However, this is the scope that we were handed, and that is the product that we delivered.
Okay. Thank you.
Just a follow-up question, Madam Speaker, through the Speaker to the delegate, our applicant. As the applicant's aware, the Department of Property Development regularly requires applicants, even on small applications, to circulate a flyer to the adjacent properties that are being affected, pertaining to and requiring open houses in that area. Were flyers circulated to all the properties as per department procedures that are instructed to private sector developers and applicants? Was that done in terms of all the properties that are adjacent, all these corridors?
Thank you. The response?
No, it was not. Again, timing, budget constraints, the advertisements that were circulated were also emailed to councilors on multiple times. It would be impossible to circulate flyers to every surrounding property owner, and it's not our departmental procedures.
Okay. Thank you.
Could you elaborate on how it would be impossible?
Within the time frame and the scope and the budget that we had for this project.
Thank you. Councillor Mays, followed by Councillor Edie.
In July of 2013, we all voted, I think we all voted, I voted for a HAF program that was put forward by staff. Included in that, July of 2023, there was item number 6, infrastructure support program to increase residential development. First sentence, City of Winnipeg policy encourages high-density housing development along corridors and in established neighborhoods. Any light you can shed on how that relates to what we're discussing today? Two questions leap to mind. What did we mean by established neighborhoods instead? Is that mature communities? What was meant there? Secondly, we've said along corridors. So if I own a mall and I come to you and say, I just need a bit more sewer capacity, City of Winnipeg, is the response, that's not what we had in mind. We had corridors, presumably these corridors. Any light you can shed on this? I know we've allocated some millions of dollars. I don't know who's going to determine who gets what, but if I were Councillor Santos, I think I'd be saying, wait a minute, I don't have any of these corridors, and now I'm not going to get any of the infrastructure upgrades as well. So any light you can shed on how the money for infrastructure relates to what we're debating today? Because we do talk about corridors in that.
Okay. Thank you. Hazel?
Well, I can't tell you what, you asked me what the thinking was to that July motion, and I can't tell you that since I started this job on July 31st of 2023. However, to answer the rest of your question, again, what's before you today is the zoning bylaw and not the infrastructure funding structure. And as you noted earlier in this hearing, things have changed since those initial dollars came forward. And since I'm not on the HAF team that is dispensing those infrastructure dollars, I cannot definitively answer you. However, if we look at the way that they structured and awarded the HAF item 2 grant funding for the housing itself and during 2024, then we would assume they would have a similar equitable scoring system to that, but that is not what is before us today. And so nothing in the way that they distributed grants in 2023 makes me think that they will only distribute infrastructure grants in 2024 based on this zoning bylaw. Nothing would lead me to believe that.
Thank you. Next question.
Madam Speaker, could we get clarity then from it doesn't need to be today, I don't think, but from the HAF team on, we did say it's to be encouraged along corridors and in established neighborhoods. What is the interpretation of that? And will the proposal for the distribution of the infrastructure money come back to council? Well, I don't think there needs to be a public hearing. It's not a zoning matter, but is the what is the intent for that money in terms of corridors? Does that include malls? We didn't say that. And B, when is that, or is that money coming back to council for a vote on the proposed distribution?
Right. And that's not before us today, as was mentioned. You can certainly ask the public service as well later. Hazel?
That would be the
further?
HAF team and
Yep.
not PPD.
Okay. Next is Councillor Edie.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm just going to go back just to get final clarification. So that LDR report didn't include DAZs, I guess, but correct me if I'm wrong, if another Northgate comes along and And one of the corridors is McPhillips from College to Swales, which is where Northgate and some other maybe smaller malls or whatever do exist. They wouldn't require a DAZ anymore, would they?
Thank you for the question. Hazel?
If the PDO goes ahead, the applicant would still require a DASSF or a DAS if it was the same exact structure of the Northgate dedication, so a dedication would be charged either way in that case.
Okay.
Just to, I just want to clarify, and it's kind of a did you know, Madam Speaker. Did you know that corridors such as Main Street and Selkirk Avenue have very shallow lots, not very deep? And did you know that the people get much more upset when you're building tall buildings along the corridors where the depth of the properties are smaller, unlike the section of Pembina Highway that was mentioned. I'm wondering, would you agree that there are difficulties along corridors such as St. Mary's Road, Main Street, Selkirk Avenue, in that there is not a lot of room to work with height?
Thank you. The response?
So this zoning bylaw before you today is form-based, which means that the height of the building is also going to, and what will be able to be built there is governed by the bulk standards. So that means things like maximum lot coverage, maximum impervious surface, parking requirements, and the 45-degree angular plane. All of those would come into play on St. Mary's Road and reduce what the zoning capacity would be there, so that the heights that are listed within the draft PDO are just maximum heights. They, in many cases, would never be achieved at that level. Also, another limiting factor is water and sewer capacity. So depending on what the applicant is seeking to build, they may choose to build significantly under these maximum heights. And in fact, if you might remember from the June Malls and Corridors PDO, perhaps the majority of, well, at least many of those illustrative plans were significantly below these maximum heights because it wasn't the market demand for the portfolio that development team was planning to build. So you certainly will not see these maximum heights come into being everywhere within the planning area for those reasons I just mentioned.
Okay. Thank you. Seeing no further questions, there are? Okay. Councillor Eady?
Sorry, I do have,
Okay.
so this is being moved along really fast. I'm interested in this, and do you think as a right it's going to help inspire the decline and see renewal along Main Street, where everybody drives by and sees how bad it is, or Selkirk Avenue? Do you think that this new PDO with the as rights will, meaning they can save money on hearings and so on? Do you think that, did anybody really look at the possibilities for our streets that are really suffering like that?
Thank you. The response?
Again, this was a zoning effort, not a holistic planning effort, so we didn't have the time or the budget to actually go out and physically plan every one of these corridors. But so I can only tell you from experiences in other places over the last 21 years of doing similar work worldwide, is that this sort of zoning upgrade in every situation of the millions of acres that I've personally rezoned in these efforts has always sparked a significant economic outcome.
Thank you. Councillor Wyatt?
Yes, thank you. It was referred to, you mentioned the fact that the lands on the south side of Nairn Avenue are not being secured for the rapid transit corridor. I think it was your words where you said that because that hasn't been determined yet or something to that effect. Could you clarify that?
Yes, thank you.
My overarching message there is that we have not received council direction on what is happening there because that report is still in draft form, so I don't have any official statement to be able to share with you on that one.
Okay.
Is the department aware that earlier this year, this council voted, or is the applicant aware that earlier this year, this council voted on the transit master plan?
Thank you. The response?
Of course, I'm aware of that, but my whole point was that the design has not been complete on how that transit master plan would be built in how it would be realized. So my whole point earlier was that that eastern rapid transit corridor is not expected to affect the north side of Nairn in terms of property acquisitions. But since that engineering and planning has not been completed, and a report for the eastern corridor has not yet been presented to council, I have no official statement to be able to share with you on that.
On the north side, it was not intended, but the department did provide mapping that was understood that when you talked to the department, that it would be on the south side of Nairn, the land would be secured. And that said mapping was part of the transportation master plan that came before council earlier this year. Is the department aware of that, or the applicant aware of that?
Yes, we are.
And in light of that, the application still will not secure said lands that we potentially need, because that's when we do it, is at a time of application like this.
Okay, so most zoning doesn't have, unless you want to go forward with a takings at this time and expropriating land, that is not what the scope before us today includes.
Thank you.
My knowledge of the process, Madam Speaker, that unlike in the United States, we have the ability to take land for right-of-ways without compensation, and that is done typically and only at this stage of the process. Is the applicant aware of that?
Thank you. The response?
Yeah, I would like the full team to answer that question later, but I think it's a, that's a legal question more than it really is a zoning question.
Is the applicant aware that the transit department as of now is planning, if you meet, when you meet with them, they're very forthright about it, planning a grade separation on the south side of Regent Avenue at Regent and La Jumaudière for transit buses alone because of the corridor being planned to be on the south side of Nairn? Is the applicant aware of that?
Thank you. The response?
Yes.
Okay, we're going to move on. Councillor White, I can come back to you. Councillor Rowlands, did you have your hand up? No? Councillor Eadie.
Madam Speaker, I just want to clarify a number of things, and it was just alluded to in the last question, and for my colleagues across the table, Madam Speaker, the transit master plan in terms of the Eastern Rapid Transit Corridor, like Main Street's Rapid Transit Corridor, it is proposed to go down Regent Nairn, just like Main Street is to go down there. So the master plan for, bus rapid transit is to utilize Regent and Nairn, build a new bridge where the Louise, in the vicinity of the Louise Bridge. And I'm just wondering if the applicant is aware that that is the transit master plan?
Thank you. The response?
Yes, and again, repeating what I said earlier a number of times before the lunch break, and that is, Any development permits that come forward under this Malls and Corridors PDO, assuming council adopts it, would be circulated to all departments, and at that time, Transit would have the opportunity to suggest modifications.
Thank you. Any further questions? Councillor Schreier?
Yeah, thank you. And good answers in explaining when it came to the mall development at Northdale Shopping Center and the approximately 120,000, I believe we were told, for LDR, that they came from DASZ and DASS applications like short form.
Thank you. The response?
It was a DASZ.
Okay. Do we have any examples? This would be DAZ. Do we have any examples of DAZ applications with land dedication reserve at malls in this report?
Thank you. The response?
Not to my knowledge.
This would be DAZ in this case, would it not?
This is a DAZ before you, yes.
So normally when it comes to these applications, they're just at Northgate Shopping Center, there's LDR funds. In this case, so to be specific, we're saying because it's a short form or a SZ rather than a DAZ, therefore we should not be getting LDR, even though that's standard practice in the city. We're asking for an exemption.
Okay. Thank you. If you could answer that once again. Yeah.
Okay, so what's before you today is not like the previous example you gave. What's before you today incorporates privately owned public spaces into the properties themselves. Instead of LDR, they have to dedicate the land and maintain it. That is different. I don't think the question that you asked me, that is the answer to that question.
Okay, and so there's nothing to compare it to regarding other developments that pay LDR?
Not really. This is a different structure than is available to the city of Winnipeg at this time.
So we're saying we're creating a new case that should be exempt, and the reasoning being it's private property?
Sorry, may I reshare my screen?
Yes.
It is not exempt from land dedication reserve. It must, sites that are 10 acres or more in size must provide at least 8% of their site as civic space, choosing from one or more of the 8 options on the screen right now that are part of the PDO. That is the new version of LDR for people who choose to opt in to the Malls and Corridor PDO.
It's a modification. What was it before?
As I mentioned many times before, right now, today, if you don't not opt into the Malls and Corridors, you still have to give 8% of your land plus an additional 2% or more for programming and maintenance of that property. And so usually if you're doing cash in lieu instead of dedicating 8% of your property, it ends up being a little bit more than 10% total. So in this case, they will be dedicating 8% of their land, not giving us that 2% extra since they are building it and they are maintaining it.
Is that, just trying to think where we had the number 4% at one point, and what does that refer to?
No, the 4% has nothing to do with this. The 4% only is for sites that are greater than or equal to 2 acres, as you will notice when you read the the PDO, that if those sites do not abut an urban mixed-use corridor, so the places that are more pedestrian-friendly, that they have to provide 4% of the site area and civic spaces because those aren't as pedestrian-oriented. So it's increasing the civic space, but that's only if it's a site 2 acres or between 2 and 10 acres, if it's not abutting an urban mixed-use corridor, and then greater than 10 acres if then that's when the 8% kicks in.
Thank you. Councillor Schreier will come back to you as well, and we can certainly ask these questions of the public service for further clarification. Councillor Wyatt?
Yes, thank you. Could the applicant indicate, typically at this stage, DA said we have a servicing agreement with servicing agreement requirements pertaining to a whole host of things, water and waste, public transit, and specifically public works. What requirements are being made pertaining to the typical requirements in a servicing agreement that an applicant must adhere to and contribute to the city?
The response?
If I could draw the councilor's attention to Appendix B before you today in your in the packet and in the binder that I provided for you, it is the pink tab. And so if you would like to look at Schedule A of the pink tab, those are all of the things that are included in this draft sample servicing agreement. Things like cross-access easement agreements, water mains, wastewater sewers, land drainage, regional land drainage systems, services benefiting the land, reimbursement for oversized services, easements, sidewalks and pathways, public road and intersection modification, pedestrian and traffic control signals, railway crossings, boulevards, 2 means of vehicle access, street name signs, transit facilities, utilities, construction traffic, litter and refuse control, and so forth.
Thank you. Any further questions? Okay, thank you. Councillor Gilroy, followed by Councillor Eady.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just in terms of, I'm just wondering, why is it that, our Winnipeg really wants us to increase our parkland, like our city-owned parkland? Why was the decision to go with private parkland, which the city would not own and operate?
Thank you. The response?
Most mall redevelopments on North America choose this sort of structure, seeing how malls are predominantly single ownership, and they maintain single ownership. So should we want and also the footprint of this mall and corridors PDO is predominantly gray, very crusty place. And so if we want to make it a spongier city here, and if we want to distribute this parkland throughout, and since these larger mall sites are not being subdivided, and therefore they can't easily do a land dedication of 8% of the site to the city, because it will be owned and operated and maintained by the property owner, which is also true for the roads. So the internal streets, which are currently drive aisles, will be maintained in perpetuity, well, for the life of the project, by the applicant or the developer who is redeveloping the mall site. So they would be responsible for the streets and for the civic spaces for those reasons. And also because of budget constraints from parks and the ability to maintain parkland, this is a way to ensure that those budget constraints are not limiting factors when we talk about trying to fulfill the Our Winnipeg 2045 addition of 1,000 acres of parkland. It would be up to council at a later date if you want these privately owned public spaces to count toward that 1,000 acres of parkland. They would certainly behave in the same way as parkland does today.
Thank you. Councillor Gilroy?
Yeah, so why wouldn't we like have the ownership of it and still have, just like we own a bridge, but we still have maintenance in it? So like I have concerns regarding us not owning these parks. Like that's a kind of a concern over mine. So just if you can respond to that.
Thank you. Hazel?
So if we want them to be privately owned long-term, privately maintained long-term, if we want them to be privately maintained long-term, then we can't have them be city-owned. We can't like have our cake and eat it too right there. And also, we're not subdividing these properties. So if you're not subdividing the properties, then you can't have separate titles for separate ownership for the city portion, the 8% city portion, and then private ownership for the 92% private portion.
I guess my last question, because we only have 3, right? So
That's not the rule today.
Oh, okay,
so
okay.
Go ahead.
Just why didn't we really look at the corridors more than the mall in like areas where we're undeveloped, where we really need the development, and where we know like where we are seeing an uptake like Northgate, those are already that's already being developed. So my concern is we're not focusing in on some of the areas that really are undeveloped. And I felt like we could maybe do a better job of maybe managing that. Just your thoughts on why, we have that focus on the mall part when there could be areas where we could be really pushing for development in.
Okay. Thank you. The response?
Well, we feel like the concentration is equal on malls and corridors. If you look at the map that is on the last page of the bylaw, page 57, the PDO map, you will see that there is a significant amount of corridors along with malls. I feel like our conversation has been predominantly about malls for the last while, but certainly the PDO itself puts equal focus on both. And the reason this precise footprint was chosen is because it is from Complete Communities 2.0, so there have been thousands of hours of community engagement over years of time, and this was a council-adopted policy that directed us to focus development here because through that extensive public engagement and extensive council engagement, this is where we were directed to prioritize development. And to your point, though, the number one request that we have received through this process is to expand this map. Perhaps if we get to the other delegations, they may want to speak on that as well. But certainly that can be expanded over time and most likely would be.
I guess. Why didn't we start with the underdeveloped areas before we made it into the other ones?
The reason we started with this is because it was council adopted policy to encourage development here on this map.
Thank you. Councillor Eadie and then Councillor Wyatt.
Just a couple of bigger picture things for me. I just want to confirm the malls and corridors all combined in the map. Was it decided to also avoid the airport vicinity? I think it's a secondary plan.
May I answer?
None of these corridors are anywhere near the airport vicinity.
That is correct. Yes, that is right. The AVPA Area 1 is subtracted from any no properties within the area, the airport map are applicable under this PDO.
I remember I heard the ADP, but I just thinking of an airport. Sorry, the acronyms can get you, right? The other big picture thing, I've been listening to questions. So this malls and corridor again, I think we've already dealt with the downtown zoning bylaw, where we have a lot of these areas that need help. So that's why we don't see anything in the downtown area. Is that correct?
Thank you. The response?
Yes, that is correct. Downtown zoning bylaw is also already very permissive, and it allows residential. It doesn't have height or parking limits, and so it already does the things that this zoning bylaw is attempting to do. Although this bylaw is providing additional design standards, because unlike downtown, there won't be a design review committee for this PDO, but downtown does have that.
Thank you. Councillor Wyatt?
Yes, Madam Speaker, thank you. The response given to me by the applicant just recently regarding the servicing, I appreciate that response, and the fact it appears it's outlined very clearly in the document in regards to the servicing requirements that are typical of a DAS set. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And I guess the question, and I guess I point out, I know there's been a lot of questions about LDR. In light of the fact that the departments of the City of Winnipeg were able to get their requirements into this document, why is the issue of LDR not being addressed the same way? And I appreciate the applicant's responses. I don't want to, I've been listening, which is you're saying the requirement for these new park spaces, greenway as you call them, the 8 ones they could choose from. But is the applicant aware that councillors rely on those funds, especially in light of recent budget decisions to end certain programs of park funding, rely on the LDR funds to maintain existing parks in older neighborhoods that are actually adjacent to these corridors? Why was the same consideration not given to the LDR has been given to other servicing requirements?
Point of order. Hazel Boris has answered again and again that it was circulated amongst departments. The Department of Public Works has oversight over parks. So the wording of the question said, why wasn't it? And it inferred that it wasn't. And while the question, likely you'll rule it in order, the inference that they somehow neglected is why I've called a point of order, because as you know.
Okay. Councillor White, if you want to rephrase your question.
This way, in a context of the servicing requirements by Water and Waste, by Public Works, were weighted a certain way to require them to be in the document, as is typical at DASet. And yet, we don't see the same line or the same requirement in words when it comes to LDR, and yet we know that we rely on those funds to renew existing older parks and playgrounds. Why was a new policy piece brought into play that creates private parks when we can't even maintain our existing parks in these older neighborhoods and we rely on these funds to do so? That's really my question. And I think it's a fair question because every council relies on those funds.
Okay. The response?
My response is precisely what you just said, Councillor, which is we can't even maintain our existing parks, and so this allows the private sector to help us maintain these new parks. I would like to also draw your attention to the fact that this PDO map covers just over 2,000 acres, and Winnipeg is 114,105.6 acres. So, you know, we're talking about less than 2% of the city, and we're also talking about a part of the city that is unlikely to redevelop in the formats put forward by this PDO unless this PDO is adopted. So if you don't adopt this PDO, it's kind of a moot point because it won't really, people won't go through this much effort and energy, most likely, to redevelop in this sort of format.
Thank you.
The answer, Madam Speaker, for example, on Portage Avenue in the west end out in St. James's ward, right up to the perimeter, extensive lands have been identified, and those lands typically would be generating significant revenues in form of LDR that are now going to be potentially lost. And as we know, St. James in that area is a lot of older neighborhoods with older parks and playgrounds that need maintenance. Can you see the point of view that we're coming from here, Madam Speaker, through to the applicant?
Thank you. The response?
Right. So, you know, this 110, this just over 2,000 acres that we're talking about here, which is it's 1.9% of Winnipeg's surface area. And so the amount of LDR that it contributes, may I remind you, is approximately $40,000 per year. And the bump in taxes that would be received over that time that then could be allocated to whatever council views as the highest and best use of those, including maintaining parks, would be vastly higher than the contribution of the $42,000 per year of what has been developed on this footprint over the last 5 years on average. And so that amount of the break-even analysis, if the increase is just 35 residential units per year that this engenders, which, you know, we think it will be significantly more, that would be, that 42,000 would be offset by in the first year. So the break-even point is 35 dwelling units in 1 year. So I really feel like this is at such a moot point. And then also, if we look at
Isn't that just the revenue, not the offsetting expenses? Are none of the people living in these new units ever going to call 911, 311, flush the toilet, call
Thank
for
you,
an
Councillor
ambulance?
Mays. I'm coming to you next. Councillor Wyatt, are you done with your question?
And that comes out of it, Madam Speaker, is that the servicing requirements, as mentioned by the need for taxes, the land that has been identified, is the applicant aware that the land that has been identified in the quarter study is often, in many cases now, in light of our restrictions with regards to servicing and the ability to service new land with greater densification of land use, restricted to the major quarters because of our servicing limits related to water and waste and traffic and so on, that indeed we're taking the best of the fruit, if you like, and losing the ability to collect LDR, and that there really isn't much left, even though you're referring to it as only a certain small percent. It is the pieces of land that's left that we could actually collect LDR on. Could we, would you be prepared to
And the
acknowledge that?
response? And then if we can go to Councillor Mays' question.
So we know that when we add dwelling units in any marketplace, that it frees up all the cheaper dwelling units below that. Study after study has shown us that. And so we also know that as of the last count of the Winnipeg Street Census point-in-time count in 2022, that at that time, 1,256 people were currently experiencing homelessness in Winnipeg. And we know that that number has been updated earlier this month, which is expected to be shared with us in the spring. And we know that per some studies, that it shows that you're talking about 311 calls and worried about what that new 35 dwelling units a year in order to break even on the LDR and the cash in lieu and rezoning fees would entail. We know that in some studies, a person experiencing homelessness can, in some cases, cost the city $1 million a year in a combination of emergency room visits and social support help. And that we know for sure that allowing rezoning that helps house those people will benefit by the reduction in those costs. Additionally, if this total 2,533 acres, which is the footprint of this malls and corridors map, were to redevelop in the same proportions as the malls and corridors week illustrative plans did, that would deliver to the city taxes just in this 2,500 acres of $247,202 in non-school tax, municipal-only taxes. So we know that whatever the 311 calls are for those additional dwelling units, it is well offset by the additional property tax per acre that this sort of form of development would deliver. And in fact, in other national studies and international studies, cities who adopt this sort of land use end up spending 32 to 47% less on horizontal infrastructure than more dispersed development patterns, as well as 10% less on servicing, and also, so that's on the expense side, but then on the revenue side, tend to collect multiple times in tax revenue per acre.
Thank you. Councillor Mays, followed by Councillor Santos.
The tax revenue numbers that you were using, you've mailed them to us, you talked to Councillor Orlico about them, references particular number of units arising from malls and corridors. And again, the answer may be talk to the HAF team, I get that, might be the answer, but I'm trying to score up the number from July of 2013 is target of 5,277, and what we're emailed says the current count is going to be 3,166. Is that, and again, you may say, ask the HAF team, but is the decline there simply we asked for 190, we got 122, something like that, or is it more complicated? And again, I have to ask, we thought we'd get a certain number of missing middle. We passed something that said fourplexes would be allowed everywhere throughout the city, subject to some conditions, but we anticipate now less than what we would have had if we hadn't made that change, or the same amount because we made that change. We'll need to get that clarified. But the number you're citing today, is that just simply a reflection that we asked for 190 million and we got 122, roughly that, or is it more complicated than that?
Thank you. The response?
When I asked the HAF team your question precisely, their answer was they changed the base number before HAF impact. Total number of units the same, less money, base increased. So they increased what they said we would have been able to deliver without HAF funding. So the net new is the 3,166 net new dwelling units over 3 years, was the HAF team's response. Once again, those calculations were outside of PPD.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor Mays?
I shall ask the HAF team then, because it's a pretty substantial change on the fourplexes, which is the missing middle. So that we'd be doing less of it once we got all the money and made all the legal changes seems hard to follow. But I will, in deference to the speaker, I'll talk to the HAF team.
Thank you. The response?
Fourplexes are not before us today.
That's right. Okay, we are on to Councillor Santos.
Okay, so I'm not too sure if this question would be for the applicant or for the public service, but I'll ask it anyways. I'm reading a certain section on page 5 of the report where the proposed amendments to section 8 of the bylaw includes clauses that provide clarity with respect to designated employees' ability to attach conditions to a development permit. As I'm reading the differences between the current bylaw, section 8, and the new amendment, which seems to be quite lengthy, can you help me understand why you're going to be designating employees to impose certain conditions on development permit? I feel like maybe that's the first question, and then maybe I'll lead into my second one.
Sure.
Thank you.
Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
So since this is as-of-right development, and therefore the federal requirements are not to come to public hearing and not to come back before council, that means the servicing agreement also has to find a way to go that route as well. So that is why legal drafted the Appendix B sample servicing agreement. And so we know, and the province agrees, that we have the ability to withhold a permit based on all of our conditions being satisfied. And this sample servicing agreement would be a condition that would need to be satisfied. Now, this sample servicing agreement is a list of every possible, well, not every possible thing, but most possible things that we would expect to come before us. And so not to intone that every single one of these developments will have to provide every single thing in this servicing agreement. They will just have to provide, to the satisfaction of all departments, what is needed to move forward with development.
And I guess I'm a bit confused because if we are literally changing a specific section that pertains to all development permits, does that mean everything that we do forward is not going to have a hearing, everything's going to be an as of right? Where does it trigger the as of right in section 8? Because I'm not seeing that. Right now, it's just saying you're designating an employee to authorize and issue a development permit with conditions. It doesn't mention anything about a PDO or triggering a service agreement with respect to PDO 1 or the malls and corridors.
Sorry, what page and are you referring to again? I missed that.
All I'm doing is you have a section, page 7, that specifically says, Section 8 of the Winnipeg zoning bylaw includes clauses that provide clarity with respect to designated employees' ability to attach conditions to a development permit. I went to the original bylaw, Part 1, Section 8, and I was comparing it to the new Section 8, because Section 8 is replaced with the following, and it talks about development permits and all these different sections, all the way to Section 8.10. Everything on the 8 that's in the original bylaw 2006, I'm assuming is all being deleted and being replaced with this new Section 8. Nothing in the new Section 8. Does it mention anything about triggering a service agreement or triggering the as of right for a PDO? What I see, it looks like a blanket over it. So I'm confused that it's a blanket across the entire bylaw. Whereas any development that comes that requires a development permit is now an as of right. Maybe you can take that back. I won't, I may have confused the question a little bit, but
Well,
maybe I'm not too
Response,
sure.
please.
Sure. We have always had the rights. So I think that you are reading from Appendix A, Draft Amending Bylaw, Section 8 replaced, Item 3. And so we have always had these rights. This is just spelling them out. And the director has always been authorized to determine the form and content required. And having having the planning director or designate approve is a different part of this.
Yes, maybe I'm not understanding Appendix A, where it says Section 8 replaced. 3, Section 8 is replaced with the following. So when you say Section 8 is replaced with the following, I'm thinking the entire Section 8 is replaced with the following, and then it has the development permits 8.1, 8.2, 8.3. I don't have to read it all out, but to me, as I read it, it seems like to me the entire Section 8 of bylaw 2006 is completely being replaced. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, maybe the language is wrong, but that's how I read it.
No, that is exactly right, but, so all of those rights in Section 8, we've always had the right to these. So we've always had the right to not, so like 381, we've always had the right to not issue a permit unless our conditions are satisfied. We've always, the director has always had the right to determine the form and content required, even though in the past, city council was the signing authority. So all of the things in this Section 8 are still the same, but except for 8.6. So 8.6 says, without limiting the general authority under subsection 4, where an application for a development permit proposes development in accordance with the Malls and Corridors PDO1, a designated employee is authorized to issue the development permit subject to the condition that the owner of the property to which the development permit relates enters into an agreement with the city to provide the servicing of the proposed development. So the rest of it absolutely, absolutely applies everywhere. But the ability for the director of PPD or designate to enter into that agreement is what is different. But none of that language, none of that is new rights. That's all just parroting the rights we already had and making it specific into the zoning.
Thank you. Councillor
Oh,
Schreier?
right, from the development, from DAPS.
Councillor Schreier?
The development agreements with malls, let's say recently as an example, once again, of Northgate Shopping Center that are DASZ. The developers in those cases, they don't have an obligation to maintain the streets, roadways, paths, and sidewalks within those developments?
Thank you. The response?
If developers opt in to this Malls and Corridors PDO, which is what's before us today and what I would like to answer questions on, then they do have to maintain all internal streets.
Is that not the case for the DASZs that we just, for Norwood, in which case Northgate Shopping Center rendered about 120,000 worth of LDR?
I'm going to just let public service answer those questions.
We'll
I've
ask
been
them later.
standing here a
Councillor
very long
Schreier,
time.
thank you.
Yeah, because I just want to see the difference between, we were explaining, just to explain myself, Madam Speaker, for clarity, so that the administration can prepare for this question, which I've already asked. So just to give clarity to it, Madam Speaker, we were told the difference is between the, one's DASZ, and that's why they paid the LDR for Northgate Shopping Center. This would be DAZ, and the developer would be maintaining it, and thus, that's why we wouldn't receive LDR funds from that, is my understanding so far, because they would be doing the maintenance of this. So I'm asking the question,
So
is
you
not
were
that the
asking
case?
about internal roadways and parks, but we'll pose the question a little bit later. Let's get through this, this section of our hearing first. Next question.
More specific. Therefore, when it comes to the repair and maintenance of the water and waste infrastructure under these streets, paths, roadways, and sidewalks, when it comes to the time of repair and maintenance of that underground infrastructure, there will be no cost to the taxpayer because it'll be maintained by the owner?
Okay. Thank you. The response?
For internal streets and internal civic spaces, yes.
Thank you. Councillor Wyatt?
Off-site. Yeah, not NOAA. Okay, my question is, just to follow up on the reference about the servicing costs related to a DASZ. So is the applicant aware that right now, one of the greatest safeguards, if you'd like to put it that way, that we have in place, or a check and balance, is the fact that the service agreements are subject to, presently on lands outside of these areas, subject to a community committee hearing, or sometimes a combined hearing at APC if it involves a Plan Winnipeg amendment, but at least it is subject to a political lens that takes into consideration broader issues to ensure that we as a city are protected and not missing anything in terms of future servicing requirements in that area, road, water, active transportation, say what it is, anything in that regard. That in fact, this represents a fairly large delegation of authority to the public service, this document, and that those powers and that political lens is being lost and is being transferred to the public service 100%. What safeguards have been put in place to ensure that the interests of the city as per servicing agreements are protected? And I say that as part and parcel of that question, Madam Speaker, is the fact that, as we all are aware in this chamber, there are times where it's not been done maliciously or intently by the public service, but sometimes things are missed that the elected official catches that needs to be addressed in a servicing agreement. What safeguards are being put in place to ensure that we don't lose, what safeguards are going to be put in place to ensure that we don't drop the city's interests in any way, shape, or form?
Hazel?
I would like to remind all of council that this study area is 2,533 acres out of the entire city. And so it's a small portion. I would also like to remind you that this 57-page bylaw before you today is much more detailed in nature than our current zoning bylaw. And then finally, one of the biggest hurdles to achieving affordable housing is the speed with which approvals happen. So that's one of the reasons why council directed us to move into this as of right zoning. And so as of right zoning by nature means that this will not be brought back to council. So the safeguards that are in place are the reviews by all departments and the collaboration with them and with legal to ensure nothing is missed.
That already happens now when it comes to the process we have in place, and the safeguard I'm referring to is the political lens that is being lost. In light of the fact that there is not a new firewall or safeguard being put in place, as it pertains now to the sale or the leasing of city lands, council required a review to be done by the city auditor to ensure that the city's policies have been followed. Would the department be open to having the same sort of amendment that applies to the sale or leasing of city lands to ensure that the city auditor looks at every at every servicing agreement taking place, as we have applied to our real estate department, in terms of the planning and land use department, to be subject to the same requirement to ensure that servicing requirements are being met as per city policy?
Thank you. The response?
We already have the development agreement parameters. We already have legal review. We already have review by all other departments. Our staff is already many dozens of FTEs understaffed. We are putting forward our best professional recommendations before you today without additional auditor review.
Thank you. Any further questions? Councillor Schreier.
Thank you. in terms of analyzing, we keep hearing, we're only talking about 2,000 acres, and fair enough, it's important to understand these things. It's also my understanding that it is the most densest development in our city, where we do receive a proportionally higher amount of LDR. It's not in the larger developments where they have parks, it's where they don't. And on that basis, since we're being offered that information constantly today, which is a good thing, to understand it, put it in context, in terms of what I just said and what Hazel just said, to properly make sense of that, I have to ask the question, what proportion of our LDR funding has come from our most densest development, 2,000 acre development, the most densest 2,000 acres in the last, I don't know, 5 years or whatever amount of time, to make sense of saying we're only talking about 2,000 acres. For that to make sense to me, I need to compare it to our most densest 2,000 acres of development in this city and the amount of LDR we receive from it. Otherwise, I don't know what would be the point of talking about saying it's only 2,000 acres. A lot of LDRs come from our densest 2,000 acres. This is density. This is exactly parallel. If we don't compare it to that, what are we comparing it to? And therefore, I got to ask the question, how much LDR have we received from our most densest 2,000 acre development in the last few years?
Thank you. Are there any questions following that? Can we ask that of the public service, or is that for the director, Councillor Schreier? Hazel, would you like to respond?
I don't have the answer to that. This is not the densest part of Winnipeg. It's the malls and corridors. It's the least dense part of Winnipeg.
Thank you.
Yeah, fair enough. But this is part of density. This is part of densification. We're talking about only 2,000 acres, but it's not dense. But it's not parkland either. Thus, the need for LDR in other circumstances. However, there could be an answer to this. I did ask the question about maintenance that apparently that the administration, other members of the administration are going to answer, so I do look forward to that. But really, to put this in perspective, because we keep hearing it's only 2,000 acres. So what 2,000 acres are we talking about to give a comparison?
Okay. Thank you. The response?
We are talking about the 2,533 acres on your screen at the moment, which is the map in front of you today, 2,533 acres. So, when I hear you, Councillor, that you're concerned about LDR, and so the answer to that question is that instead of LDR for these areas, they're building the parkland instead of the land dedication for that 8%. And then for the rest of them, the smaller sites that are little, sure, you're not getting the LDR for those smaller sites, but it's still a small portion of the city, and you're still going to receive LDR on the rest of the city as it redevelops as usual. And over the last 4 years, the cash in lieu dedication over the last 5 years have averaged 4,000 a year.
Thank you. Councillor Orlikow, clarifying question on that point?
You said the rest of the city, you said corridor, small amount. The rest of the city will get their LDR. Well, bucket 2 got rid of most of the LDR for rapid housing. Did I mishear you? Because the LDR is gone for the rapid housing, piece of mail. So rapid housing got rid of most of the LDR for mature neighborhoods. And now this corridor and malls will get rid of some more LDR. But is that what you said? I said your comment, I'm just confused about clarifying that.
I'm just talking about what's before us today.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. Yes.
Fortunate, but I think we're getting to the point where now we're debating rather than asking questions. Okay, I'm just, Madam Speaker, so anyway.
I appreciate that. Thank you. And that's noted. There are a few more questions. Councillor Wyatt.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The director, is it fair? The director alluded earlier to answer one of the questions about the challenges in terms of resources. And I wanted to state this for the record because I think it's fair to say, is it fair to say that in terms of the per capita value, in terms of resources that council earmarks towards the Property and Development Department, that the department does amazing work considering the amount of resources or lack thereof that we now presently earmark. I think that's kind of summing up what you were saying earlier.
Thank you.
Is that fair?
Yes, that's very fair.
Appreciate the comments by the director referring to my job is not, as a director, is not just to think about my budget, but the budget of the entire city. The challenge is that, so the director is aware that for a lot of us, the LDR issue, is the director aware that the LDR issue hits home because the similar challenge that her department is facing, so is the Department of Public Works and others that have to maintain our parks and playgrounds, that we're struggling with lack of resources for them. And that's why this is, I just want to sense that there's an understanding there of why this is coming up so often.
Thank you. The response?
I do understand that, but I think the only answer to that is that generating more profitable shapes of development will give the city more tax dollars per acre to be able to create the services that it needs.
Are you aware that there exists, for better or for worse, a massive disconnect presently between the revenues generated, are you aware, the revenues generated to the city in the form of taxes and to the operating budget, and a massive disconnect in terms of the need that has to be funded as it presently stands in the city right now?
Yes.
Thank you. Yeah.
My last question for now, Madam Speaker. 4%. I appreciate the fact that you're trying to figure out how to create new parks or private parks within an area, and you're saying, well, okay, if the land is less than so much, then instead of being the 8 or 10%, it should be 4% because there's less land to work with anyway, so it makes rational sense. However, is the applicant, is the director aware that the 4% issue does two things? Number one, it creates a precedent that the industry will no doubt use in the future to try to drive down cost of it, their cost of LDR and other locations. And number two, the 4% is a subsidy in a sense to the lands that are now under that basically the idea that we have to treat everyone equally, that there's a level playing field in the private market, that all developers have to pay the same fees. And in a sense, we are now giving a de facto subsidy or an advantage to these lands over other lands, that these are the two issues being created.
Okay. Thank you. The response?
You're assuming that they're going to go through the uncertainty, expense, and time to rezone. If they don't rezone and they continue to build you strip malls and baby boxes and big boxes like they're currently entitled to today, you still get no LDR and you still get no large bump in tax revenue per acre. So the cities that are becoming more resilient in their return on investment are looking at these sorts of things. And we did this at your direction, and yeah.
Okay, thank you. With that, we are taking a recess now. Okay, there's been a few requests, and if you can come back in and around the 15-minute mark, okay? Thank you. Good afternoon. I'd like to reconvene our council meeting, special council meeting of November 19th, 2024. I'd like to now, with council's concurrence, go to one of our delegations, and we'll come back to questions of the director. The reason being, it's a delegation in French, and our translator will be leaving in the next 45 minutes or so. So with that, thank you for the nods. I'd like to call forward Rita Morier, who is in support of this application, and she'll be appearing via Zoom, and will be presenting in French. Thank you. Hello, welcome.
Oui, bonjour. Bonjour, bonjour Madame la Présidente. Je m'appelle Rita et j'ai trois grandes préoccupations avec ce projet. Car en 2022, la Ville a signé l'engagement de Montréal, le fameux COP 15, un engagement pour intégrer la biodiversité à la planification territoriale et réglementaire. Le conseil municipal a aussi voté en 2021 en faveur d'élaborer un plan directeur des espaces verts et une politique sur la biodiversité. Il va de soi que la Ville doit protéger les endroits naturels qui se trouvent sur les centres et les corridors commerciaux. Le 602 rue St. Mary's, le terrain derrière l'ancien hôtel de ville de Saint-Vital, qui, avec le 825 Taché et le 45 Archibald et d'autres, se trouvent à proximité d'une rivière et se trouvent sur la liste de propriétés déclarées excédentaires ou à vendre par la Ville. Le 602 rue St. Mary's, un lot riverain, se trouve sur la carte de Malls and Corridors, alors vulnérable à la vente par la Ville, à l'achat par un développeur et à la construction d'immeubles. Les modifications plein droit, as of right, seront en vigueur à perpétuité. Il est important que ces espaces verts riverains soient exemptés et conservés par la Ville à jamais. À plusieurs audiences publiques, j'insistais à la responsabilité des développeurs d'installer des arbres lorsqu'ils les avaient promis. Il y a des terrains à Glenwood qui, 3, 4, 5 ans plus tard, sont toujours dépourvus d'arbres, oiseaux. Et je veux remercier la conseillère Lux d'avoir mentionné, parce qu'en 2021, la Ville a adopté la norme de conception de bâtiments respectueux des oiseaux. Il faudra respecter ces consignes afin de protéger les oiseaux du développement vertical le long des centres et corridors commerciaux. Et comment faire pour évaluer ce qui est acceptable en matière d'ensoleillement? Est-ce que les études ensoleillement qui sont, on a discuté que 45 degrés, mais 45 degrés, c'est un numéro qu'on se sert pour des villes de Mississauga et Toronto. Winnipeg est à une latitude beaucoup plus au nord. Est-ce que c'est encore 45 degrés? J'ai pas pu trouver où il y avait la ressource de ce chiffre de 45 degrés. Si ce n'est pas possible de protéger le soleil pour tout le monde, est-ce que le développeur peut compenser autrement cette perte de soleil par un parc ou par une place publique ensoleillée? Voyez-vous, la Ville a voté, signé, adopté, développé des documents reliés à la protection de l'environnement. Ces engagements doivent être respectés dans l'exécution du programme Fonds pour accélérer la construction de logements, le FACL. Nous avons tenu une réunion communautaire le 2 mai 2024 avec les résidents de Glenwood, Brian Mays et les représentants de la Ville. Nous étions plus qu'une cinquantaine à exprimer des problèmes avec le développement intercalaire liés aux pratiques de construction. Clôture, ordures, substances toxiques, stationnement, trottoirs, boue, bruit. Il est essentiel que les développeurs respectent un standard de travail et que la Ville se fait respecter ses propres règlements. Souvent, les développeurs n'ont pas de certification professionnelle ni de connaissance des règlements, notamment du document Infill Housing Construction Guidelines, qui a été développé même par la Ville, par leur département d'urbanisme, biens et aménagement de la Ville. La Ville doit insister à l'application de ses propres standards et de ses propres lignes directrices. La Ville pourrait aussi inciter le secteur de construction à s'autodiscipliner. Glenwood, voyez-vous, était dans un sens un essai de plein droit, car au-dessus de 270 projets ont été approuvés. Si le développement centres et corridors commerciaux de plein droit se fait sans la participation du public, il y aura peu de protection contre une mauvaise design, des portes, des balcons ou des fenêtres mal placées qui affectent la qualité des vies des résidents. Et ici, je dois dire que je suis profondément déçue que lors des réunions dans le mois de juin où il y avait des consultations, que le public n'a pas été consulté, puis on n'était pas considéré comme un stakeholder dans cette affaire. Ce qui s'est passé à Glenwood n'a pas été un succès. Ne répétons pas l'expérience de Glenwood à l'échelle de la ville, profitons plutôt de l'expérience de Glenwood.
Rita?
Yes.
Yes, if you could just wrap up, please.
OK, j'arrive à la fin. Merci. Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente.
How much more time do you need? 1 minute?
1 minute.
Okay. Councillor Lard moves extension. All in favor? Contrary, carried.
Profitons plutôt de l'expérience de Glenwood, impliquer les résidents afin d'assurer le succès de FACL. In summary, sustainable, respectful developmental standards exist. The city has created, adopted, and signed pledges to protect green spaces, plants, and animals. The city needs to respect these commitments in the implementation of the HAF. This kind of development should be considered as an environmental opportunity. 2, Winnipeg should favor builders with higher design and sustainability standards and incentivize the industry to self-monitor. Winnipeg needs to improve the enforcement. 3, and finally, the city should benefit from the lived experience of Glenwood by including residents in the Rapid Acceleration Fund process. We have boots on the ground and a building site outside our window. Merci beaucoup pour votre attention et merci, Madame la Présidente.
Okay. Thank you, Rita. We have a few questions now from Council. Councillor Lard.
Oui, Madame la Présidente, j'aimerais demander à la délégation, par l'entremise de votre poste, je crois comprendre que le document qui a été soumis est en appui à des changements proposés. Est-ce une erreur ou est-ce que la délégation est en appui ou non? C'est ma seule question.
C'est en appui. Merci pour la question et à travers de Madame la Présidente. C'est un appui en principe avec certaines inquiétudes.
Thank you. Councillor Wyatt.
Thank you to the delegation. Merci. I can't speak French, so I have to ask the question in English. I apologize in advance. My question is the delegation aware that the document before us today creates a precedent insofar as the creation of parks that are going to be privately owned, so privatization of parks and public spaces that were for the public good will now fall under the purview of the private land developer that could or may set rules in the future that would not be to the benefit of the public, and that this potentially sets a dangerous precedent for the future. Is the delegation aware of that?
Oui, je viens par les discussions d'aujourd'hui, j'ai pu comprendre que c'est en effet que les parcs seraient des parcs privés détenus par les développeurs, ce qui m'inquiète beaucoup parce que je pense pas qu'on pourrait considérer ça comme faire partie des 1000 acres qu'on essaie d'avoir comme parc public. Parce qu'à n'importe quel temps, le développeur peut décider de développer ou d'enlever ce parc. Et on a perdu un espace vert qu'on pensait peut-être dans notre tête qu'on aurait pour toujours. Je sais que ça enlève la responsabilité de la ville de l'entretenir, mais je pense qu'il faut regarder à long terme parce qu'une fois que c'est développé à jamais. J'aimerais que s'il y a des parcs à retenir qui demeurent à la ville.
Is the delegation aware that this is being done in lieu of revenue that would normally go to what's called the land dedication reserve, funds that were typically used to maintain and buy trees for existing parks and maintain and enhance the green spaces that we have in a lot of the older neighborhoods already? Is the delegation aware of that?
Ben, j'ai compris ça aujourd'hui. Je peux pas dire que je suis en accord avec ça. Ça serait une de mes préoccupations, c'est certain.
Madam Speaker, to the delegation is that presently exists a political lens with regards to landscape requirements, specifically through what's called a plan approval. When an application is passed, it comes back to the community committee, which ensures proper landscaping on the developed site. That authority is now being transferred 100% to the public service. And in the past, we have seen situations where where even community committees' recommendations have been appealed to a higher committee and landscape requirements were reduced. Example, Walmart on Regent Avenue, example, Canadian Tire on Regent Avenue, where landscape requirements of a multinational corporation were reduced, and that was recommended both by the public service at the time. Are you aware of that?
Je le suis maintenant.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor Schreier?
Merci, Madame la Présidente de la Chambre. Rita Morier, encore une fois, quand on se rencontre au sujet de la préservation de l'environnement ou, on pourrait dire aussi, le développement de la verdure urbaine ici à Winnipeg, spécifiquement, encore une fois, à Saint-Vitable, spécifiquement dans ce cas-ci, c'était avant Glenwood, la communauté de Glenwood, et on utilise l'exemple de 612 rue St. Mary's. Dans ce cas-ci, comme vient de dire conseiller, alors, j'avais l'impression que on est plutôt, compare plus pour l'information que pour l'appui de la motion de loi. Lorsque vous venez de dire que oui, on appuie, mais avec les conditions. Mais j'ai l'impression, spécialement avec les réponses que vous venez d'offrir à conseiller Wyatt, que vous pourriez être en faveur de toutes sortes de motions de loi de développement si on a ces conditions universelles. Ces conditions universelles que desquelles que vous présentez durant les années. Et vous êtes très constante durant les années au sujet de la préservation de l'environnement ou le développement de la verdure urbaine. Alors, moi, je dirais, est-ce que c'est vrai? Moi, je pourrais dire que, honnêtement, vous êtes ici pour l'information et pour exiger des conditions de la préservation de l'environnement ou le développement de la verdure urbaine.
The question.
Ça, c'est ma question. Que vous êtes pour la plupart ici pour exiger ces priorités, n'est-ce pas?
Je crois que le développement, s'il y a du développement à faire, je pense qu'une place à le faire, ce serait le long des corridors commerciaux et des centres commerciaux. Et je crois que si on fait ça, j'aimerais voir des conditions. Lesquelles? Ce sont des conditions qui respectent vos propres engagements que la Ville a déjà fait au public, les engagements que j'ai mentionnés, le 2022, le COP 15, le document de 2021, l'engagement envers les oiseaux 2021 aussi. Alors, il existe des documents, il existe des engagements. Je veux juste que la Ville respecte ces engagements dans son projet de développement.
Mais je dois demander est-ce que c'est possible d'appuyer vos priorités, mais de voter contre cette motion de loi, mais d'être en harmonie avec vos priorités de l'environnement et la verdure urbaine? Est-ce que c'est possible?
C'est possible. Oui. C'est possible que si ces conditions ne sont pas respectées, si ces engagements ne sont pas respectés, que je serai contre ce projet. Alors, mais je veux essayer d'aller du côté positif puis dire, ça pourrait marcher si on peut respecter les engagements, que la Ville peut respecter ses propres engagements.
Merci beaucoup pour votre cohérence et votre consistance durant toutes ces années de développement dans ton communauté. Merci beaucoup.
Merci.
Thank you. Councillor Wyatt?
Yes, just a follow-up question, Madam Speaker. Approximately 18 months ago, the City of Winnipeg renegotiated development standards with the industry, brought it to Council for approval, and re-enshrined, for example, the 10% land dedication reserve fund requirement to contribute cash in lieu or land for park. And yet now, 18 months later, the same public service is bringing back a report here that calls for a 4% dedication on smaller pieces of land. Do you not think that this sets a dangerous precedent pertaining to where we go in the future in terms of funding for parks and open spaces?
Je suis d'accord que c'est un précédent dangereux de diminuer le montant de terrain qu'on dévoue aux espaces verts. Je crois qu'on en perd. Je crois qu'il y en a que la Ville, ils ont des propriétés qui sont considérées excédentaires, qui sont des espaces verts. Et j'ai peur pour ça aussi. J'ai peur de cette érosion graduelle de nos espaces verts en faveur du développement.
And just a follow-up question to that, you wouldn't have had the benefit because you're not in the chamber. Some members of council may be rolling their eyes using the word dangerous. But indeed, if you do believe in the Montreal Biodiversity Protocol, and if you do believe in the concerns about the climate crisis, and if you do believe and know that we are losing over 100 species a day to extinction, the greatest extinctions of dinosaurs, that this is a serious concern. It is indeed dangerous if municipality after municipality in Canada adopted this approach. Would you agree?
Je suis très consciente de l'état de l'environnement, l'état de nos terres, et je crois que c'est on embarque sur un train qui va de plus en plus vite puis qui est de plus en plus dangereux.
Thank you. Thank you, Rita. That concludes questions for you. Thank you for being with us. Have a great day.
Merci.
Okay, next we will call back Director Hazel Boris, the applicant. We do have a few more questions. Councillor Schreier, we had left off with you, and then Councillor Eady.
Excuse me, Madam Speaker, in changing delegations and conversation questions, I've lost track of my notes at this time. I would defer to someone as I can try to get my bearings again. Thank you.
Councillor Eady.
Yes, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'm quite aware of a couple of properties, apartment blocks, where owned by the private sector, and instead of putting away the money to take care of the needs of that building, they've decided to take profit. And the city of Winnipeg, for example, when it looks at its liabilities, we don't seem to have the money to do the ongoing proper upkeep. So my question is related to the private park, and will there, under the agreement that will establish this publicly usable thing, will there be something that prevents them from charging a fee from coming in to use the amenities within the park that they establish?
Thank you. The response?
Their building permit and development permit will be based on that, so we would have our normal enforcement channels.
Speaker, I can't hear.
The permitting process would be based on their long-term maintenance, so we would have our normal enforcement channels should they choose not to maintain their parks. However, when we look at national studies and international studies that look at the value of co-location near parks, it predominantly drives property values on average 30% higher if you're near parkland. So most likely developers will want to maintain their parks because it benefits their own property. I mean, an example of a privately owned public space under our current framework is True North Square, and certainly there's no concerns there with their ongoing maintenance of that property.
I heard no specific answer. Will there be something in the agreement that prevents them from charging a fee to utilize it? Because private property owners are known to take profits instead of doing things. They want to report they're doing really well. Will there be anything in that maintenance agreement to ensure, or whatever, that they will not charge fees for the general public to come on their private property to utilize it?
Thank you. The response?
It is the response I said before, which is that their permits will be, a part of the permits is that this will be publicly available space, and if they don't uphold their permits, then we have the normal enforcement channels that we have today to try to enforce that. However, that being said, if you think about the context of where these spaces are, similar to the privately owned public space at True North Square, that does have a city-owned parkway that runs through it. Or if you remember the illustrations that you saw in the Winnipeg Free Press on the initial ideas for the redevelopment of Polo Park, it showed many public spaces within those illustrations, and they are adjacent to shops and movie theaters. Like, there's not a chance those, the owners of those commercial spaces are going to gate them off. They're part of the amenity of the lifestyle and experiences that they are offering there.
Thank you. Yes?
Just to preface, I'll leave it again, but just to preface, there's no doubt that that kind of green space and stuff does give value for all that do come there. However, again, they're a for-profit business. So it's either yes or no. So there will be nothing in this agreement for a private park that will prevent them from charging a fee, and publicly accessible. You can start debating whether $1 or $2. I know the public, it's open to the public at the Kildonan Park Pool. However, there are people who can't go there because they can't afford it. And the city won't be giving free passes to those people to go to a private space. So it's either yes or no. Will there be anything to prevent the private park?
Thank you. We've got the question. Hazel?
Yes.
Okay. We now move to Councillor Wyeth and Councillor Allard.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. It was identified earlier by the applicant that the general public was identified as a stakeholder. Based on that, is it possible for the applicant to give us the numbers in terms of the amount of the general public, individuals who attended the open houses that were held?
That was on the screen.
Could we get that number again?
Hazel? 123, I think.
Is that, and
Just
my
a minute,
question,
we'll get the answer for that. Hazel?
Yes. There's a number of different items. So the week-long June 10 through 14.
It was the number of
there were 40
members of the public.
40 participants, and then for the council, I mean, that's not members of the public, but then the stakeholder follow-up meetings were 57, so that would be 40 plus 57. Those were the meetings in September and October, and then the open houses were 123, so 40 plus 57 plus 123.
and were any of those number counts, are you deducting from that other stakeholders such as UDI and everything? Are those actually members of the public, general public, or were those the total numbers of attendees?
Just the members of the public, I think the question was.
I just need to know if that was members of the public, or is that the total attendees in terms of also the other stakeholders?
It's the total attendees.
So we don't really know how many of those are actually general public.
We view UDI as general public. We view every Winnipeg resident and business as a very important part of the community engagement process, and we absolutely view them all as one. And however, the majority of those individuals were not UDI, but I don't have that number.
Yeah, and I guess the litmus test that's kind of used is, you know, they're not in an industry tied to development one way or another, but rather just simply residents and citizens who are attending an open house. And I guess that's what I'm interested to know. Of those numbers, what were the numbers of the actual just citizens who don't have a potential vested interest in terms of the outcome of this?
Hazel, could you reiterate the numbers for the members of public for the public information sessions. I think that was on the slide earlier.
There were 123 people who attended the open houses. I do not remember a single member of UDI who attended the October 7, 8, 9, or 10 open houses. I believe those were all what the counselor is defining as members of the public, which I disagree with.
Another question, Madam Speaker. There was concern expressed, it's not being dealt with here today, but the fourplex matter. In terms of assessed values, our assessment department typically assesses on highest and best use. With the change in the zoning bylaw, there could be a scenario, a very real scenario, that the assessment department will assess properties at highest and best use, which will increase taxes potentially considerably on these properties. Was there any analysis done by the department with regards to that?
Are you getting into the fourplex question? Yeah,
No,
that's
I'm also,
not what's
no,
before
no.
us today.
I alluded to the fourplex question, but I'm referring specifically to this as well.
Thank you. The question, once again?
Well, the question is, has there been any analysis done in potential impact on assessments going forward on these properties in light of the fact that the assessment department typically determines assessment based on highest and best use, and in the event that these get approved here today, the assessment values could change significantly, and that would be reflected on their tax bill, even though the use is based on highest and best use, not the actual use at this point.
Okay, thank you. The response?
We've started definitely doing analysis on tax impacts. I don't have the ability to control the assessment department and how they intend to view this matter before you today.
Was there any, in terms of that analysis, what was concluded? Was there a scenario of the analysis that indicated that there could be an impact in terms of their future taxes going forward? Because that's really the heart of the question I'm asking.
Thank you. The response?
That depends on how the tax assessment department chooses to think about this. I don't have the answer to that.
Madam Speaker, okay, that answers my question that it was done and we're not getting the information. Thank you.
Okay. No further questions. Can we move on to the delegations that have been waiting? Councillor Schreier, last set of questions,
Thank
it
you.
looks like. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. And well, one anyway, a lot of questions and answers have been said lately. So in terms of mentioning the fact that all stakeholders are important in this process of this development, this development plan, they're all important, including UDI. The difference is at the heart of this matter when it comes to bringing the as of right and the to a new level in terms of lack of a new level of lack of community participation in future development meetings. So in the future, we say that these are all important stakeholders, then in the future we're talking about the only ones UDI will be allowed to go to these development hearings as long as they're not there as members of the neighborhood, is just to be clear when we're talking about the importance of all stakeholders.
The response?
The 123 people who attended the public open houses on October 7 through 10 of 2024, to my knowledge, were not members of UDI for any that I observed, and also both for those open houses and for the online information, all members of the public were invited to attend in the 2 advertisements that we discussed at length earlier.
Speaker, I got the impression from the previous response, which is why I asked, that there were members of UDI there as well, and that they were equal stakeholders with other members of the public. Thank you.
Councillor Wyatt?
Just to follow up to my last question, Madam Speaker, is the applicant aware that the assessment department, that the that in terms of impact on assessment, she referred to saying that that would be up to the assessment department, but that if this goes forward, that by the time it gets caught by the assessment department or they assess these properties, that it would be most likely the bills that go out in June of 2026 that will be significantly different in the event that they decide to tax based on their policy, which is highest and best use. Is the applicant aware of that?
The response?
During my time of service as a board member on the Manitoba Municipal Board, we assessed properties at the value of their rents and per their rental agreements. So I'm not sure where the councillor is assuming that something is vastly going to change from their standard practice over the last few years.
So the answer to my question, that is typically what's done in terms of the business tax, but the commercial values are different. Is the applicant aware of that?
Okay, the response?
The majority of the taxes likely to occur on these properties, should council adopt the matter before you today, will be property taxes, and those are not analyzed on highest and best use.
Thank you, Councillor White. I want to move on to other questions. Mr. Mayor?
Question for the applicant. Wonder if the applicant would mind if this hearing body heard from those in support, others who are waiting in the gallery.
That would be wonderful.
Thank you. Okay, any final questions? And we really should move on. We have other folks waiting to speak, to address council. Okay. Councillor Wyatt?
We got a sound system issue here, just with speaker.
We can hear you just fine.
No, I know that.
Yeah.
But there's somebody's talking, and it's, I don't know, maybe it's the volume here. I did.
Okay.
Is the applicant aware of a legal opinion obtained and forwarded on to the mayor's office and the clerk's office pertaining to a legal opinion by Antoine Hecot in terms of the process now before us?
Thank you. The response?
Yes.
Okay. That concludes questions for the delegation. Hazel Boris will come back in rebuttal later on during our proceedings today. Madam Clerk?
Aside from the applicant, we get to ask the,
Public service, yeah. And we can go into that right now. We can ask the public service questions now, or we can wait until after a few of the delegations have spoken.
hear from the delegations who have spent
Good.
a lot of time here.
Let's continue then. Justin Zarnowski, if I can please call you forward in support of the item. And the presentation will be made in person. Okay, we'll queue up a presentation there.
All right, thank you, Councillor. We could start the clock. So I'm here from Shindico. Generally, we're in support of this application. We're excited to try and apply these policies and procedures to our Polo Park development. We think that this is the kind of most expeditious path forward. We're not thrilled with some of the provisions. The 8% is certainly going to be a challenge to find on a site that we purchased with a view to being able to use, as much of it kind of as we envisioned, but nonetheless, we're going to make it work. It's an exciting opportunity for us to hopefully be one of the first ones to come forward with this and, knock on wood, be building in 2025. And so really what I'm here today to talk about is there's a couple of sites of ours that we would really like to see have this option of the malls and corridors that weren't included as part of the plan. One of them is in Councillor Orlico's ward at our Taylor property adjacent to the Sobeys development. We have an RBC call center there that is almost certainly going to be a vacant building at some point in the near future. We would like to include that as part of that development because we think building it out as a campus as opposed to just having to stamp out one building and then try and figure out the rest on a rezoning just doesn't make sense to us, especially because you can see there in purple is the Sobeys development. It's right beside it, and it's common ownership, so it's not, we don't think of it as a separate site. We think of it as a one full site. The other site that we're talking about is in Councillor Wyatt's ward. It's across the street from Kildonan Place on Reindeers and Pegwis, which is a road that we had put in at great expense. And so, again, we think of this as part of the greater Kildonan Place. We've got the site here that isn't just Kildonan Place, but also Crossroads Station across the street, the Costco. And so, again, we'd really like the opportunity to be able to apply these new procedures to this site to see some residential densification there because that site just hasn't been working as a retail site. Unfortunately, big box retail, it took us so long to get this thing done, really just died off. And so just for the context, this is Grand Park Festival, the site that we're talking about on Taylor. Be a great site for some apartments next to Sobeys. We have 248 units there already. And then the second site that I'm talking about, we call Shops at Kildonan Mile because nobody can spell reindeers. And that's across the street from Kildonan Place. And here's an aerial to show the context for that. So with that in mind, I'll give my 2 minutes back and if there's any questions.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Wyatt?
Thank you for your delegation. I don't know if I should rise or not, but so, was your requests made of the department earlier on to accommodate your lands as part of this, or in writing?
In writing, no, but we certainly had a conversation about both these sites with the department.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but by including your lands, which appear to be adjacent to these areas, that in a sense would create an element of competition, which would be a healthy thing in terms of the market, in terms of supplying housing and so on and so forth. That if, for example, if Kildonan Place has these new abilities and rights to develop as a right, that in a sense creates a competitive disadvantage presently in the case of the Kildonan Mile lands that you're referring to.
Yeah, at this point, at 23 or 24 acre sites, there isn't enough retail to support them. Like, they'll have to be residential or some other element here. And so, yeah, it certainly is a disadvantage to us to not have the opportunity to take advantage of that densification. And really, that'll drive some retail traffic there too. If we're able to do multifamily there, we'll be more likely to have retail development be successful on our site. So the goal is to still have it be mixed use.
Okay, thank you. Next question.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm going from memory here, so I could be wrong. Wasn't the Kildonan Mile, I recall a clause that allowed for multiple family on the site, except not within so many feet of the rear of the property that backs on a single family home. Isn't there ability now for you to do multiple family on the site?
No, we do have a height restriction at with 120 feet of the rear of that site. That was part of our collaboration as part of that zoning, but we don't have multifamily entitlement.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Orlico?
So thank you very much. I completely understand, and I respect that you'd want to have this new PDO model. Definitely benefits developers. But I'm still, you did a great project at Grand Park Festivals under the other PDO. So are you telling us you would prefer to have this? Or if you don't, you're not going to develop it? which I don't believe, because you've done a very good job next door. And so I'm trying to figure out why you need to be under this model when you're going to develop. I know you're going to develop it eventually, regardless.
So the two paths here are either, if this isn't granted on this, we'll likely have to undertake a rezoning of both the Grant Park Festival, despite these regulations, and the RBC call center. And that might involve us extending the Grant Park Pavilion's PDO through the whole kind of street, and it's something that we're perfectly capable and able to do. Our preference would be to have this optionality to say, if we can accommodate this green space, the other design criteria here, to be able to move quicker if we're able to, because our view is, you see markets change and interest rates and costs change. The sooner we're able to construct, we'd like to be in the ground if possible, so this is a faster path.
No, I'm good. I think you answered the question.
Thank you. Councillor Mays?
Two things. The Taylor site you're referencing, is that the one that's included in the map change that's highlighted? I'm seeing a shaking head. This is, perhaps the admin could clarify the delegate's position on the Taylor Grant Park Festival as versus what's in item number 2 that's in front of us. Yes.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, that site isn't included in that amendment. The RBC call center is not included in that amendment. The Grant Park Festival already has a planned development overlay on the easternmost portion of the site, but the major redevelopment site pertained to the entirety of what included lands also to the west, where we already had a plan in place for the majority of the lands on the other side. So with the malls and corridors PDO coming in to force an effect and being able to be applied on the westernmost portion of the lands, that's kind of the nature of the second application that you're referencing. But the RBC call center is not in either of those.
Thank you. Councillor Mays?
Yeah, I'm troubled then on this item number 2, the secondary plan amendment, and it is a consolidated hearing, so we can ask these questions. There's reference here at, perhaps this is Mr. Kostick's ballpark again. Page 7 says that we'll be coming at some later date to paragraphs 2, 3, and 4 of what council approved last November. Yet it was paragraph 5 that included all the things about lanes and servicing and lot size requirements. All of that should be coming when item number 2 is coming, when item number 3 is coming. So I'm unclear. Surely we are not dealing with paragraph 5 from, this is the difficulty of splitting bucket 3 into 3.1 and 3.2, and I appreciate we're all rushed is the usual defense, that's fine. But if surely bucket 3.2 coming here in March, April, will deal with paragraph 5 from what council approved. That's the one that had all the stuff about how we would possibly condition the fourplex approvals. So what happened to paragraph 5? Isn't it coming in March, April as well?
The response?
Coming in March, April?
Surely, when we consider the fourplexes and the 800 meters, we will also be considering paragraph 5 under the November approval.
Correct. Yeah.
Okay, one doesn't get that from page 7 here on item number 2.
Okay.
But while we're on the record, okay, so paragraph 5 with its myriad qualifications will be part of bucket 3.2. Very good, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Edie?
Yes, Madam Speaker, and thanks to the delegation. Your company is a well-known developer in Winnipeg. My first question, you're referring to more of the mall-type areas that are part of this, but I know that you own some smaller, I would call them strip malls or whatever, properties along Henderson Highway. When you're looking at the commercial corridors or whatever, Henderson, has your company looked at anything about those? Building some smaller density, residential density on their properties?
So yes, and so long as those strip malls are generating income, it doesn't make economic sense to redevelop them.
Or even add residential, right?
So we have sites where we're adding residential. We have a site on Nest that's reasonably small where we're trying to do 40 units. You need to have somebody who leaves a gas station, a big occupant. You need about an acre. Otherwise, you're going to have a really small building and it becomes a real challenge.
Okay. You want to buy some property on Selkirk Avenue? Sorry.
If the price is right.
Okay, hold it, I digress. I do have so we've had a lot of discussion and we're talking about, yeah, there'll be new property tax generated and everything. And looking at your Polo Park property, I just want to clarify that I don't know if it still exists, but originally when Shindigo bought that land, that whatever was to be built and created later was to have incremental property tax financing to pay for our I don't want to say our winning Winnipeg Bombers, but not Grey Cup. Does Shindigo still have, or is that still? Do you know if that agreement is still on that land in which the city does that incremental financing? I think there's still some money owed on the football stadium.
So being an agreement between the city and the province, there's kind of a limited amount, but the province calls me enough on that site and no other ones that I would expect the answer is yes.
Okay.
So that money will go to pay for the stadium. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wyatt?
I ask you kind of a question, Justin, in terms of kind of like beware of what you wish for. And that is I asked issue about the assessment and highest and best use. So on one hand, we were told there was very little information given to my answer to my question about what analysis has been done. But just earlier to that, we were told we were going to collect $200 million plus more in revenue thanks to higher property taxes, thanks to the rezoning coming forward. So the analysis clearly has been done, not necessarily been shared. But are you concerned with your request today that, as you know, the assessment department does tax on highest and best use, that the potential is there that your property could be impacted prior to you securing any tenants or purchases for the land for development?
So having spent a good portion of the last 2 months across the courtyard, I'm pretty confident that we'll be able to achieve a fair tax result. I mean, the reality is on bare land, whether it's their policy or not, what the city does is they charge based on comparables, so comparable sales. You could argue that that ties into highest and best use with zoning. But nonetheless, I think if there's an increase in rights, there should be an increase in property taxes, and we would happily bear that.
But on the basis that you were part of this and not being part of it, right? So that's really your intent. So my question is, also in this report before us today, this DAS said, a lot of authority is being delegated to the public service that previously was shared with the political lens. And so much so that they actually outline a whole arbitration and then an appeal process. Are you concerned in any way in terms of that issue?
I don't think you can be in my business and not be hopelessly optimistic about our processes going forward. So the process is optional. And so the reality is if it doesn't work, we won't use it.
Okay. Thank you. That concludes. Or Councillor Gilroy, last question.
So just because we're doing, we've encouraged and we invested in, getting people to build in our downtown, and now we're going to encourage and invest people to build, on our mall properties. Do you feel in your business, in your line of work, that we have enough to gauge that interest if we open up malls?
our vacancy rate in Winnipeg is at historic lows. We don't advertise for apartments anymore. We don't have to provide discount for apartments. There is such a shortage of market rental that we should be opening up as much of it as we can, at least in the short term, because the reality is it's so expensive to build and so difficult to find trades and things that I don't think that there's a realistic chance that even if you said free for all, we'll give everyone a building permit who wants one, that we'd be overbuilt in a year.
But you're going to pick areas like Pole Park that might be more, or even in Councillor Whitaker's ward, rather than building downtown, because now we're opening it up, and those are prime, that's prime land.
To be frank, our residential program doesn't include a downtown component intentionally. We looked at a project recently, and it just, the difference in the, typically in other cities' downtowns is a significant rent premium in the downtown that you get for the higher costs and just different services you have to provide that doesn't exist here. And so looking at it, just our view, and rightly or wrongly, is it makes more sense to build apartments in desirable neighborhoods in the suburbs.
Thank you. Councillor Wyatt?
It's not often we have you here in delegation. And so I want to, more as you're aware question, I can't recall when you started with Shindico, but previously there was a lot of innuendo and stuff around this building and so on in terms of Shindico not being approached the same way as other industries. And I want to say for the record, are you aware that it was a previous council, indeed, working with the public service that required Shindico to put up I think the cost was $1 million line of credit for the, not one lane, but for the twinning of reindeers, and that line of credit was exercised early by the city to require your company to both put in reindeers, 2 lanes to twin it, and the AT path, and that power is now being delegated to the public service that may not exist there, but it was done in terms of keeping the best interests of the city at heart.
Apart from the fact that it was $5 million and not $1 million, we didn't have an LC up. We just built it because we thought it would be cheaper if we did it than if you guys did. To be frank.
Thank you. Seeing no further questions, Councillor Schreier.
I mean, we're talking about really important issues here. We're talking about misaligned housing market. We're talking about not getting enough of trades. It is my understanding, just Googling this, that in the last decade, the average home, that's the average home, but if you take off the top 25%, it's more than this. The lower the house, the higher the house increase. A benchmark price for Winnipeg home has risen by 50% over the last decade. But the increase in the wages of trades, that hasn't gone up by 50% in the last decade, has it? Just to get a sense of sort of economics and market and sort of realignments.
I have no idea. Sorry.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Justin, thank you for your presentation today.
Thank you all.
Thank you. It's 4, yeah, sure. And so another usual 10, 15 minutes, okay? Thank you. 10 to 15. Okay. Good afternoon. I'd like to reconvene our council meeting of November 19th, 2024. It's a special meeting today. And we are going to be hearing from our next delegation. Madam Clerk.
So continuing on with speakers registered in support of the application, we'll hear from Lanny McInnes, who's joining us via Zoom. Lanny, you have up to 5 minutes for your presentation.
Lanny,
thank you very
welcome.
much. You can hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Great, thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Lanny McInnes. I'm President and CEO of the Manitoba Home Builders Association, representing Manitoba's residential construction industry, and I also serve as the Executive Director of the Urban Development Institute of Manitoba. The UDI of Manitoba is the association representing Manitoba's professional land development industry. On behalf of our collective members, I'd like to extend our appreciation to the public administration with special mention to Hazel Boris, James Beach, and their team for the work that they have done to develop the proposed amendments to Winnipeg's zoning bylaw, Complete Communities 2.0, and the Transcona West Area Structure Plan before you today. Our members have appreciated the opportunity to provide feedback and recommendations to the administration through direct meetings and our participation through their engagement process. 1 year ago, I was very pleased to provide comments to the Executive Policy Committee and express our support for the amendments to the city's Housing Accelerator Fund application, which were ultimately approved by Council. I'm pleased to join you again today to express our general support for the proposed amendments. We support many of the changes proposed in the amendments, including making the PDO optional. And this was important in ensuring that an owner of a commercially zoned property located within the PDO area would have the choice to consider the PDO zoning or retain the existing zoning. And we also support the recommendations to expedite agreements for servicing capacity. One area that we have shared concerns with the administration on is around privately owned public space requirements. And some of these concerns are logistical in nature and should be eased if there's clear alignment between PP&D and the Parks branch of the Public Works Department, and along with further dialogue with our industry. But greater clarity over the application of the open space requirements when land dedication has already been collected on the underlying development will be needed. While there are still some questions yet to be answered, our members are very supportive of the amendments, and we look forward to working with Council and the public administration on implementing these proposed zoning changes. So thank you for your time, and thank you.
Thank you. Any questions of the presenter? Okay, seeing none. Thank you for your presentation, Lanny. Have a good evening. There is one question that's risen. Lanny?
Oh, it's okay. Don't worry about it.
From Councillor Eadie.
Okay. Yes, Madam Speaker. So just the way this is configured, there doesn't look like there would be any subdivision servicing and then selling to builders to build on the properties. But so when you're looking at this, what's your perspective on that? They're not subdividing properties into pieces for building companies to build. I know some developers have their own builders, but others sell to other builders.
Thank you. Lanny?
Through you, Madam Chair, I don't believe that these types of developments would likely be sold into lots or that type of thing, but they would look at possibly subcontracting out the vertical construction. And so, yeah, our members, we will have members who would be looking at potentially these types of investments in commercially zoned properties.
And finally, Madam Speaker, I was going to say that's the second shortest speech in delegation that I heard you do this month. The other one was on Broadway.
Okay. Thank you for your presentation. Have a good evening.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk, next delegation.
Our next speaker is Max Schreckenbach, also joining us via Zoom. Okay. Max, you have up to 5 minutes for your presentation.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Good evening, everyone. My name is Max Schreckenbach. This is my first time ever speaking at council, so thank you for taking the time to listen to me. I'm speaking in support of your agenda, in particular item 1, to allow, as of right, residential development on mall and corridor sites. We all know it. Winnipeg is facing a massive housing crisis. We've had the largest rent increase of any Canadian city in the past year. For example, one-bedroom apartments increased by 23% year over year for their average rents to almost $1,500 a month. In addition, we all see encampments spread out across the city, lining riverbanks and filling parks across the city center and pretty much the entire city at this point. Winnipeg needs more housing desperately. And what better place to put it than along our major corridors and on underused surface parking lots around our large commercial centers. In particular, the move to a form-based code, along with the removal of arbitrary minimums for lot size and lot area per dwelling unit or maximum density, will enable us to build more types of housing in more places at more price points, helping us live up to our vision of creating complete communities. The increase to building heights tied to right-of-way widths makes sense as a proper sense of enclosure, greatly improves the experience of people walking along a street, as opposed to, walking past large surface parking lots with low-slung buildings at the far end. The reduction in parking minimums and provisions for bicycle parking and bicycle and pedestrian connectivity are also major positives. These changes to our zoning bylaw also represent a significant step towards meeting our climate goals, as it's well documented that residents of infill development own fewer cars, drive fewer miles, walk more, cycle more, and live closer to work than the average citizen, thus producing fewer greenhouse gas emissions. With that said, there's 3 changes I would like to propose that would improve this proposal over what you currently have before you. First would be to expand the definition of malls and corridors. Corridors should be expanded to fill in the gaps outlined on the maps for all collector and arterial roads. Consideration should be given to expanding corridor zoning permissions to the entire primary transit network. Also, the definition of mall site should be expanded to include all large contiguous commercial areas, even if individual sites are less than 10 acres. For example, I live near a shopping center that is not included as a mall site in the zoning change proposal. The site is approximately 12.7 acres, but subdivided into multiple properties. All of these are less than 10 acres, so it's not included. Now, when I went to the open house on these proposed changes, the project team indicated they were aware of this, but had left it out due to time constraints. So if that doesn't happen today, but as part of the future zoning bylaw rewrite, I'm good with that. My other 2 suggested changes are ones that I would request you make today. The first would be a small but pretty simple one, would be to eliminate parking minimums entirely. Although it includes a reduction, which is a positive, I don't understand why we're mandating private vehicle parking at all, particularly in these areas, which are our most amenity-rich areas and generally well served by transit, as most of them are on the primary transit network and typically have good pedestrian and cycling connectivity. Finally, the one other specific change I would ask you to make is to reduce the minimum width of framework streets. Framework streets accessible to vehicles are currently mandated to be 100 feet wide as a minimum. Just for reference, St. Anne's Road is 100 feet wide. Ellis Avenue is 60. The city's transportation standards manual indicates a 100-foot width as typical for major collectors and arterials. Why are these framework streets, which are essentially local access roads, mandated to have minimum widths in line with streets intended to serve much higher traffic volumes? I would suggest that a minimum width of 50 or 60 feet seems much more appropriate in line with city standards for local residential streets. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. We have a few questions. Councillor Wyatt.
Thank you, sir, for your delegation. Appreciate you coming forward today. You started by talking about affordable housing, and I agree with your concerns. Are you aware, and I have to ask it in a form of are you aware question because I have to ask a question. Are you aware that from about 2004 on, this previous councils, and we have continued, have rezoned more land than ever before, thinking that that was stabilized pricing in terms of housing costs, whether it be rental or owned. But in fact, the opposite has occurred, that it actually, in a sense, created a feeding frenzy in the industry, driving up land values to higher than ever before. And therefore, to say that by creating more land, by doing this, it will somehow, we'll see more affordable housing based on our previous experience, that has not occurred. Are you aware of that?
I mean, I wasn't specifically aware of that, but I know we've also had near record population growth. So even if we have rezoned record amounts of land, if our population growth has still been higher than the amounts of land we've rezoned, it makes sense to me that housing prices have increased, even if we have rezoned some land. I would argue that we have not rezoned enough unless our population growth has outpaced our zoning changes.
To answer your, are you aware that in city after city, community after community in this country, that land prices have exponentially gone up faster than population growth in relation to that it's been artificially created by industry driving up land values? Are you aware of that?
I'm not sure I understand the question there.
Are are you aware that, that I asked the question, you might have not heard at the beginning of the process, of the applicant, to give us specifically how many affordable housing units, in terms of affordability being the definition as was described by the applicant, which is 30% of your gross income going to the cost of housing. How many housing units based on that definition will this create? And there was no response. They couldn't give an answer in terms of how many units were being created. Are you aware of that?
I was not specifically aware of that, but again, I don't see how permitting more housing to be built would drive up the price. That just doesn't make sense with basic market economics of supply and demand, in my opinion.
I agree, but that's what happens. But thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Orlikow, followed by Councillor Eady.
Thank you very much, and I just want to do another aware, because you made a comment about parking minimums. So I know this, I have checked into this. The City of Winnipeg has applied to the federal public transit fund, and as another one of these glorious liberal mandates, it includes no parking minimums allowed, 800 meters from. So that would actually answer your concern or your hope that this will happen, no parking minimums. I just want to make sure you're aware that unless we decide to reject the transit funding, which we're desperate for, that will actually flow through shortly.
I was not specifically aware of that, but if the city decides to do that, I think that would be a great idea.
Yep.
Thank you. Councillor Eady.
Thank you. First of all, Madam Speaker, correct me if I'm wrong, our delegation is currently the chair of the Real Estate Board? Is that right?
I'm
That
not
is
sure.
not correct. I have no involvement with the real estate industry.
Okay. I just want to ask.
I'm a private citizen speaking here as myself.
No, that's good. Okay. Anyway, you were talking about rent increase, so you're obviously reading various documents and reports and so on. Can you actually tell me what's going on in the inner city neighborhoods where we don't seem to be, we have good value properties, in other words, they're the lowest value properties. Do you have any idea what's happening with rents and rental properties around the inner city?
I'm not as familiar with like neighborhood level analysis. I know I was just reading some news and CMHC reports that citywide Winnipeg had the largest rent increase at 23% year over year. I would imagine rents, even if they're still lower in the inner city, are probably increasing roughly proportionally as well, but I can't specifically speak to that.
The other question I have is getting rid of parking, multifamily. Are you saying that most of the new people coming here are going to participate in things with their kids like soccer and stuff without having a motor vehicle that they need to park somewhere?
Well, I have I guess a two-part answer to that. First of all, I'm not advocating for getting rid of parking. I'm pretty sure every building built under this code or going forward will likely have parking. I just don't think the government should be in the business of arbitrarily mandating one form of transportation and the storage for that one form of transportation. As a bit of a personal anecdote, I have 3 siblings. We have a family of 6. We grew up with 1 car with 4 kids. It can be done, and we live out in South St. Vital. It can be done. It isn't that hard to do. We bike places. I took the bus. So I don't think it's unrealistic.
No, I agree with you. My family survived with 1 car. I'm not allowed to drive, so I didn't have one. The other thing, I'm not sure if you're aware and you want to talk about the government. When properties are built and they get like 0, for example, parking, which in some places makes sense, are you aware that we, the members of council, get all the phone calls from the people who say they got nowhere to park on their residential street that's right by the multifamily and by other amenities like schools and stuff. So you're aware that you know, us, the government, we get all the calls about parking problems. Are you aware of that?
I mean, I'm not a counselor, so I'm not specifically aware of what calls you do or don't get. I mean, to me, housing for people is more important than housing for cars. That's what I would say to that. And I believe the city has tools like time-limited parking with passes for people that live on the street and that kind of thing. So if that is an issue I'm not an expert on it, but I think there are tools to handle that.
I just was wondering, anyway, now you're aware, okay? And
Well,
they're not easy calls to take. They're very angry people, so, all right, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Lard?
Yes, Madam Speaker, through you to the delegation, is the delegate aware that this proposal includes credits for parking towards car shares? And it looks like there's a range from a minimum of 25% of stalls being credited for one, 50% for two, 75% for three, with a maximum of on-site parking for every 10 parking spaces deducted. So, I mean, generally speaking, is that a good direction? And secondly, is the delegate opposed to parking minimums, or is the delegate aware of parking maximums and what that distinction is? I guess I'll leave it.
Yeah, so I do think like it's a very good direction. I like what I see here. I think the reduction parking minimums, the provision for car share instead of parking spaces, as you've outlined, is a great step. To me, it doesn't go far enough, but it's a very good step in the right direction. With respect to parking minimums versus parking maximums, I'm advocating for the removal of parking minimums. I think there could be consideration for parking maximums, but I don't think the city of Winnipeg's really there yet. I would advocate for removal of parking minimums.
Speaker, to the delegate, are you aware that at times, and I've seen it personally, land developers will build more parking than is required, and therefore would make the parking minimums a moot point because they're actually building more parking than the bylaw states?
I'm certainly aware that some people build more than what's required as a minimum, and that's why I think we should eliminate minimums. I really don't think you're going to see a building built without parking, because in Winnipeg we are unfortunately still a pretty car-centric city. I just don't see why the city needs to mandate it. Let's let the market decide. They know how much parking they're going to need in order to sell the place, whether it's to a family. Maybe it's a bigger family with 2 cars. Maybe it's a young person that buses to their job and bikes to their friend's house and doesn't have a car at all. So the developer will likely know who they're intending to market their buildings to better than the city will.
So final question, I just want to challenge the delegate on their logic. So if the market dictates that we should build more parking that is currently the minimum requirement, we should let the market do that. So if it's like 1 for 1 now and the market decides to do 10 for 1, that's something that you're okay with?
I'm not opposed to parking maximums, but I would say let's start with our first steps, and our first step would be to remove a minimum before we impose any kind of maximum. That's what I would say.
Okay, thank you. Next is Councillor Wyatt.
Thank you for pointing out you're a private citizen coming here and speaking today. Appreciate it very much that you're attending, sir, and made a delegation today. Are you aware that often, in terms of eliminating the minimum parking requirements, that often other cities in Canada are referred to as comparables who have done that? But at the same time, when you actually look at those other cities, they've made massive investments in transit, and specifically rapid transit, across their city and the different quadrants of their city that Winnipeg and Winnipeg City Council has been very reluctant to do ever since the last rapid transit and the only rapid transit line in the city exists, which is the Southwest lines, that there isn't the options that exist in terms of for working families that exist, for example, in other jurisdictions that are often cited. Are you aware of that?
I mean, I would say, first of all, we just passed a pretty revolutionary transit master plan, which will give people those options. We're building bike infrastructure. We've got sidewalks, all the things. So I would say we have the options, and if we don't have them, we're getting there pretty quickly.
You didn't really refer to my rapid transit question, but are you aware also that in the last council meeting, or maybe it was the one before that, that we were required to build a transit garage of X amount of size based on the transit master plan, but council elected to reduce the size of the future transit garage, which actually now reduces the ability for us to meet the service requirements in the transit master plan that we passed only a few months before. Are you aware of that?
I was aware of that. I was a bit disappointed to see that when I saw that in the media. And sorry, I forgot to touch on your point about rapid transit in your previous question. I would say it's positive feedback loop. Better rapid transit will enable us to build more buildings with, less parking and more pedestrian and urban friendly buildings. But better land use will also support us with building out our transit. It's not one or the other. It's a both and, in my opinion.
I 100% agree with you. And are you aware that a member of council previously moved an idea where we would create transit-oriented development agency whereby lands along corridors would directly assist in the redevelopment of those lands for higher density would actually be used through a transit development authority to actually fund the rapid transit, that was a concept brought forward to this council and rejected by a previous mayor. Are you aware of that?
I had not previously heard of this transit-oriented development authority. I mean, I do think what we have before us today with these corridors and mall sites, even if it's not explicitly called, capital T transit-oriented development, it seems to me like a pretty big step in that direction, even if it doesn't explicitly use the words
Thank you.
in the report.
Mayor Gillingham, and then Councillor Lard.
Thank you, through you, Madam Speaker. I just want to thank the delegate for his presentation today. Great to have you here before council for the first time, so thank you very much. I don't know if the delegate has been online and watching the entire time, but in case not, I'm wondering, did the delegate hear that with respect to his call for expanding corridors, expanding malls to include more properties, that the applicant, in this case our Director of Planning, Property and Development, did indicate that if some future analysis to look at expanding were to happen, her recommendation would be sometime after March in 2025. Well, dealing with what's before us today and the map that is currently before us today, but that any future look about expansion would be, her recommendation would be after March of 2025. I'm just wondering if the delegate heard that.
Yes, and also when I did go to one of these open houses about this, and I did hear that, so that's why I kind of highlighted this is something I think is great, and I'd like to see more of. But if that change doesn't happen until post, March 2025, I'm fine with that. That's why I kind of separated that one out from my other two things that I would like to see today.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Lard.
I think Councillor Mays had his hand up.
Councillor Mays.
I think some of the points have already been made, but just, I appreciate, and Councillors Edie and Wyatt make valuable points, that while other cities may have eliminated parking minima, we do not have the rapid transit in place that other cities do. You yourself said it's still a car-centric city. If you come to my town hall meetings, a lot of people are lamenting that, the streets have filled up as we've approved some of these projects in areas like Glenwood in my ward. So that's my lived experience. So we get the complaint calls. So simply saying, let the market decide. We are here today because of the failure of the market to adequately supply affordable housing. We are here today considering a multi-billion-dollar plan in which hundreds of millions of dollars are being used to subsidize development. We're not letting the market decide that. If we want to let the market decide, let's not have any of these permeability standards. Let's not have recycling required or garbage collection. That'll drive down the cost of building. They can just go out on the street and throw their garbage there. We'll let the market decide. So I appreciate the view of we'll let the market decide, but in reality, there are people throughout the city who have interests, who want some sort of requirements so that the new development doesn't adversely affect, to an unreasonable degree, their enjoyment of their current property. That's why we're having some height maximum here. We're not just letting the market decide, right? So you can say it's an arbitrary requirement. Well, why is 10 stories? Why not 50 stories? Why not 100 stories? Why have any height requirements? That's an arbitrary requirement, one could argue. So On the parking minimum, Councillor Allen's questions were actually very good, which is if you let the market decide, you may end up with a lot more permeable or impervious surface than you had before. So I guess my question is just, you're saying let the market decide, but really isn't this whole endeavor, this whole exercise is because the market didn't deal adequately with affordable housing?
I would partially agree and partially disagree with what you've just said there. I would say that the market has not been providing affordable housing because we have not been letting it provide affordable housing. I don't know how much exactly, but something like 3/4 of our city is reserved for only single-family homes on lots of a certain size. They got to be set back. They have height limits, parking, all the rest of it. So I would say, yeah, the market's not been providing affordable housing because we haven't been letting it. And then also with respect to the parking minimums, cities of every size, from, you know, large cities like Edmonton to small towns of a few hundred or a few thousand people, have been removing parking minimums. Some have no transit at all. So I don't think rapid transit is a prerequisite to removing parking minimums.
Edmonton opened up its trail system in 1978, the rail system for the Commonwealth Games, so it's pretty well established light rail system in Edmonton. So I don't know when they removed their standards, if in fact they have, but they certainly have a train that we don't.
Yeah, but conversely, some small towns of, you know, 700, 1,500 people have removed their parking minimums and have no transit at all. So I would say you could kind of take it both ways.
The best analogy for a city that's trying to get to 1 million people, but I guess we can agree to disagree. On we go.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Allard?
Yeah, I'm back on the car share network. I mean, we are using parking minimums in order to trade parking stalls for car shares. We're building the car share network through parking minimums. Brent Tadarian, City of Vancouver, he told me don't get rid of parking minimums because you use parking minimums to build a world-class car share network, which is, I guess, what they have there. So I guess I'm stuck on this parking minimum elimination, because if you let the market decide, I don't know that we wouldn't be getting as many car shares, and we might be getting more parking stalls, not less parking stalls. So I used to have a similar opinion until I dove a little bit deeper into it and started seeing car shares all over the streets.
So I guess there's a bit of a two-part thing there. I mean, if we're scared of seeing more parking than we currently have, I'm certainly open to a parking maximum. I just don't have an issue with that. But again, I think that's putting the cart before the horse. Let's get rid of the minimums before we implement the maximums. With respect to the car share specifically, I mean, I haven't looked recently, but I'm pretty sure we have car shares downtown. Downtown has no parking minimums. If you have enough density of people, you'll have demand for car share. For example, I have a couple family members that live in Germany. For example, the city of Leipzig, they've had a car share for like 10 years. There's no parking minimums across the entire city. That car share is thriving, and they have no shortage of car share vehicles available, from smart cars to pickup trucks, with no parking minimums, because you have a density and an urban form that supports that. So I don't think you need parking minimums to support a car share.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Max. That concludes our questions. Thank you for your presentation, and have a nice evening.
Thanks.
Madam Clerk, our next
Our next
delegation.
presenter is Christopher Clasio, who's joining us in person.
Thank you.
Followed by Christopher, we'll hear from Debbie Vokey, who's joining us on Zoom.
Hello, welcome, Chris.
Honorable City Councilors, public servants, and fellow delegates, my name is Chris Clasio. I'm a member of Yes in My Backyard Winnipeg, or YIMBY Winnipeg, an organization committed to advocating for housing solutions that meet the needs of our growing city. Thank you for the opportunity to speak in support of this proposal to allow as-of-right residential development on mall and corridor sites. This package is a bold and forward-thinking step for Winnipeg. I want to emphasize why it's so important. First, why this matters. Winnipeg urgently needs more housing, and malls and corridors are ideal locations. There are vibrant, accessible areas, often with transit service, commercial amenities, and underused spaces. By encouraging infill development here, we address multiple issues. One, more housing in more areas. Allowing a mix of housing types will create options at a range of price points, helping Winnipeggers find homes that suit their needs. Two, aligning with climate goals, infill housing produces significantly fewer greenhouse gases compared to greenfield developments, and making this a greener, smarter solution. Three, economic benefits. By increasing density, we expand the city's property tax base, strengthening Winnipeg's ability to fund infrastructure and services. And four, sustainable transportation options. Better pedestrian and cyclist connectivity alongside strong transit networks will reduce car dependency and traffic congestion. While this package is a step in the right direction, we commend that inclusion of several key features. As of right development, removing unnecessary hearings for appropriate projects simplifies and accelerates housing creation. Eliminating density limits, focusing on form-based code rather than dwelling counts allows the market to better respond to housing needs. Reduce parking minimums. This reflects modern realities. People in these areas don't always rely on cars, especially with robust transit and active transportation options. Opportunities for improvements. While this proposal is excellent overall, there are ways to make it even better. One, expanding the definitions of malls and corridors. Gaps in the current map leave out key areas. Let's include all collector and artillery streets and sites contiguous with commercial areas, even if smaller than 10 acres. Two, eliminate parking minimums entirely. Why mandate access parking in some of the most accessible, amenity-rich parts of Winnipeg? Residents in these areas have transit options and are less reliant on cars. And three, reduce the minimum street width for framework streets. Requiring local access streets to be 100 feet wide doesn't make any sense. Many of our residents' streets are much narrower. Let's aim for widths of 60 feet or less, consistent with existing city standards. These refinements will ensure this policy works for more areas, foster better development, and better meets the needs of Winnipeg and today and tomorrow. Closing, Winnipeg is at a turning point. This proposal reflects a city ready to embrace growth, climate leadership, and vibrant, walkable communities. By approving and refining, we can build a future where everyone can say, yes, Winnipeg is my backyard too. Thank you for your time and consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Question, Councillor Eadie.
Thanks, Mr. Clasio, for, Madam Speaker, thanks to the delegation for making a presentation. I just have one question because I'm hearing about the environmentally friendliness, but have you read anywhere, Madam Speaker, I'm wondering if you read anywhere in there where they're demanding that green roofs be part of the building projects that are going along these corridors and stuff to help, to collect water and maybe grow some things that the people who live in these blocks might want to use or experience? Sorry.
Thank you. Your response?
I just want to say, I'm not a developer. I don't know how the real estate market works or the market works, but I know Brian Mays has been doing so much work with with Water and Waste about addressing some of these sustainability issues, and I think some of his ideas should be brought up a lot more in conversations with a broad base of departments in the city. So that's all I can say on that note. So thank you for your work, Brian Mays. You've been a real spokesperson in the environment, and I know not just you, but many councillors are.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor Eady, I'll move on then. Councillor Lard, and then Councillor Mays.
Yes, Madam Speaker, first off, thanks for your presentation, for being here tonight. And I just want to drive this point home, no pun intended, or pun intended, I'm sorry. Right now, the City of Winnipeg is using parking minimums in order to leverage the installation of car shares. If we get rid of that, lose the leverage, how are we supposed to get car shares installed by new developments? Like, this bylaw proposes a formula for that. First time we've seen it. I've been calling for this for years, and all of a sudden it's possibly here it's here right in front of us, possibly will be approved. But how do we mandate car shares getting built if we get rid of the parking minima, as my council colleague said? Because that's what we're using now as leverage to get them installed.
Thank you.
Councillor Allard, I know you've been one of the very urbanist councillors in our chamber, and I've heard many of your solutions being talked about out in the public and within our communities in the city. But I think we really need the experts who are city planners to be the ones advocating for these policies and communicating that to other city councillors who don't know about parking maximums. I've heard about parking maximums through American cities, and so that might be a solution, but I think the lack of conversations about these types of policies is what's lacking, as well as the general public engagement process. Hearing the entire conversation today, that process is broken, and I think we can have a better process when there are citizens sharing these ideas like parking maximums to city councillors.
Here, perhaps just one last, are you aware question? Sorry, this is the way this format works, but our experts are proposing to use parking minimums and trade them for car shares. So basically, 10 parking stalls less, you get a car share, and there's a formula where the more car shares you install, the less parking you need, up to a maximum of 50%. So are you aware? So it's kind of a statement question.
I'll just simply say, obviously, as the public, we don't get to engage the staff of the city planning department, and so, no, I'm not aware, but it's good to know this when citizens like myself attend city council meetings and share our perspectives. I think this is part of why I feel like I trust what this council and what public servants are doing for our city. I think the best interest is really engaging citizens in the process. So just thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor Mays?
Thank you for the kind words, Chris. There's some irony in anyone coming forward here today talking about public participation, because this is to create an as-of-right regime where we'll never again have any public hearings on any of these, what were rezoning applications, right? This is the one public hearing on malls and corridors. The LeMay Forest, if it came forward a year later, we'd have had no hearing at all. So if it gets out to such permanent. But anyway, thank you for the kind words. I guess one question about environmental impact. We have some rather ambitious targets under our climate plan about the number of housing units that should use methods other than fossil fuels for heating, where I can't even remember the target, it's getting late. But people have said to me, so you're creating hundreds and thousands of units of new housing here, but none of it is required to adhere to that. So you're making it harder to get to your target of 30% being off of natural gas or whatever the target is, which is a fair point. Any comments on that?
I'll just quickly respond to about the public process. For example, it's developers who are engaging with city planners and on specific cases, and so it's not citizens like myself who go to, like, hearing the numbers of how many people went to the open house. I kind of find it very, in all honesty, sad. We have a city of 850,000 people now, and we can only get 200 people to show up to an open house, plus the online surveys. I believe that surveys are good, but we need real-life, in-person engagement, and that's what the city is lacking. And I've always been open about how I'm very frustrated with the civic engagement process in this city. So.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no further questions, thank you for your presentation, Chris. It's been a long day, and I see you've been waiting for a while.
Keep up the great work, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good evening. With that, I think council was going to take a short recess. There are a number of speakers yet. So is it half an hour, 30 minutes? Okay. And let's reconvene at 6 p.m. Thank you. Pardon me? Okay. We can hear maybe one more. Debbie is with us via Zoom. Is the delegation with us?
Correct, yes.
Okay, let's get through that one then, since the delegation is with us at this time.
Okay, Debbie Vokey is joining us via Zoom. Debbie, you have up to 5 minutes for your presentation.
Okay, thank you. I was just about to pack it in and take my half-hour break, but here I am. Okay, the GNA supports densification along corridors with the construction of multi-unit mixed-use developments. Sorry, GNA, Glenwood Neighborhood Association. This is much more efficient way to address the city's objectives of walkable communities that have easy access to public transit. Therefore, we'll use it. It is far preferred route to the randomly distributed lot split infill densification that has plagued Glenwood for the last decade. A single building of this sort presently proposed for the east side of St. Anne's Road between Pilgrim and Humboldt will likely have 45 units. This is equivalent to nearly 1/3 of the homes that have been added by lot split infills in Glenwood in a decade, and these residents will be much more likely to use public transit. We have, I've heard a lot of conversation here today about parking, and more recently we've been talking about parking. With the corridor densification, that doesn't come without concerns. And what we've seen with all of our infill is a 25-foot wide lot will have 2 units and 2 car parking spaces. With that in the back, on the back lane. But even with that, we see streets that have heavy infill densification full of cars. And so we have some concerns about some of these units that are going to be coming up on the corridors. The proposed multi-unit building on St. Anne's Road is planned to have 33 parking spots for 45 units. And our concern is that that will likely push at least a dozen cars onto the street. It was pointed out that a 1-car family is considered car light, and we are still a car-centric city. And I know there's been lots of discussion today, but we still have concerns regarding parking and being that being pushed into our residential area. The Glenwood Neighborhood Association held a town hall meeting in the spring of 2023, and overwhelming concerns from area residents was compliance related to construction of infill housing, scattered construction debris, public safety, blocked lanes, etc., to name a few. The City of Winnipeg Housing Plan Examination Branch issued an information bulletin on August 31st, 2023, titled Infill Housing Construction Guidelines. The bulletin captured all the complaints Glenwood residents have been reporting for years in their concerns most often reported section of the document. This tells me the city knows all too well where the problems lay. Yet infill remains problematic due to lack of enforcement of the city's own rules. There also needs to be compliance on landscaping completion, including trees and shrubs that were identified. I'm still living a few doors away from an infill that only has a scratch coat on the exterior 4 years after completion. The extremely negative lived experience of infill for the Glenwood residents is now going to spread citywide. To date, I have not found any information on using the HAF fund to expand compliance. I think this is a huge misstep for the city. Get ready, city councilors, for your email inboxes to be inundated with complaints. Just ask our ward councillor, Brian Mays. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Debbie. We have a question from Councillor Eady.
Yes, Madam Speaker. What a beautiful neighborhood you live in. And I'm not sure if you're aware, but the infill goes in because they can make money. Are you aware, you say across the whole city, however, are you aware that this kind of effort is not being done in inner city neighborhoods where people won't pay the higher rents?
So when I speak of infill, I did read the 38-page document regarding the corridors and mixed-use developments, and they called that infill.
Yeah.
So there's more than one kind of infill. Obviously, we have one kind of infill here, but we have a corridor that runs along the edge of our Glenwood neighborhood. And so I see this also as infill, and so I see this as something that's going to be plaguing the whole city because there are corridors throughout the whole city.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Mays?
Thanks, Debbie, for the comments. My question is, I just want, if you can elaborate a bit, the concern that's often come up in Glenwood is, well, while there's parking provided, nevertheless, a lot of people, there's a lot more on-street parking than there used to be. And my concern here is that we're going to come in a few months to a debate about higher height increasing height maximums within 800 meters of transit, and this sort of belief that everyone will be able to walk 800 meters to a bus that might come every 15 minutes, and therefore they won't need a car. My concern is this, that if you have a lot more people parking on the street, and that's probably going to make it harder to do snow clearing, and it's something I've talked to Mr. Veach, who's here, about in the past, is shouldn't the 800 meters then be tied to walking on a sidewalk? Because if we're saying to people, here you go, we're going to have a lot more development, we're going to expect you to walk 800 meters to transit, but by the way, you'll be on the road because there's no sidewalk in your neighborhood, and by the way, the snow clearing is going to be a lot worse because there's a lot more cars parked overnight on your street. This, to me, seems a problem, that the 800 meters should be where you have a sidewalk. Like, that seems to be a reasonable standard for walking distance. So can you just talk about your experience, and you touched on it there, about as a result of it's not corridor, and it's mid-block stuff, mostly in Glenwood. I mean, there has been an increase of on-street parking.
Yes, so there's been a huge increase in on-street parking. And really, for each unit that was built, they do have one parking spot. Yet that doesn't seem to be enough. Why isn't it enough? I don't know. I can just surmise why it's not enough, but it is what it is. And you're right. 800 meters is actually in the winter is quite a long walk for people. And not only are we expecting to would we like to have it stipulated that we would have sidewalks. Even then, the sidewalks, they tend not to get cleared as quickly as we would like, which then pushes the pedestrians onto the street where all the parking is. You just can't make it through. I've walked enough on the sidewalks, and I have a dog, and I know what it's like when the sidewalks aren't cleared. So we've got a lot of issues surrounding what you just said. And our neighborhood, we have that densification. We see those cars parked there. It's wall to wall, and that's with having parking spots already. So that tells us that per unit, they even have more than one car. I don't know if that sort of addresses what you were asking.
Thank you.
Thank you. And Debbie, I just wanted to clarify, you are in support or?
I'm in support. Yes, definitely.
Okay, thank you.
Just we have a couple of concerns.
Okay, thank you. That concludes any questions, Debbie, for you. Thank you for your presentation. Have a good evening.
Thank you.
Okay. We're going to continue with the next delegation.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Okay.
Okay, yes, so we will take the break now. Mr. Mayor?
Hi, can you just let us know, Madam Speaker, how many delegates are
There
remaining?
are 3 as far as I know.
Okay, thank you.
3, yes. So we will take a break now for half an hour, and we'll reconvene at in and around 10 after 6. Thank you. Good evening. I'd like to reconvene our special council meeting of November 19th, 2024. We're hearing from delegations. The next individual, Madam Clerk, in support is Kimberly Yathen. Do you have?
Correct. No.
And Debbie Vokey is presenting on her behalf. Yeah.
Yes, Kimberly Yathon has registered, and she's requested that Debbie speak on her behalf.
Yes. Okay. We'll pull her up on Zoom. Thank you. Welcome, welcome, Debbie. Yeah.
I'm back. Okay. Kimberly has given me something to read out here, so I will go ahead and get started. The Glenwood Neighborhood Association supports densification along corridors with the construction of multi-unit, multi-use developments. This is a more efficient means of utilizing, renewing, and expanding existing city infrastructure as the city continues to grow. One of the city's identified Housing Accelerator Fund initiatives includes, in quotes, establishing an infrastructure support program to improve local area servicing and to increase residential development, end of quotes. We would express the following infrastructure concerns related to corridor densification. Number 1, there is a lack of clarity and transparency on readily accessible city information and documents to provide context of the distribution of infrastructure support or specificity of what infrastructure support will look like and how it will function. Number 2, there is lack of clarity on how the HAF will be linked to capital projects, local and residential street renewal programs, including combined sewer overflow and other underground infrastructure improvements. The city's 2024 adopted budget includes annual expenditures between 2024 and 2027, consistent with the Housing Accelerator Contribution Agreement, but provides no linkages between any other departments. We would like a clear approach to effectively communicate how infrastructure projects are tied to the HAF without having to cross-reference budgets, listings of present and future capital projects, construction maps, and listings of approved funding through the HAF. Number 3, the planning of surface and underground work projects must complement corridor densification activities. Within the St. Vital area, there have been past infill limitations on the St. Anne's and St. Mary's Road due to inadequate sewer capacities. We recognize that planning, engineering, and construction of renewals and upgrades will be necessary to facilitate densification along corridors. We recognize that this process takes time, but must be implemented in advance of corridor densification. It appears that some of this process may already be in place for recently awarded grants in other wards of the city. But this information is not readily available and was accessed only through cross-reference searches on the city's site based on prior knowledge and understanding of city's departmental documents. Thank you.
Thank you. Question, Councillor Mays?
I think it's really more a question for the admin. Am I able to ask that? I mean, the issue was raised around corridors and the bucket zero, as we refer to it, the infrastructure money, which is $20 or $30 million under the HAF. I can't remember which. Doesn't matter for tonight. Where is it going? Do we know where that's being allocated or the process by which it's being allocated? Is it first come, first serve? Is it you make your case based on the maximum number of units? I mean, we've said it's for corridors and established neighborhoods, but established neighborhoods sweeps in everything except the greenfield. So for the admin, do we know where the infrastructure money is going and how council will have any say on that, or whether council will have any say on it?
Thank you. The response will come from...
Through the chair. Richard Mahi from the Housing Accelerator Fund office is here, and he can speak to that question.
Good evening, everybody. So Initiative 6 in the as part of the HAF program is a infrastructure grant program. We don't have the program created just yet, so we're in the process of planning the rest of our initiatives outside of the ones that were approved by council, which was initiatives 1 and 2, and the capital incentive grant program, which we successfully launched and handed out the first round of grants in July. So all future actions with regards to the other initiatives will come forward at a later date. So we don't have the details of that program for you tonight.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor Mace?
Sorry, slightly distracted out. So that is coming back to council at some point for input, ratification?
Yes, correct.
There will be winners and losers in this, obviously.
All the rest of the initiatives that we haven't brought forward for council approval would still come back to council before we do the implementation.
Thank you. Any questions of our delegation? Councillor Schreier?
The delegation, no.
Yeah.
Here, I thought it was,
okay.
I'm fine.
So no further questions for the delegation. Thank you, Debbie, for your presentation. Have a good evening.
Okay, that was our last registered speaker in support of the application. Is there anyone whose name hasn't been called who wishes to speak in support? No. Okay. Seeing none, we can move on to those registered in opposition.
So next, Madam Clerk, is?
Our first registered speaker in opposition is Marty Gold, joining us in person.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, welcome to you, Marty Gold.
I know I'm not known for brevity, so there are a couple of things that I'll remove from the text of what I was prepared to say, but I'd welcome questions about public engagement, about what I went through to try to speak today, and the lack of a public point person for things like this that come up at council. I'm appearing here today about 40 years, literally, almost to the day, my first appearance in this chamber, not as a Winnipeg Sun columnist, not as a public affairs podcaster, but as a citizen who's concerned with what's going on in our city and how it's moving forward. I want to make sure that council is made aware before you decide on these items, that you acknowledge the kind of valid concerns, the conflicts that can come up as infrastructure projects can roll forward. The fact that general public has not come here is it's beyond unfortunate, because it shows that the pop-ups failed to generate the kind of awareness within the public of the kinds of things that can happen when these things come forward. I quite doubt that the open houses, for instance, that they really explained to people that there was a half a parking space allotted per living unit, or that the role of you as their elected officials was being removed, in essence, to be replaced by bureaucrats. Because this is the first time in history that all of council, as I understand it, has been participating in a public hearing, I would have hoped to see a lot more people here. I want to be clear, I'm not going to speak about, as much as I love West Transcona, I'm not going to speak about the other things. I'm really focusing solely on the corridors in my remarks, although some of this may have broader applications to how the city conducts its business. Without a public rezoning hearing, area residents and businesses won't find out about a project really unless they see surveyors on a site or when demolition equipment arrives. The minimum requirement seems to be 14 units per per acre of lot space, and that'll have impact on neighborhood residents, privacy, traffic, shade, street parking, construction period impacts. Now, some will go well, and some, not so much so. On Sunday, my column told the story of a situation on Windermere involving a man dying of Lou Gehrig's disease and the serious problems with the flip of the next door property and the conduct of the builders. Noise after 9 p.m., garbage on the property, the house shaking, dust clouds, the loud machinery, and they had zero notice construction was starting. And with the new as-of-right process for malls and corridors, it seems likely there's going to be more conflicts of this nature, although perhaps not as drastic as the example I came across. But I can tell you, it was genuinely heartbreaking to see what was happening to that family. Now, as I had mentioned in the column, Mr. Wasloo, the MLA for Fort Garry, he said he's gotten complaints about city bylaws not being followed, a lack of enforcement of the bylaws, a lack of knowledge of residents' rights, and the feeling no one is listening to residents' voices when it comes to neighborhood concerns. Now, the city already doesn't have sufficient resources to deal with these things, and now you're going to be piling on more construction work, more in essence, infill work. And so I have a few amendments to suggest that might improve this process moving forward. Councillor Orlikow didn't take note in his conversation with me that newer builders don't understand the process. That's leading to conflicts. And so at the very least, there should be a requirement to notify the neighbors of when construction starts so they can prepare themselves. He also had suggested in the course of my discussion with him, there should be a construction schedule posted so people can look at it and plan so they don't have to be around asbestos. I think that's something that needs to be considered. The city needs a manual to outline reasonable expectations for builders to anticipate and manage problems, and the city needs to get the inspectors out to the sites. I understand now the city has, the council, more accurately, has a rule with regards to when verbal reports come forward and that the public isn't allowed to respond to what they hear. The public good will only be served if you forbid the use of verbal reports on any matter relating to this program, the HAF program, moving forward. It may be very good for the administration, but it's not so good for the public to be told that if they have something of concern that's happening in their neighborhood right now, they have to wait to some future point. And I find that it came up earlier, and I was surprised that it did. Lastly, I believe that the Marion and Goulet corridor needs to be exempted for the time being from the HAF, and I'll explain why. The administration hasn't explained it to any of you, but I will. The Moving on Marion project is going to remove 99 parking spaces from the area. So you have no way of knowing where the squeeze is going to be, but as Councillor Lukes has said about traffic, similarly, parking is like water. It goes to where it can. And that means if there's a parking squeeze on Marion and Goulet, it's going to come to my neighborhood, to the area around the St. Boniface Hospital. So that's going to affect Dollard, Taché, Thomasberry, Bertrand. So to start putting more buildings up on Marion or on Goulet before the bike lanes are in, any traffic study that's done in preparation for the building.
Councillor Schreier moves extension of 2 minutes. All in favor? Contrary?
Generous, thank you.
Carried.
So my concern is that in that instance, I'm not saying scrap the bike lanes, but the last I saw, the plan included putting a bike lane on Kenny, and even the pardon my French, the bike lobby said, well, that's not what we agreed to. We agreed to Traverse. So there was still, at the last open house that I was at, there was still some confusion. So I think that Marion and Goulet need some consideration because you've got ongoing other work in that area. And on behalf of the residents, because nobody's really been paying attention to what's been happening in our neighborhood around the hospital. So I just ask that some consideration be given with regards to that. As again, I'm not saying take out Route 19 completely permanently, but in the interim, you have to consider that you've got other work going on that's going to create other problems and conflicts. Lastly, I concur with something that Councillor Orlikow told me. He made the remark that around City Hall, the quote was, public input is called red tape. It's slowing down development. But people aren't red tape. And so I understand the nature of this, the political nature, but the fact is that people are already feeling alienated when they see these projects go up. And just because it's on the corridors, you know what? I'll give you some examples. If it's up on St. Anne's, you still have people that live on Ustick or on Sadler, or on Imperial, which had a lot of infill in and of itself. So they're going to end up with construction traffic going on and off their streets, in and out of their lanes. There's already a problem with cleanups and other elements related to it, so you're going to be increasing the potential for conflict with not just the neighborhoods I mentioned, but, you know, up on McPhillips. And so you have to prepare for that. You have to allot some sort of budget for it. There should be some sort of administrative plan to try to minimize the negative impacts on neighborhoods as you try to move forward and create more housing and create improvements in the neighborhood. The last thing I'll say is the parking minimums, I think, are a little, what's the opposite of optimistic? I'm a little skeptical that the half a space is going to work per unit. That constitutes the majority of what I had to say, and thank you.
Thank you. We'll take questions. Councillor Lukes, followed by Councillor Schreier.
Super. Thank you very much. So I just have to reiterate this, and I want to ask you a question, okay, about this. So I can't think of any other corridor in the last little while that's had as much development on it as Pembina Highway has had. And in a section that I represent, we've had about 8 new units go in, 10, 12, 14 stories, I think one's 16 stories. Chunks of road were taken apart while these things were built, right? We had to take over parts of the road. I held lots of open houses with these developers, and people came out, they looked at it. When it came time to, when we were doing rezoning, like I said, I think I had 5 or 6 people show up and be upset. So we did lots of consultation. We did lots of outreach. No one came, right? No one came. 5 or 6 people came to oppose it. And the parking ratios, 0.33, 0.6, 0.8, there's still empty spots. So I'm hearing all this, oh my God, construction, drama, people are going to get upset, they'll come out with pitchforks. It doesn't happen. It didn't happen. It was great. It was like a phenomenal experience. So why do you think that happened? That's my question, I guess.
Off the top of my head, I'd say that you're fortunate that you're representing an area like Pembina Highway is a highway. These other roadways have substantial residential housing nearby.
Single families. They're all backed on to single families. Fort Richmond or Richmond West, all single
Can you
families.
give me an example of an address just so I can relate to it in my head? Like I'm thinking where the Dairy Queen was, that big thing, but there's no housing near there.
Well, right behind that, where the Dairy Queen was, there's an apartment block. But the other apartment block, single family. They're all single family down Pembina Highway. University Crescent, 30 University Crescent, 7 stories, backed onto 3 or 4 single families. Like, it's not the end of the world. It's fine. I'm just wondering, why is it fine for me and no one else? Like Portage Avenue is busy, St. Mary's is busy. They all back onto single families.
I have a couple of theories. One is that I have 2 theories on that. One is the nature of Pembina Highway. People are used to a different volume of traffic. They've just they may be somewhat, I think pardon me?
Avenue, wider than Pembina Highway.
Give him a chance to respond.
I appreciate
please.
your point. I suppose I could throw it at you. Maybe your neighborhood's a bit of an anomaly, right? And there might be some issues, not issues, but some reasons in terms of what who is in your constituency, how many of them have lived there and for how long. I'm not very well versed, honestly, in your ward, and I accept what you're saying, but I know what I experience in my work talking with people in the different neighborhoods. I'm just trying to look out for them and for their interests. If I was not here, I didn't hear a word from 9:30 in the morning about what about the neighbors? How are we going to protect the people that are affected by the offshoots of this? So I respect what you're saying, but I don't know that experience, that happy experience, is going to be replicated by your colleagues here when push comes to shove in their own wards.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor Schreier.
Thank you. Marty Gold said it's almost 40 years ago since he was first here. It's almost 40 years ago. 38 years and 11 months since I first met Marty Gold. And how would I remember something like that? Because you don't forget Marty Gold from 38 years and 11 months ago. And I remember the conversation. It was 2 hours long. Now today, it's like, Marty, a number of things you said, you say you're here against, but a lot of things you said are just for information. Anyone, regardless of the position, could take heed of what you're saying. And great line, people aren't red tape. And I guess that what it comes down to is process, and the process of hearings, the process of openness and accountability when it comes to people being involved in the decision-making process that we've had here for decades, generations. and that is the public hearing process. Maybe you could add a little bit more about your concerns as you've experienced them in the last couple of days in terms of this hearing process. Do you have anything more you want to add to that?
I will. I found out on Saturday night that there was like 3 delegations registered, and they were all developers. And I'm thankful the developers are here. I actually agree with some of the suggestions Shindico had in terms of how they want to be able to work with the city. That's all great, but I was very disturbed that there's like an issue this big, and there's no one registered from the public at the time, right, to address it. And so I thought, you know what, I should take the step forward, especially with regards to my neighborhood in St. Boniface. And I did so. I called 311 to register. I was given 2 pieces of inaccurate information by 311 right at the outset. I was told that it was only by Zoom. That was incorrect. I asked, well, can I speak with the clerk's office to clarify this? And I was told no. And yet, so I said, well, can I talk to the supervisor? 6 minutes on hold. Oh, I've got a supervisor. I'll put you right through. Here's the next thing I heard. There's been an error. Click. So I spent 21 minutes on hold, not being able to talk with anybody about being able to appear as a delegation. I looked online, did a Google search for probably Winnipeg malls and corridors, and up comes the web page, and lo and behold, right on the web page, there's the clerk's phone number. So this to me was bizarre. Now I call the clerk's office, and I say, hey, you know, I get myself registered, and I said, is anybody going to be told that if people call 311, they aren't being allowed to talk to you, and that clearly that's part of the registration process this time, and that they're being told it's by Zoom only. And I have talked with someone from the mayor's office about the answer I got, which was not satisfactory. So here I am, just casually trying to take part in the process, and even on that web page, it said people had to register by yesterday, yet I was advised, again, by someone from the mayor's office, that wasn't true, that people could register today. So inadvertently perhaps, but even as average people try to take part in the process, there's roadblocks. That doesn't make any sense to me. It shouldn't be happening. So that's part of it. Now, as to the public engagement, if I can sort of follow through with what Councillor Schreier asked me. I hate to say it, but I sort of snooped on a whole bunch of you in terms of your Twitter and your Facebooks and, you know, those of you that have. And none of, that I saw, it might be wrong, none of the members of EPC promoted attending the public hearing and that it was happening. Mr. Mayor, you're giving me the look, but, you know, the last thing you tweeted about any of this was for the pop-ups in September, but then nothing else. So you yourselves have a role to play when you say, well, nobody's here. You yourselves have a role
Marty,
to play.
the answers through the chair and
sorry.
all questions, yeah.
The councillors themselves have a role to play in encouraging the participation by the public, and that is failing. Clearly, the public engagement process itself it was not successful. Whether it's because of the placement of the advertising, there should be Facebook ads and things that reach the masses, so to speak. And I don't think that there's a lot of creative thinking going on in the management teams that are handling these processes. My opinion.
Madam Chair?
Yes,
Madam
Councillor
Speaker,
Schreier.
I have to admit, Marty Gold, to be fair, he wrote an article about my role and obligation, my own word regarding crime. I don't think anyone would say it was all said in my favor. He was certainly not my apologist then. I don't think he's being my apologist today when he's talking about EPC. The question being, Madam Speaker, does Marty Gold realize that and sort of pushing me to settle on a date for a town hall? I've done so. I've had one last night and having one again next Monday in the spirit of openness, accountability, and public engagement.
I'm aware of that, and I encourage all of you to engage more directly. I've been at Councillor May's town halls. Once upon a time, I think Matt Allard did one too, Councillor Allard did one too. And I know that they're tough and it can be difficult, but I think that again, like what Chris said in his address, and I don't know Chris. You know, we know each other only in passing. But you've heard from 2 people, one a proponent for this, one who's got problems with it. But we both say the same thing. Why is the public not here? And I believe Councillor Wyatt referenced the Assiniboine bike lane audit. But one thing that it said was that the outreach to the public has to be in plain English. That it has to be in language they understand. So if you say, hey, you might have problems with parking on your street if we start throwing up buildings up and down the corridors, you know, then people will become engaged, no different than what I've gone through in terms of creating awareness about bike lanes and stuff. I think that there's a few lessons in that Assiniboine bike lane audit that can still be put into practice by this council today.
Thank you. Next is Councillor Wyatt, followed by Councillor Eady.
Now, thank you, Mr.
I've
Gold,
got
for,
you on the list. Thank you.
for being here today
There's a list, Councillor Chambers. Yeah. I've seen hands, and I think we're being quite fair. I know we're getting tired and we want to finish up.
and believe it or not, Madam Speaker, can I speak?
Yes.
Thank you. Believe it or not, I'm going to actually rise to the defense of the mayor and EPC here and say that it really will, I would argue that the application is being made no different than a private sector applicant's making an application to come to a public hearing through the city. In this case, it just happens to be the director of the property development department is making an application, and that the obligation to advertise properly and to promote that by delivering flyers, which our department does, recommend strongly, verbally, to applicants is the responsibility of the applicant. And indeed, we are in a position where we are hearing a matter at a public hearing. We're supposed to be semi-judicial. That, in fact, by us promoting it, we could be argued that we're not being, having an open mind in the hearing. I realize that's the process, but I push back, as I did at the time. Are you aware that I pushed back with the transit department when they, again, did not really buy any, and by the way, advertising on Facebook is relatively inexpensive, buy any private advertising to get out the word about the changes to the transit master plan, and where people are going to be floored when it rolls out in June, at the end of June of 2025. And so I have to say that it's not the obligation. Are you aware? It really is the obligation of the applicant to promote and to get the word out to, as our department actually tells private sector applicants, it's your responsibility to inform all the residents living near the rezoning by a flyer and by advertising. That our department necessarily didn't do the same. And that's not the obligation of the mayor or EPC to do that.
You know, I accept your point. I accept Councillor Wyatt's point. But, you know, that sort of reinforces my belief, therefore, the administration has failed. That in this one they failed. And again, this is so major. This is such a big change. And you end up hearing from like 8 people, and there's nobody in the, I'm shocked that there's nobody in the galleries for this. I really am. And again, over the course of 40 years in and out of here, that's a poor reflection on the way the city is approaching engaging the public and the voters that are affected by these kinds of things. But I accept your point.
I appreciate you being here and all the things you're saying too as well. And I just want to more, are you aware that through a DASZ, it's the opportunity typically for the city to acquire right-of-way provisions, land provisions, whether it be public right-of-way, park, or what have you, but specifically right-of-way provisions for free, that unlike in the United States where municipalities have to compensate, we don't here. And that, and I cite this and I give an example whereby back in 2006, the city of Winnipeg was fairly new in a joint venture with Genstar in my area. Now, the only reason the city of Winnipeg was able to become a partner in a joint venture with Genstar was there was a piece of land that the city acquired through a tax sale. Why did they acquire it through the tax sale? Because the city had told, the city acquired it through a tax sale because the city had told the property owner that, sorry, you got to spend money on 20 Plessis Road if you're going to come forward with a housing application. Well, they couldn't afford to do it. They lost the land at tax sale. The city becomes a joint venture partner. The application goes to community committee, and guess what? The obligation to require 20 Plessis Road is gone. Now, did that have something to do with the fact that now the city is part of the application? My question is this. Is there the possibility, not because it's being done maliciously or wrong, or I'm not imputing any motives, but there are many hats that are being worn here, and that the city's making an application, for example, along Nairn Avenue, where we will, if typically the Public Works Department is pretty good at saying, you know what, we need to get some of that land on the south side of Nairn for future road widening, never mind just the transit, because Region 6 lanes, it goes down to 4 lanes heading into the city. That maybe that was not really done as it would have been done if this was a private sector applicant coming forward here today?
I understand what you're suggesting. I would be, I mean, if I owned a business, is it Thomas? Is that one that runs parallel to there in that last street there by the old city yard? I'd be concerned. Because, and listen, it is the price of progress, right? That the city is going to require land. But I acknowledge your point that this is kind of a backdoor approach to doing something that otherwise maybe wouldn't be able to happen. I think the city would have to proceed very cautiously, especially because, you know, they're taking federal money on the one hand, but then handing nothing out on the other in compensation. That isn't going to rest well with the people who are expropriated or with the electorate.
Question, Madam Speaker. The reason I'm asking the question is because are you aware that if we do not take this opportunity, for example, taking of land for the purpose of road widenings, that it creates, in fact, a future liability for the city in terms of a cost to disassemble those lands, which we usually fund out of our LOR, but we raid our land operating reserve every year to balance the budget.
I'm very familiar with the Nairn to Regent and Regent back to Nairn strip, and I can picture in my head the kind of problems that could be arising. I don't admire the position you folks are in, but there has to be some sensitivity to not coming across, what's the term I use, a dreadnought? You can't be a dreadnought with this. There has to be some sensitivity.
Are you aware that ironically, it was our ability to lay over applications indefinitely that allowed us to get Plessy Road twinned?
No, that I did
yeah,
not.
That was
not aware.
that got changed
Thank
after
you.
that. The trend.
Next question, Councillor Eadie, followed by Councillor Chambers and Councillor Orlico.
Madam Speaker, I'll let Councillor Chambers go before me.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Chambers?
Yes, thank you. Through the chair to you, you mentioned in your presentation about neighboring residents not being aware that construction is about to begin. When would you state that neighbors should be notified and for what purpose?
I realize that construction start dates, I have family that do renos and stuff, so I know construction start dates can be affected by a blizzard or rain or something. But I'd say generally, my sense of it, if you give people 10 days notice, so they can at least take the china off the wall and whatever. But after that column ran, that's not the only people who've had their fence taken down by a contractor who's allegedly laughed at them and said, go ahead and sue us. Like, there's serious problems out there with what's going on with these crews. Now, I'm not saying that that's going to happen in every construct, but you have no way of forecasting who's going to come forward with these projects. And not every one of them is going to be a well-established company. Surely there are people who are going to be entering the field that just don't have the sense of community that, maybe a Shindeco, for instance, might. Somebody's been around the block a long time. I would say it's 10 days notice would at least be something to show some consideration to the neighbors. And if you file a noise complaint, we have up to 12 days to respond. That's got to be improved.
Through the chair to you, is that signage? Is that notice in the newspaper?
I think that has to be a notice in the mailbox kind of thing.
Okay.
Maybe a knock at the door too, to be polite, right? Okay. But I think that's very minimal expectation to at least let the neighbors know their house is going to start rattling and there's going to be mud all over the sidewalk, Okay.
Thank you, Councillor Chambers. Councillor Eadie, followed by Councillor Orlico.
Madam Speaker, I heard about traffic problems, parking, somewhat Marion in St. Boniface. Madam Speaker, I'm aware of, before this even goes through, development that happened on Marion at Demuron, but I'm wondering if he had heard about the hearing regarding that, and that there's a private school on a street close by. Can you tell me more about traffic problems in you just talked on Marion, but are you aware of the traffic problems that have already been caused in some areas along these proposed corridors?
Well, with regards to the Marion and Goulet, I'm pretty familiar with it. And you're referring to was it the Gagne Motors, I guess, was at the corner of Demuron and Marion. That's a big construction project that I think only has 66 parking spots allotted. There's a lot of concern in the neighborhood that that's going to create, again, more of a squeeze around that corner. That's a bad corner to start squeezing traffic. So again, on the one hand, you have housing, but on the other hand, you have practical considerations. If it starts taking 25 minutes to get from Archibald and Marion, it takes 25 or 30 minutes to get to the hospital, there's going to be a lot of people that are going to be unhappy with it. And the closer you get to ground zero and you have those parking conflicts, that can happen. I am familiar with the schools in that neighborhood and the increased traffic I try to navigate through. We had two years ago, and I think it was because of construction downtown, we had something I'd never seen before, traffic jams in the area around the hospital, where it's taking 20 minutes to come up Kenny or come up Traverse to be able to get to Goulet or to Marion and get anywhere. So our neighborhood is increasingly being affected by that. Again, it's just something I wanted to create some awareness among you fine folks that you can keep it in mind at the very least.
Madam Speaker, I'm wondering if Mr. Gold believes that maybe a traffic study should be associated with some of the corridors. The mall thing is a big difference.
I'm going by memory, and I think that I recall seeing it in the plan, and another reason why you don't have people showing up too easily, because it may only be 57 pages, but it's not easy for lay people to understand, which goes to what I mentioned earlier about the city needs a point person that the public can call and say, please explain this to me. But I digress. My understanding was that for these proposed bills, there would be traffic studies needed. I think that was built into that document. My point with St. Boniface is until you're done figuring out what you're doing at the bike lane, any traffic study that could be done for a bill that starts next year, it could end up being like a waste of money, like a useless document. I think in general, a traffic study rather, along Marion and Goulet would be well warranted. There's already delays. I've seen ambulances and fire trucks delayed trying to make it through because of the reduction in space and the fact that you can't turn right at the corner because of the bike lane, so there's a restriction on right-hand turns. It's created gridlock in that neighborhood that I don't know the council was ever warned about or could have anticipated.
It's not just Goulet and Marion. There's traffic problems on the residential streets.
In the area of the hospital, yes.
And I submit to you around Demuron and Marion back in there.
Demuron, it's very difficult. Coming south on Demuron, you'll end up, it's becoming a little bit like when I lived in Vancouver. You have like a 2-light wait or a 3-light wait to try to get to Marion and make the turn sometimes. It's gotten thicker in that neighborhood, and again, there are schools there and fire departments there, and there should be some caution as you move forward to not make it, impossible. At least make it manageable.
Okay, so if I may, Madam Speaker, there was reference to different streets, and every corridor has its different elements, depth, that sort of thing. But I think you might have made a good point about, are they used to heavy-duty traffic along Pembina Highway? But like, if one individual shows up and points out that the access by vehicle to that large apartment block that was built, would you not agree that it's right off of Pembina Highway and won't involve any traffic flow off to the residential areas? That's probably not a problem then, is it, Mr. Gold?
I think I understand what you're suggesting, Councillor, and that would be correct. You've got more room to maneuver there. You have bigger lots. If you start building stuff on Goulet, then that back lane behind Scotiabank and on the way to Safeway, I take that back. I'm familiar with going up and down that back lane. That's already got certain times of the day. It's tricky in the back lanes between, again, in that area around the hospital. And once you start having those heavy construction vehicles that would start tying up, like blocking the lane or whatever, pulling in and out, it could create a lot of difficulty for the area stores and the area residents. There's apartment buildings on I know a couple of people live in the apartment buildings on Marion as well.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Eady, we missed doing it earlier. Would you move suspension of the rules so we can work past 6 p.m.?
I will move the suspension of rules so that the whole council can work past 6 p.m. Sorry
All in
about
favor?
that. Yeah.
Contrary? That's carried. Councillor Orlikow, then Councillor Mays.
Thank you very much. Just get your opinion on this one. Again, we're getting late in the day, so you can feel in the air, we're getting very positional. 'Cause people shouldn't be trying to concentrate this long at one time. It makes bad decisions, in my opinion, but this is what we got, and I'm not sure how late I want to stay here, but maybe lay it over to another day. But one thing that, and Councilor Lukes actually did mention it, which I think is fantastic, when we talk about as of right having no input for the residents, well, Councilor Lukes is pointing out they had lots of consultations ahead of time. They were able to meet with the residents, they talked about it. That is super, and she's amazing at this stuff. Councilor Lukes is very good at this consultation stuff. Well, the as of right presently as it's provided doesn't allow for that, wouldn't happen. So when Councilor Lukes said no one showed up, I think it's because of the amazing job she did. So they didn't come up because they had their answers. So to have a process in place that would allow for the residents to have, maybe it's developer-led consultations, maybe it's city consultation, I don't know. They don't get no public hearings still, but they're allowed to have their say. I think personally administration would benefit from that. I think the public will benefit from that. Developers will benefit from that. But again, the residents still won't have an opportunity to appeal. But would that be something kind of in the middle? Well, it seems to work in Councilor Lukes' ward, and I think even in my ward it would work. Because when you don't let them even have a say or know about it, that's a big problem. People, they become very defensive. So would that be some process if we had a consultation notification? I don't know what it is. But again, you're not going to go to the public hearing. There's no appeal. This is what they're planning to do. Because I think both the developer and the city would want to know that those opinions of people. They don't know everything, and it helps. I know there's a couple of developers that really they personally like to have the pre-application. That's now no longer happening. But would that be something that could maybe alleviate some of the concerns of the as of right development?
You've raised a very good point. I wish I'd actually come back to Councilor Lukes with that the process that she undertook on Pembina Highway will not be a process that will be possible under the as a right. And you want to maintain peace in the neighborhoods. And if people feel that they're just being bombarded with problems that aren't their own doing because council made a decision and you've taken away the right of appeal, this isn't a question of a political price that individual elected politicians are going to face. This is the price that the senior citizens that thought they were going to live a quiet retirement in their home, the people with disabilities that have home care coming all of a sudden can't find parking or can't navigate. There's a human, I don't want to say human cost because that's too extreme, but there's an effect on the day-to-day life of people that are around these projects, and it's not always pleasant. So anything that you could propose, that any of you could propose, that creates a good relationship between the builders and the neighbors that are already there, it's a very good idea.
Thank you, Councillor Mays, followed by Councillor Wyatt.
Thank you for your patience. Thanks for coming down and speaking today. It's been a long day. My comments really reflect some of what, or my question reflects some of what Councillor Orlico was asking, which is, it's great if Councillor Lukes had that experience in her ward, but to suggest, as we heard some months ago, people saying the fears are never realized. Well, if you want to look at my inbox for the last 6 years, maybe you would realize some of the fears were realized in Glenwood. If you want to come and look at the 600-person petition of please just give us a moratorium, yeah, some fears were realized. It wasn't all great. The fears were realized. There were a lot of side effects, as you've talked about. So, I don't remember saying to people who came in here saying, oh my God, there are all these issues with the Airbnbs. I don't remember saying, you'll have more friends, which is what some of the people in Glenwood were told. When Councillor Lukes had all those issues and hours were spent on the rooming houses by U of M, we didn't just blow off the residents saying your fears, no, your fears do not count. In fact, they don't even exist. You'll have more friends. None of that was said. So, yeah, the fears are sometimes realized. There are some side effects. As you've said, it isn't always pleasant, and I've lived it. So, you were at one of the 2 town hall meetings. We got 60 people out on a single day. Vastly exceeds all of the input on this. So, telling you something about our consultation. So, just relate, if you would, some of the experiences, some of the concerns people expressed. Now, admittedly, the town hall was only about the fourplexes. I made that clear from the start, but some of the concerns that people had about the lived experience. Some of our colleagues here have talked about the lived experience. Well, then I'll take the advantage of saying I've lived the experience of representing this area for 6 years, and yeah, some of the fears were realized. It wasn't all great. So there will be some side effects here. We'll try to ameliorate those, but maybe you can relate some of what you heard.
A couple of comments that were made to me subsequent to the column about Windermere and some of the other feedback I've gotten between the columns and the podcast, and one of them I cut out of my presentation here, where a fellow got a hold of me and said, for 2 years, we've dealt with heavy construction traffic, which has ruined the street. Even with many complaints, trucks and heavy equipment still barrel down the street, making it unsafe for the kids and the residents who live here. And again, at your town hall, Councillor Mays, I was surprised at how many people, because I didn't really catch that this was going to be an issue. I haven't been exposed to it, but there's a real problem with the Airbnbs. I know there's a problem down Taché, on the north side of Taché, with it as well. With, they turn out party houses. But the biggest issue that was raised not only at your town hall, but again, I've gotten feedback from, including in that part of Fort Garry, from subsequent to my column, was a lot of these places are rentals. They're rented out for 3 or 4 years. Then enough equity's been built up and the property is then sold. But renters they don't have the sense of investment in the neighborhood. They don't have the sense of being neighborly. They don't.
Just disparaging a whole group, i.e. people who rent, is
I'll amend my comment.
problematic and contrary to the...
Thank you, Councillor Rollins. It's been
I'll
noted.
amend my comment. The experience that has been reflected to me by people from across the city is that in many cases, they find that renters don't, and this isn't a surprise. I mean, it's what it was like growing up on Matheson or Lansdowne when I was a kid. People that rent don't have the sense of investment in the property. They don't have the same sense of having to take care of it in many cases.
Marty, it's going down the same line. So let's.
And so this is also this problem of creating a neighborhood of renters as opposed to a neighborhood of people that are all stakeholders. This is also creating pardon me, homeowners. Maybe I'm trying to find the right word here.
Marty, we'll bring the comments through the chair. I missed the last thing you said because I was interacting over there. You've heard council. It's been noted.
Yes.
Okay, so let's wrap up this. We're actually going to go to the next question now. Okay.
Okay.
Councillor Mays, you were still on?
Yeah, sorry, that was distracting. We were told earlier today that there's a shortage. What we heard the other day at the town hall was a lot of these units are not selling, and that's the lived experience. Some of the infill homes are sitting vacant year after year in Glenwood, or the Airbnb phenomenon. We're told today older people are having trouble selling their houses because they're just too big. Well, couldn't the market correct that? Couldn't they just reduce the price and then we let the market solve that problem? So the experience in my ward, at least, is the vacancies are not in houses that people can't sell. Where we're seeing vacancies is in some of the units not affordable, hundreds of thousands of dollars that have been built in recent years. But so we don't keep going on about renters here. Actually, I'll leave that comment. Are you aware that that's been the experience in the Glenwood area, that the shortage is not, people are not having trouble selling their homes, as we were told. But what seems to be the problem is we've got Airbnbs and vacancies in some of these units, which are hundreds of thousands of dollars, not addressing the lower wage folks that Director Boris talked about. So that's been the lived, are you aware that's been the lived experience in Glenwood?
I firstly should add, I myself am a renter for many, many years. I didn't mean to disparage all renters, but there is those issues come up. I'm aware of it, and I'm also aware that, look, I know there was a lot of discussion with Hazel Boris when she was being grilled by you fine folks, but there is an issue about affordability, because there's no question that a lot of things that have been built and that are going to be built, affordability, I don't think that that's defined anywhere in this malls and corridors document. I don't know when council's going to define it or if the feds define it, but you're over $200,000 a door to build something. By the time you crack that number down, crunch that number down, and try to come up with how much it's going to rent for or sell for, I understand the idea of putting a roof over everybody's head, but it's not. Some of these are not going to solve the affordability crisis. It'll solve the shortage, but it won't necessarily make things more affordable for people that are looking for good places to live and raise their kids or retire in or whatever.
Okay.
But I'm aware of that, Councillor, yes.
Okay. Thank you. Next is Councillor Wyatt.
Yeah, I know we've heard a lot of comments here today that, the general public's not here, people don't really engage anymore, or maybe it's COVID that changed it all, but I think, and I heard the comments by Councillor Lukes, and I don't doubt her in terms of what she's referring to, but at the same time, putting aside, I want to state that I think it's fair to say, would you not say, that for every one hearing you could point to where nobody shows up, or maybe only one or two, but I could point to probably 3 or 4 hearings where a lot of people show up. I'll quote Markham Road and Gull Lake Road, where Councillor Lukes' ward, when the city tried to rezone a long land right along the rapid transit line, there was a massive show up of people, and that's not that long ago. Okay. Putting aside the fact that, and I want to say that our director has been, / applicant, I think, has been very frank and open to responding to our questions by and large, especially when it came to the need to properly fund the department that actually feeds us as a city in terms of new taxes, new tax rules, the property development department, which we're not doing. The director has been, / applicant has been putting aside the fact she's been very upfront with us about the need for City Council, specifically EPC, to properly fund parks and playgrounds and not to be so reliant on the land dedication reserve, but to properly maintain and renew those parks and playgrounds out of the operating budget. The biggest issue I heard today is the one that concerns me the most, and you're a small business person, and is the fact that there is a real chance that this will increase assessed values based on highest and best use. And as you know, up and down these major corridors, there's a lot of small business owners who either own land, in most cases lease, that the cost of those taxes will be passed on through the lease. And many of them are mom and pop shops or restaurants that are on these corridors because of the profile and potentially could be driven off with the right. We've been quoted a number of $200 million plus coming in new revenues and taxes. Now that's going to come from somewhere. Now that may be based on new development coming. I don't know the timing. I'm going to ask that. My question is that something that we really need to find out about more before we approve this here today?
Madam Chair, in the course of quickly coming to the realization that I needed to appear here and make sure the council heard about these different points, and I appreciate that there's been this kind of back and forth with y'all. One of the things that was raised to me was that there's a potential essentially for block busting, that there's going to be pressure by whether it's a city or developers. I wasn't too clear on what the trigger was going to be, but you could end up with, I'll use the example of Pembina Highway, where you've got some little strip malls there where the Chicken Delight is, that stretch there. And where you've got, 1-story or 2-story little strips, there's not necessarily any housing with it, but all of a sudden there's going to be pressure on those landowners to make a move, and we could lose a lot of the character of our neighborhoods because of the way that the development could move forward. And certainly for the mom and pop shop, the little restaurants and things like that, I'm familiar with it, and it's rattled around in my head, but I haven't figured out necessarily how to enunciate it or how the city could create a mechanism to try to preserve, at least for some period of time, the nature of the characters, which you don't want. And it won't happen here to this extent. But the difference from when I moved to Vancouver in late 1999, and I was back there in 2007, and even in that period of time, all of a sudden, or up and down Cambie, and a lot of the character of some of those traditional streets had been lost just in the period of time I was gone from Vancouver in 5 years. We're not going to end up with the giant towers like they have in Burnaby and whatever. I understand that, but it's a shame when the anchors of the neighborhood feel that they're pushed away. I'll tell you, just in reference to that, one thing that also did concern me is what happens if if, because there's federal funding and encouragement from the city and whatever, market pressures, that all of a sudden the supermarkets, like Safeway or No Frills in St. Boniface, for instance, what happens if somebody decides, hey, you know what, we can do a lot better putting up, 400 units of housing, and all of a sudden you could end up with neighborhoods with no supermarkets. I don't know how you as a council sort of safeguard the integrity of the neighborhood being able to function. And I'm not saying it will happen, but it's been mentioned to me, and I can't dismiss it out of hand.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Wyatt?
The term is gentrification. And
I knew there was a word in
that
there
is,
somewhere.
and yeah, are you aware that many cities who are rightly in a rush to try to drive up new revenues, create, the cool spaces, you want to call it, the funky spaces along these corridors and everything, actually in the process, sometimes cities have managed to drive out the local businesses who, as you mentioned, bring the character. Is that something that we should be concerned about?
Absolutely, 100%.
Yeah. And is it fair to say that you are a fairly right-of-center person, and I tend to be a left-of-center person, but we could maybe agree on the fact that community capitalism has a role to play, and that we should be working to encourage the existing small businesses that are here now to keep alive and well?
This city is not a monolith. This city was an amalgamation of separate jurisdictions, and this council should never lose focus, should never forget that we came together, but that each neighborhood has a very distinct identity and character. Granted, some of it's changed, and with the expansion, there's new neighborhoods, I get that, but people shouldn't forget that we are an accumulation of neighborhoods, whether it's Point Douglas or St. James or Weston. A lot of neighborhoods never get mentioned around these chambers, and they shouldn't be, in the bigger picture, shouldn't be forgotten about or ignored.
Madam Speaker, are you aware that prior to this application being filed and the advertising kicking in, which means we can't speak to people outside of this hearing, that this councillor did ask a member of the mayor's staff, has there been any consideration, because this issue could be solved in one stroke, which is that there be an amendment to the Assessment Act and or the charter requiring the assessments to be frozen at the previous values, and that the property would not be assessed higher until the actual development occurs. But that would have to be an amendment to legislation that would solve this issue and prevent gentrification. Are you aware of that?
Through the chair, I was unaware that discussion had taken place, but it makes a lot of sense to me to try to ensure that there's some stability, some sense of stability for the stakeholders as this rolls forward.
Thank you. Next is Councillor Lukes.
Did you know the character of Pembina Highway has changed dramatically since the days of the Pembina Trail, when the ox carts moved back and forth to St. Paul? Okay, things change. Cities are living, breathing organisms. And did you know that I have had so many businesses on Pembina Highway call me and thank me for approving these developments? They are thrilled because it anchors them, it provides them business, it anchors our transit, even though it is Pembina Highway. I'm not experiencing a downside to any of this. Maybe I'm living in a bubble, but did you know the businesses are thrilled? And the rooming houses have been alleviated.
We should have just dismissed those concerns.
Through the chair.
Marty, your opportunity to respond. Thank you.
I'm saying, did you know?
Through the chair, I am actually aware that there are some people out there that have experienced a boon to their businesses. I understand that. But again, I suggest that for whatever reasons, Pembina Highway just has a certain kind of character that is vastly, you can laugh, but Pembina Highway is not McPhillips, and it's not the same kind of people that have that experience down Main Street or down McPhillips. You've got older neighborhoods that are going to have a different kind of entrenchment, different philosophies. Believe me, I've watched in my own industry the media business completely evolve in the last 18 years, right? Once everybody started getting a computer. So I do get that, and I'm not opposed to progress, but I don't want people to be steamrolled. I don't want to see what I saw happen to those people on Windermere. I'm not saying the city could have prevented it, but progress should not cause heartache and should not threaten the retirement of people who've contributed as taxpayers to this city for 30, 40, 50 years. There just has to be some balance. But I'm glad you're happy. It's good, you know, that is good.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor?
Thank you through you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Gold, for your presentation today. Yeah, my question was similar actually to Councillor Luke's, and it was kind of a, rather than are you aware, could it be that, for example, along Portage Avenue, where there's single-story just buildings that are little coffee shops or insurance brokers, that having another 100 to 200 to 300 people move in above or right next door or along the strip would be a whole population boost to visit those businesses, to become new customers and repeat customers for the small grocery store or the tailor, or whatever the case would be. Could it be that actually bringing people living right in proximity to those small businesses would be an injection for them?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Marty?
Through the chair. There's certainly stretches on, I'm pretty familiar with that. There's certainly stretches out there where there's room. I wouldn't want to see every one of those, I wouldn't want to see that done on every block. And the other part is, since you mentioned St. James, Mr. Mayor, there's controversy about a couple of current and more recent applications there about certain kinds of buildings being put, whether the lane can handle it. I didn't even mention snow storage. That's also an issue you guys are going to have to deal with. So this kind of stuff doesn't fit anywhere. I realize that not everything's going to roll out at once, but there should be those sensitivities. With regards to St. James, I shop at St. James once in a while. I have friends with shops there. I appreciate that some densification along Portage. That to me is very logical, but I don't think it should be, the Wild West. And this has to be very managed, whether it's Portage or Pembina, but especially Main Street, McPhillips, Goulet, Marion. Those streets I'm very familiar with from where I've lived and the work I've done. And I just want to make sure that there's some awareness here that not everything's going to fit everywhere and not everybody's going to be unaffected by it.
Thank you. Councillor, Mr. Mayor, anything further? Councillor Eadie?
Yes, Madam Speaker, I'm going to bring this back home for Marty and myself because we grew up in the same area and where I didn't realize we're very close to the same age, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, on Lansdowne at Main, there was the replacement of what used to be the North Main car wash and whatever gas terminal it had there, Madam Speaker. And what I would, I'm just going to preface this. So there was a consultation done, put out there to the neighborhood to build a 7-story, 72-unit affordable apartment rentals. It was really good, but they were getting rid of the mixed use and just going with the multifamily. Anyway, so there was a consultation, and it was all great, as you know, Madam Speaker, and that project's moved ahead and it started building. However, there was, and I did field some calls, there was, I think, one person for information or was opposed to it. My question to Mr. Gold is simply, should we give no credibility to that one individual that showed up and say, you know, we don't want to hear from anybody then? Is it not valuable to hear from one person at least that, you know, had concerns, and I think we're dealt with in the end anyway.
Okay. Thank you. Marty?
Your opinion.
Madam Speaker, sometimes it only takes one person to point out that there's going to be a problem in the lane, a problem with snow storage, but it only takes one person sometimes that has the awareness, has the knowledge, lived experience isn't quite the right term, but sometimes it's just one person goes, hey, wait a second, what about this? And all of a sudden you'll have, I'll give you an example. I'll go back to St. Boniface with the open house for the Marion Freeway, where I looked at that map. I went over to the table, I looked at the map, and they're showing that they're going to divert the traffic to come down, trying to remember what it is, Dufresne, and come down from Happy Land Park, and then if you want to go down Watt Street, go to East Kildonan. Well, you won't be able to turn at Marion and Archibald. You'll just turn and go through the neighborhoods. There's about 5-6 blocks, and then you're going to turn out Kavanaugh, and then you'll turn left. I used to manage the house at the corner of Kavanaugh and Archibald on the northwest corner. And I said, well, have you ever stood there? Have you ever been there? No. You've got cars zooming around that corner at 60 kilometers an hour around a curve, and that house had a driveway that you're trying to like pull in and out of off the property. And they hadn't given any thought to the reality of what kind of accidents were going to happen the corner of Kavanaugh and Archibald if they thought all this traffic was going to go through the neighborhood and then turn left to go down Watt. So sometimes it only takes one person to point out something that could actually be a serious problem or a serious situation. So people should, Councillor Eadie, yes, people should be listened to, and sometimes the most unlikely sources can point out something that the engineers miss, the planners miss, the councillors miss, the advocates for projects, or even the opponents can miss. The more you hear, the more you learn. The more you learn, the better decisions you can make.
Thank you. Anything further? Okay, seeing Councillor Wyatt.
Thank you again for coming here today. Are you aware that Councillor Eadie and myself obtained a legal opinion from Antoine Hacot pertaining to the HAF matter that we're here today on partly, and that Mr. Hacot wrote, council voted in November of last year to make council the hearing body on all HAF matters. This was the opinion of Mr. Hacot, who is a leading municipal lawyer in not only Manitoba but across Canada, who in his legal opinion has indicated that the bylaws passed thus far, not done in council, like the downtown bylaw, for example, should be repealed, and that there should be a comprehensive hearing in this chamber, and that if this is taken and challenged in court, we're going to be back here anyway, potentially on all of this. Are you aware of that?
Madam Chair, I'm only aware of, more generally, from what was said earlier in the hearing. I am very familiar with Mr. Hacot, and he's come up with some very good analyses of civic and criminal matters in the past. I'm familiar with his work. I was unaware of that opinion, but I would certainly be concerned that council not misstep in going forward with these plans and then turn around and end up in some sort of a jackpot, because that wouldn't be good. I'm not privy to what Antoine wrote, to the particulars, but he's a pretty credible character in looking at municipal and civic matters.
Thank you.
That in the event that council is consistent with the decision of November of last year, that the council could still potentially repeal the bylaws that have been passed thus far related to the HAF, and still have another meeting like this to consider those matters, so that we are consistent with the decision of November of last year and consistent with Mr. Hacot's opinion.
I wasn't aware of that, but I'm going to tell you that if you have to unwind this and rewind it, I'll be back again.
Okay. Thank you. With that, I think this concludes questioning under this delegation. Thank you, Marty Gold.
Thank you. It's
for
nice
your
to see you again,
presentation
Madam
this
Speaker.
Yeah, thank you, Marty.
Thank you.
We have 2 more delegations left.
Correct.
Okay.
That was our last registered speaker in opposition to the application, but is there anyone whose name hasn't been called who wishes to speak in opposition? No, I don't believe you're registered, but would you like to speak in opposition?
Okay.
Okay, for information? Okay, so we're currently dealing with people for opposition. So we have no one who wishes to speak in opposition to the application. Moving on to registered speakers for information, and first up we have Matt Glavin, who's joining us in person.
There was a request for a 5-minute recess. Okay, and we need to take that. Okay, we'll be back in about 5-7 minutes. Thank you. Good evening. I'd like to reconvene our special council meeting once again, November 19th, 2024. Madam Clerk, we are on our next delegation. If you could please call them out.
Yes, we are on our first representation for information, Matt Glavin, and he's joining us in person.
Welcome, Matt.
Thank you. Well, I feel like I was in the doctor's office waiting to see you. Now I get to tell you all my symptoms. Thank you. Matt Glavin, 1 Terracon Place on behalf of Terracon Development. I don't think my click. Oh, there it works.
The presentation is also in everyone's OneDrive. That was sent by the clerks.
Thank you. Just want to provide a bit of an overview of what I'm going to talk about today. Firstly, a little bit about Terracon and who we are. Dive into the MMU zone. A little bit of history, some past zoning bylaw review requests that we've made, and then consideration as part of this PDO. Firstly, Terracon is Winnipeg's exclusive developer of master plan business parks. We offer high-quality space, high-quality landscaping to create really attractive environments. We have multiple business parks throughout the city, and our standard building model is 45,000 square feet that offers multi-tenant flex space for a variety of light industrial, commercial, and office space, and really allows for that diverse range of tenants. One thing that we've been a huge advocate for is that ability to live, work, and play, and I'll touch upon that in more detail. I do want to focus on one of our parks at the southwest corner of the city, Tuxedo Business Park, and shown in this air photo, fronting along Kenaston Boulevard, Fort White to the west, IKEA to the north. That's particularly what I want to touch upon. Talking about the MMU zone, the majority of our parks are zoned MMU, and I will highlight there's very few properties that are actually zoned MMU within the city. There's only a handful. And it was conceived not only to accommodate the business parks, but also to provide a certain level of flexibility. And I just want to read a clause within the zoning bylaw under the definition of MMU that it states, it was intended to provide an area for linked industrial and commercial activities while allowing more flexibility of uses while requiring higher landscaping and design standards. And throughout history, we've provided and will continue to be an advocate for more flexibility of that zone, and certainly have submitted letters throughout the zoning bylaw review process as part of this process to really advocate for that flexibility. The one thing I do want to touch upon is that element of live, work, play. And the chart that you see on the screen here is taken from Complete Communities 1.0. Albeit it's a little bit hard to read, it was embedded within that document. And what it stated was the new approach to employment lands. And at the bottom on the left column there that's been highlighted, it did accommodate and allow for planned residential. It truly was a live, work, play approach that encouraged supportive and subordinate residential. Complete Communities 2.0 took a different approach to live, work, play, and a bit of a step backwards in this matter, reverting more to a segregation approach rather than mixing of uses and trying to create unique spaces. I'll also note that within Complete Communities, there's only 4 areas that are actually designated business park. 3 of our business parks, and the 4th one being Smart Park at U of M. Albeit this is an older letter from U of M, they are supportive of the idea of mixing of uses and creating that mixed-use environment. So that is a bit unique to all of Complete Communities. So this is highlighting a portion of Tuxedo Business Park. The frontage along Kenaston Boulevard I've highlighted in pink. This is really the linkage between the mall area at Kenaston and Sterling Lion and the mall area at Kenaston and McGilvery. It's highly visible, highly trafficked on a frequent transit line, and the request would be to include this within the PDO. Now, you may be asking, has this been done before? And the answer is yes. There are several precedents that this has been done before of integrating residential within a business park employment setting. particularly in Coquitlam, BC, Edmonton, Plano, Texas. It's also been done in Europe, and it's been done very successfully. So the request is that 30-acre pink area shown on the map be part of this Malls and Corridors PDO. Mixing of residential within a business park can work, and we should be striving to create complete communities, mixing these uses to have that true live, work, play environment. And I really think we should be getting back to the elements of flexibility and strive to have creative, transformative areas that are unique and truly special. And that's all I have.
Thank you. Any questions? Councillor Eady, Councillor Chambers, Councillor Duncan?
Yes, Madam Speaker. This is a very interesting to me concept. I guess my first question is just simply light industrial. There's all these different, but light industrial, help me out. That's just assembly of items, products?
I'm not quite sure I understand. Sorry.
Well, what is light?
I think it's the definition of light industrial.
Light industrial, does it involve any use of like dangerous chemicals? Does it involve, what is light industrial?
Madam Speaker, through you to the councillor, really we're talking nothing noxious, nothing heavy manufacturing. A majority of our uses within Tuxedo Business Park are office. That's the majority use. There's very little assembly of products. What is of assembly of product is entirely confined within the building. I think there's often sometimes a bit of a misnomer about industrial. It's 2024. It's not the turn of the century with smokestacks. Our buildings are built out of precast and heavy construction. You wouldn't know what goes on within the confines of those buildings. They're beautifully designed, architecturally designed, in amongst an extensively landscaped park.
So my next question is, with the business parks in Winnipeg, so you're saying there's 3 plus the Smart Park out at the U of M. When it comes to light industrial, is it the marketplace for that? Didn't it? Did a lot of that move to Centerport North? Like, is that where the private sector is investing in light industrial?
Madam Chair, through you to the councillor, there certainly is an abundance of availability of industrial lands within the capital region and Centerport that you mentioned. The City of Winnipeg has extended sewer services within the RM of Rosser, also extending services to open up 1,100 more acres within the City of Winnipeg. There isn't a supply issue of industrial land.
Okay.
There is a boundary issue.
Yeah. So I guess my last question is, so you have the Tuxedo Business Park. If I think we'd have to amend when it talks about employment lands in here, but how many, like, what could you build, like, what could you see, if allowed, being built in your Tuxedo Business Park?
Madam Speaker, through you, I think you're correct about the tweaking of the language, and I use the specifics of business park because there are only 4 sites. When we think of employment lands, there are several thousands of acres of employment land within the City of Winnipeg, but there's only 4 specific sites of business park, and I think that's something to be very cognizant of when I'm speaking of this. What we would envision is certainly along the frontage of Kenaston, very much, I would say, a mixed-use worker-type village sort of thing. Yes, there would be probably some high-rise residential with probably some supportive retail on the main floor. I would think that this would also be the catalyst for something that we've been pushing for our business park for a while as a daycare. I could also envision there may be a restaurant. There's an abundance of opportunities and possibilities by introducing this residential that's not only subordinate and supportive of our business park where people could truly live, work, but also play. So it does open a myriad of possibilities.
Make one comment. You could say, I don't know why Silicon Valley didn't go with that when they built their plants, because I understand living in San Francisco is untenable nowadays. So.
Thank you, Councillor Eady, and the questions through the chair. Next is Councillor Chambers, followed by Councillor Duncan.
Thank you, Speaker. Actually, the question that Councillor Eady had asked was my question in terms of the definition of light manufacturing, and whether there would be, and I guess to your response, whether there would be larger vehicles moving back and forth throughout the area, like trucks and other larger equipment.
Thank you. The response?
Madam Speaker, through you, all of our buildings do offer the possibility for truck docking. It's not something that's necessarily commonly used. In some cases, it's converted to parking for office space. It does allow for the opportunity. I would say it's extremely minimal, and where it is strategically located, it's at the rear of our buildings. Where we're talking about for this is the frontage of Kenaston. We still would have separated from the frontage of Kenaston our road, internal road, called Nature Park Way, as well as an entire 45,000 square foot building, and then the back of that building. So you're talking about huge separation of what would be limited traffic of trucks.
And thank you for that. The second question through the chair. So would warehousing be a component of that? I mean, it's not really an activity that would be, have a huge environmental impact to that area. But again, warehousing of equipment or storage of equipment, things like that.
Madam Chair, through you, I'd have to defer to the administration on the specifics of warehousing as a permitted use within MMU. I believe it's restricted. Certainly, outside storage is definitely restricted within MMU. So there are the confines of those restrictions of uses. It certainly is, though, there's much more limitations of what you can do within MMU than even what you can do in M1. And M1 is more of a lighter industrial than compared to M2 and M3, but MMU is even lighter than that.
Thank you. Councillor Duncan?
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. So just for, I guess, a navigational point where we are here. To the south is Kenaston Common, which includes Costco. Is that correct?
Madam Chair, through you, yes. We would be separated. Our immediate boundary would be the area otherwise known as Snow Dump.
Yep.
And then beyond that would be that smart center that includes Costco, yes.
And then to the north, we're talking IKEA and Seasons of Tuxedo.
Madam Chair, through you, yes.
Thank you. And then what does it look like across the street? I know what it looks like, but for those that aren't familiar with the area, you think industrial, potential manufacturing, what does it look like nowadays across the street?
Madam Chair, through you, the area has seen a lot of transformation. At one time, across the street was predominantly heavy industrial M3 land. I think we've now seen that this has become luxury car dealer way in a lot of ways, as well as a local microbrewery and a barbecue store. So a lot of it has been downzoned to more commercial type uses immediately across the street. Beyond that, behind that, you've got a metal recycling facility that backs onto Linden Woods, but that's much tucked away from beyond what is immediately adjacent to Kenaston Boulevard and being that sort of quasi-retail commercial uses.
Oh, through you, Madam Chair, if I may, do you have any images of where exactly it would be in like vacant spots on this Tuxedo Business Park where potentially?
You could pull up the PowerPoint.
If I could have some help pulling back the screen. Sure.
Page 9.
I don't know if this gives the best perspective or if this air photo, but I think the air photo that you can see here, to try and describe it, you've kind of got that pond that we have in the front. If I can just walk up. Like here. The areas north and south of that are really what we would be looking at. Those are the areas that are vacant, albeit the area that I've encompassed as the frontage of Kenaston is about 30 acres. We have about 8 to 10 acres that is really, say, vacant and developable. We've sort of always envisioned this area as being a mixed-use area, given its location along Kenaston, given its high profile, given its location and proximity to IKEA and all of the amenities that are to the north as well as to the south that you mentioned. That's really the ideal spot that we're looking at.
And if I may, Madam Speaker, my
Yes.
final question. You had mentioned that you had discussions with the administration. Have you discussed this particular spot with the administration? And if you did, what was their feedback?
Madam Chair, through you, yes, we have. Not only just in this discussion, but I think I mentioned that we've had multiple discussions throughout this. The administration has been receptive in saying that there is merit. I think the response back is a couple things that I'll talk about. One being time constraints that I think you've heard today. The other being lack of resources. And the other thing being the governing of Complete Communities 2.0 that I touched about. We've kind of taken a bit of a step back in the policies there. And personally, I can see that there's a bit of conflict between are we collaborating or are we competing? And I say that in that the provincial land use policies and Plan 2050, which I won't go down that rabbit hole, but it advocates for a collaborative approach to planning and collaborative approach to employment lands. At the same time, I think Complete Communities has taken a competitive approach. And I don't think that's right per se. I think I've noted that there is ample supply of employment lands. There just is a boundary issue. The other thing that I'll say is the city has consciously invested into expanding more employment lands, expanded into the arm of Rosser. And to me, if we are going to compete, and that's the choice, to me, the competitive advantage to the RMs, something the RMs can't do, is something unique and transformative of something like this, where you can create a space where people can truly live, work, play. That is the competitive advantage.
Thank you. Next is Councillor Wyatt, followed by Councillor Rollins.
Thank you, Mr. Glavin. So just to clarify, you wish us to add this land to the mapping?
This here, yes. Sorry, through Madam Chair, through you.
So, yeah, through the chair to yourself, Mr. Glavin. So that, what do you wish us to add to be very specific here so we know what, if we're amending something, we know what we're amending? We need the lines on the map, so to speak.
Madam Chair, through you, you know, there's a multitude of definitions within this PDO of calling the mall sites and then the regional mixed-use corridors and the urban mixed-use corridors. In my opinion, there's two ways to skin this cat, is either expand the mall to connect the two malls, because we have a mall at Kenaston and McGillivray, and we have a mall at McGillivray and Kenaston. Also in between, we have a major redevelopment site of Snowdump Road that is going to be transformative and mixed use, so does make sense to possibly do that. The other would be, this is a major corridor within the city of Winnipeg. It is Kenniston Boulevard. It's one of the most highly trafficked, it's a frequent transit line. Calling this a regional mixed-use corridor, I think, is also applicable.
Now, is what you're referring to, the property at Sterling Line Parkway and Kenniston is being earmarked for regional mixed-use corridor, regional mixed-use center, 10 acres or more. Also, it's the same to the south of the lands at McGilvery and Kenniston. So do you have a copy? Would you be, if you wanted us to amend this, would you be fine with amending the lands? I'm assuming not just the one in pink, but also the backlands? Is that what you're saying?
Madam Chair, through you, I think the request of where we have it is suffice. We really don't have any additional lands to develop upon. That would be, that's our frontage of.
Do you have a copy of that here for members of council?
It was submitted.
Do we have okay, so that could be supplied to us for the purpose of an amendment?
Yes.
Okay. The second follow-up question is, you also, your company also has lands on the south side of Dougal Road, slightly to the, I guess, the east of La Chaudière, along Mazenod there behind your Waters Park, I believe it's called. I know you're looking at a similar mixed-use, regional mixed-use development there. You didn't mention that here today. Is there a reason for that, or?
Madam Chair, through you, you're correct, Councillor, on that, and it is something we have been in talks with the administration of. We've had some preliminary public engagement with. We're in some early processes with that, and that process is much more exhaustive in that it's a much larger site. It's 100 acres plus, and the plan for that land that we're trying to work towards is to have the land designated as a major redevelopment site. We're dealing with a much, that's a much heavier lifting. This, you know, the opportunity, I think, is this is what I would call low-hanging fruit within the ability to provide the need for housing on a major corridor that's surrounded by amenities. That one is much more complex, that we've done a lot of hard work for, and don't want to take away from the hard work that we've done along with the administration.
Okay. Thank you.
Final
Councillor.
question, Madam Speaker, final
One
question.
more.
You've been here for most of the day listening to the Q&A going back and forth. Is it fair to say that this councillor asks the same type of questions and lines of question when it comes to private applications at community committee as he's done here today? when it comes to being consistent?
Madam Chair, through you, yes, I could say that you are consistent, Councillor Wyatt.
Thank you. Councillor Rowlands, and then we'll hear from the mayor.
I'm good, I'm good.
Okay.
I'm good.
Mr. Mayor?
Through you, thank you very much for your presentation. Could you just remind us how many acres are you talking here?
Madam Chair, through you, Mr. Mayor, the area in pink here is approximately 30 acres. The areas that are currently undeveloped, if you drive along Kenniston Boulevard, you'd note the giant waterfall, the Tim Hortons, what was the Good Life Fitness, which will be a new fitness facility, and then our bank facility. Kind of in between, and where you notice a car wash in the background, we've got about 8 to 10 acres of undeveloped land there.
Thank you.
And just to be clear, I think it's important that we are recognizing the corridor. That's why I've shown this whole 30 acres, is that really is the linkage between the two mall sites, rather than just do it in piecemeal spots of the undeveloped sites. This is the corridor.
Thank you. Councillor Dobson?
Oh.
And Councillor Chambers.
Okay, thank you very much. Through you, Madam Chair or Speaker, projected number of units that you could put on this site?
Madam Chair, through you, I don't have an accurate projection at this point. I'm simply here to ask that we can do it. Whatever the PDO permits, we would go to the maximum. There's a need for housing. We feel that this would be a very highly desirable site. This is low-hanging fruit. You want housing, I want to give you housing.
Thank you.
Sufficient, thank you.
Okay, Councillor Chambers?
Yeah, just refresh my memory. Are there not some rail crossings near here as well? That might be like, and I don't know whether they're still in use, or I recall probably just a couple of years ago there was trains crossing there.
Madam Chair, through you, you are correct. There is a spur line. It's not a very active line. What would be, call it that large, odd-shaped parcel here. We purchased that recently. So what was those large concrete kind of barracksy looking buildings, they've come down. We've replaced that with self-storage facility. But the spur line to the north, that's directly behind IKEA, it serves the landowner to the north, but is, I couldn't tell you the frequency of the line. Obviously, we would have to adhere to setbacks and FCM guidelines for anything like that.
Okay, yeah, that's my.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Wyatt?
Yes, and I don't have any issue with making an amendment to the mapping to add your lands. I guess the one thing I want to ask, so that we do this eyes wide open, so to speak, is that are you aware of any kind of either formal or informal from your back and forth with the various city departments about this land that we need to be aware of here, namely any kind of servicing requirements being indicated by Public Works, Water and Waste, or Transit are the ones that come to mind right now that we should be aware of if we're going to do this mapping change. We wouldn't want to miss anything that we need to address in terms of future liabilities to the city.
Madam Chair, through you, this business park is currently serviced by Transit. There is a heated bus shack that currently goes into the park. So Transit does come into the park as it stands today. Servicing capacity, I don't think you'll find a site anywhere within the city of Winnipeg right now that is going to be clean of any servicing challenges. We're always constrained, whether that's land drainage, whether that's sewer, whether that's water. There are limitations. It's not a free-for-all. We certainly know what our capacities are within the park. We know what our capacities are to expand. There is capacity for us to do and take on and develop these lands.
Public Works Department indicated any sort of requirement for expanded right-of-ways or egresses that they're concerned about?
Madam Chair, through you, Kenaston Boulevard is a rural cross-section road that is extremely wide. So, I mean, there hasn't been the ask to take on additional lands. It's until it becomes an urban cross-section road that would require full land drainage with curb and gutter, you know, there is ample room within that right-of-way.
So there's no servicing issues informally that have been communicated by any city department that we should be aware of here?
Madam Chair, through you, again, we're aware of what our limitations are within the park.
Okay.
We're aware that we have capacities within these lands to develop what we have planned in our master plan. It's obviously things that we would have to get into a much more granular detail to look at how many units we could put on this. You know, it's not a free-for-all, as I said. We are constrained anywhere within the city of what the servicing limitations are.
Okay,
My
thank
simple
you.
ask here today is that we want to be able to do that.
Okay, thank you. That, Councillor Orlico?
Yeah, thanks. Just a question. I love technology, but sometimes I hate it. I can't pull it up. But in the malls and corridors, you have mixed-use corridors, but we also have different types of mall spaces. But in that category, my question is coming real quick, is there's 5-acre land. So there's another category that you would be, and my question to you is, you told us the numbers of 5 acres, 12 acres, whatever you got. So you would already, in my understanding of how this bylaw is working, would qualify for the PDO that has been put forward. That's my understanding of how the bylaw is written. It's 5 acres, it's five categories, including 5 acres.
Madam Chair, through you, I think there's categories based on acreage, and you're correct, Councillor, based on that. what I have said is that this can fall within a regional mixed-use corridor. It could fall within connecting the two mall sites. There's a multitude of possibilities that it could. And you're correct that the acreage would be suffice.
So I'm trying to understand what your ask is. You already get the PDO if you want it.
Well, currently, it's not mapped as part of the PDO. I want it part of the PDO.
I'll ask administration later on, because it does say 5 acres. It's another category that wasn't all mapped out. But I'll ask administration later on.
Okay.
Thanks.
Thank you. Okay. Any further questions? Seeing none? Councillor Eadie and Councillor Wyatt?
Just to clarify, Madam Speaker, as I read this bylaw, it specifies that it excludes employment land, and business parks are considered to be employment land, not mall land. And so, Madam Speaker, my question to the delegation today is just simply reading the mall PDO over 10 acres, because I think you said you have over 10 acres to develop in this way, I think. Do you see that PDO for the 10 acres and up would fit with what your vision is?
Madam Chair, through you, you're correct, Councillor, and I think it's a simple amendment to Schedule A of malls and corridors that reads, any site designated employment lands in Complete Communities 2.0. I would amend that to put in brackets excluding business parks. As I noted, there's only 4 sites within the city of Winnipeg, or 3 of them, and the other one is a supporting party. Now, we're also talking site-specific to Tuxedo Business Park, but that gives the enabling language.
Okay. Thank you. Anything further, Councillor Eadie? No. Councillor Wyatt?
I'm just to get some clarification on your 100-acre plus Dugo land and not wanting it to be added here today. You're looking at a major redevelopment site. I'm confused about why you wouldn't want to add it here now versus like the Kenniston land, for example, in light of are you looking at, for example, is it a different market there, knowing the issue with regards to the need for more employment land / mixed-use housing, what we're hearing today and everything, or is the market tougher in that area? Is it because you're looking at tax increment financing, negotiation with the city, or maybe you can't speak about certain things?
Madam Chair, through you, I don't think we're as far along in the process. Here we have almost a fully built-out business park at Tuxedo. At the Waters that you're speaking to, we have 1 building and 1 co-op card lock, and the rest is vacant space. Yes, the market is different. To apply an entire PDO to that site would suggest that perhaps it would become almost entirely residential. Now, I'm not sure that that is the best use for that site. What we're envisioning is much more of a mixed-use environment that's going to have appropriate buffering and screening for the employment lands with Terracon-style buildings and supportive residential. We already have the business park established within Tuxedo. We have the work and we have the play. We just want to add the live. That one is, we're kind of comparing apples and oranges in a lot of senses here, in that that one constitutes much more of a complex study.
I appreciate the answer, and I guess the question I have is, as you may have heard that the applicant indicated, that this is optional, that you could elect still to go forward in a rezoning, the traditional course. However, then you would have the ability to, as you mentioned yourself, the land has really not taken off, and maybe this is a way to make it take off and drive revenues into the city that we need, and housing. And if it were done as a regional mixed-use piece of land, that would not necessarily restrict you to just housing or commercial, industrial, but a true mixed-use development and it doesn't tie your hands, I guess is what I'm saying as well. Why would you want us to consider that in sight of that?
Madam Chair, through you, I'm not necessarily opposed if the offer is on the table. The one differentiation I would offer as well is that park is not zoned MMU. It is a combination of M1 and M2. It is a little bit different. It's fair enough. I don't want to muddy the waters and create complexities, and I don't want to ask too much. Again, if the offer is on the table, I'm not going to say no, but I think what I'm asking today is certainly reasonable and fair in understanding the time restraints that the administration have as well as the resources that the admin has. And I don't want to overcomplicate things, and we'll be back again for that one, and appreciate the due processes that we have.
Thank you. That concludes questions under this speaker. Thank you, Matt Glavin.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Madam Clerk. Madam Clerk, our next speaker is?
Our next speaker is Pam Lusankiu, who's joining us via Zoom. So Pam, if you want to go ahead, you have up to 5 minutes for your presentation.
And Pam is here for information.
Yes,
Right.
correct.
Thank you. You'll have to unmute, Pam.
Okay, hi. And I would also like to do a PowerPoint with this. So I would have to share my screen. I guess first I would say good evening. I started with good morning when I wrote this in the first place. My name is Pamela Sankey. I'm with Ours Winnipeg. And I would like to say in Winnipeg, actually, I didn't expect to be talking about green space with malls and corridors, but I kind of stumbled onto something, so that's what I'm talking about today. In Winnipeg, our waterways are our most biodiverse land, and under infill pressure, they have some of the biggest developments. And then, also, river corridors are natural assets and require unique considerations. So the amendments that I requested or will be requesting today are for the purpose of protecting natural assets and the green network as per our city policy. So I'll just switch to PowerPoint and share screen. Okay. Oops, I'm not. So we have, I guess our river corridors and greenways are supported by our Winnipeg and Complete communities. We do need more housing, but we also need to look after our natural assets. And so the next few slides provide policy from our Winnipeg and Complete communities for planning, protecting, and enhancing green space. And I also note that in Complete communities, there is a setback of 30 meters from waterways and water bodies, which will come up later. So I'm not going to go through these, but there's lots of policy to protect green space. So now, the next slide. Oops, one, two. Okay, this slide is about, it's a piece of the malls and corridors. And the green arrow with the circle points to a stretch along the Red River on St. Mary's Road from Carrier to Major Drive. And so this is an example of what I'm talking about today. It is a narrow strip of land between a commercial corridor and the edge of the Red River. This is a zoomed in map. So in this section here, there are 5 other instances where a commercial corridor is on a river. And the land in question.
Pam, we cannot, are you sharing your screen? Because we can't see anything.
Oh, okay, sorry. Let me see, how do I go back now? Because there's an important map here. Okay. I'll try this. Okay, share.
It's not working.
Okay, now. Do you have it now?
No.
Is it okay now? I think I heard no.
Pam, we still can't see your presentation, but members of the hearing body have been provided your presentation, so they do have a copy of it electronically, okay?
So, okay, so if you could go, actually it's slide there's two really important pictures, actually. You don't have to look at the whole thing. So they would be, so you can flip through to the map, okay? So there's, and if you find it, there's a map of, it's a section of the malls and corridors map. And I've lost my place now. Okay, yeah, so that's where there's 5 instances. I didn't circle them all, but there are 5 instances where the commercial corridors are adjacent to either the Red or the Assiniboine River.
I've
And
sent
so
the
I've
map to
highlighted the one in
council.
green, which is along the St. Mary's Road. And so if you could go to the next slide, it's a picture of the Red River, and it's zoomed in farther. So it's taking a closer look at the highlighted one. And so in that, if you have that screen on my presentation that you can see, there is a yellow outline around the area along the river where this, where the malls and corridors, I guess, designation is. And so this section of the river is quite narrow, and it has experienced a lot of erosion as it is located on the outside curve of the Red River. And at times, St. Mary's Road has been threatened, resulting in retaining wall repairs. It is a risky place for high-density housing and single homes. So on the map, there's some numbers, and if you can see, I hope you're able to see them. Number 1 is actually mostly a park, and it's sort of on one side, there's eroded buildings and slump land, and on the other side as well. So the park is kind of a buffer between the river and the St. Mary's. It's called Gay Park. Then the next section on the map is number 2, and that's quite a wide area, and that is actually where there's a retaining wall built on St. Mary's Road, because the river is completely slumped there, and it's St. Mary's Road is being supported by that retaining wall. And so that strip of land, this is important, that strip of land is about 35 meters. And so the setback is supposed to be 30 meters from the river where development begins. So this is
Councillor
like
Chambers moves
close to that.
extension
That
for
gives
2
you an idea
minutes.
of the
All in
size.
favor? Contrary, carried. Pam, you've got 2 minutes left for your presentation, and I'll alert council. I've sent you Pam's presentation via email. Okay. Pam, 2 minutes, please.
Okay, so then we have a scenic outlook on top of that retaining wall. So that's about where the 35 or 40 meters is. So it gives you an idea of the distance of what 30 meters looks like. And then there's another area labeled 3 on the map, and that is where there's more slump land. And then farther to the end is number 4, which is 602 St. Mary's Road, which is a property that's been declared surplus. But about half of that property is parkland, and it's is used as parkland and by cyclists who cut through there to Major Drive. So this whole section is very narrow, it's very prone to erosion, and so it's not really probably even a safe place for park. So now, so the city's setting itself up for future erosion problems by decreasing density that will put more pressure on the riverbank. And just around the bend, Lindale Drive was built too close to the river on an eroding bank, requiring $5 million for riverbank stabilization in 2017. So without guardrails to protect the green space and waterways, key riverside lands will be harmed and lose their capacity to provide natural benefits and preserve biodiversity. So the city has a choice of where they can put development. So I'm asking for an amendment today. And so in Appendix C, there are 4 broad zoning categories that allow properties to be excluded from density: manufacturing, educational, institutional, or parks zoning. So there's nothing really in there to accommodate these waterside properties. They're really unique, but they do need protection. So I'm suggesting a more nuanced approach is needed for riparian areas beyond those 4 zoning categories. And I'm suggesting, taken from the policies in the previous slides, I did flip over them because we all know them from leveraging green infrastructure and master green space plan topics. But they should be considered because they're naturally sensitive areas, they're adjacent to waterways.
Pam, thank you. If you could just wrap up, please.
Okay, I am almost done. I'm on my second. I have just my asks after this. There's a riverbank stabilization issues, there's a 30-meter setback, land that's being used for park purposes already, floodplains. So based on that, I have two asks, and one of them is to remove from Appendix C this area described as Red River on St. Mary, or described as St. Mary's Road from Carrier Avenue to Major Drive, should really be excluded from high-density development. It's really not suitable, it's very narrow, and et cetera. And also with respect to the river corridor, which is a natural asset, the other properties that are on the river corridor should also be reassessed. I didn't go into the research on all of them, but this is an example, and they should all have some consideration for being on a river corridor. So, so I'm asking for the consideration for commercial corridors and near waterways and water bodies to have consideration as described through all of the supporting information in the Winnipeg and Complete Communities documents.
Okay, Pam, thank you. This is...
And sorry for not getting my presentation up.
Okay, that's okay. We do have questions. Councillor Eady?
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and whether it was working or not, Ms. Semke, I can't see it, but
Good.
however,
Not good.
I do understand exactly what you're talking about, and I understand that you're looking at this as like it's an opportunity to just make it a green space, but you are aware that when this bylaw passes, they still have to pull building permits and so on. And part of building anything near a riverbank involves a geotechnical study. What can it bear? What could you build? So you do realize that just saying that you could go ahead and do it, it doesn't mean that the riverbank stabilization issues and that sort of thing are not considered.
I wish, sorry, Madam Chair, if I could reply. I wish I could believe that, because I had some pictures actually on my presentation as extras, but that has not been the case. There's a 3-story building that was built not that long ago there, and there was absolutely no room for parking. And so the parking is actually sort of a platform on stilts over the slumped land on the river. So I guess I'm not asking for nothing to be built there, but I'm asking, that it isn't a reasonable area, perhaps because like almost the entire property, or like half of it is probably parkland already, it's already 30 meters from the river. So there isn't really much there to develop. They would have to be very small.
Madam Speaker, if something is set up on stilts, the piles have to go to the bedrock. Did you know that?
Yeah, yes.
All right. Okay.
Thank you, Pam. That concludes our questions. We appreciate you joining us this evening. Thank you.
Okay. It's a little hard speaking. Oops.
Okay. Thank you. That concludes your presentation. Madam Clerk, next is...
Our next registered speaker is Alana Phillips, joining us in person. Alana, if you want to come down to the podium, you have up to 5 minutes.
Alana is here for information, correct?
And we have no additional speakers registered to speak for information.
Thank
Hello
you.
again,
Welcome.
City Council. Speaker, Madam Speaker. I just have some points I wasn't planning on speaking today. So just some of the things with the infill development. I do know that I was in a building where the whole building shook and they ended up having a corner of their foundation being needing repair because of the construction across the street. So I'd just like to make sure that in the older areas, when doing infill, that the City Council remembers that there are other buildings that may not have up-to-date foundations. So there might be some collective sort of how hydro provides insulation and people around those infill sites while there's construction equipment there might want to lower their cost of getting their foundations repaired if they're older houses. So that's something to be considering. Of course, I'm promoting essential service upgrades in every move that the city does, whatever the construction is, wherever it is, whether it's roads or infill or any form of industry. The upgrading of our essential services needs to be done. So that includes creating the blue-green roofing system for all of our citizens, and looking not just forward 25 years, but into the millennia, so 1,000 years or more, which is the mayoral palace is now 1,400 years or thereabouts. So we have to be thinking of future, and of course, you know, our buildings that are going up, thinking vertically downtown to shore up the foundations. We do have a library, and that's our public education. So you can go in and get a book, come out and not know how to do the environmental adjustments or where to go. Also for people who want community involvement for the decision making, I think special allowances for transit would be good to get more of the public out. That would be helpful. I know I did borrow money from the bank to get here to sign up for delegation. So it can be expensive for people who are on disability or struggling with waiting for insurance to come through and whatever problems. Also, crime reduction by having students available for housing to build housing lowers the costs for the city, for the province, for the feds, providing the new sites that are being constructed to include our wildlife habitat reserves and which includes employment training and adds to sort of laboratories, living laboratories for our universities and our schools, upgrading our grade 7 curriculum. Of course, I've spoken about that. And again, let's see, daycare evolution too, is to have these wildlife habitat sites that coincide with the zoo and different things, allows for the daycares not necessarily to have these big, huge sites and all these costs, but to share the costs within the city and allow daycares to go to different spots around, and so that all of the children can grow and flourish and be more educated, and having the student housing being created so that people can live, not just creating business parks or, you know, live, work and play areas, but also to study, and so that students are close by, low income, close by to places that they can learn and upgrade. And again, let's see, the foundations, collaborating with the public and private sectors to make sure that we can upgrade our essential services, only promotes the longevity of the buildings that are being constructed. So it allows us to be able to build our city, sort of like the non-such. I think we should be thinking about creating that museum kind of structure around existing buildings, not necessarily making big, long brownstones in North End or St. John's or Point Douglas to, you know, take down some of the crime and the poverty. I know that the RCMP did report 2 years ago approximately in the public that the influx and the rental properties, the management of the realty economy.
Okay. Lana, that concludes your presentation time, but there are questions. We can get into them. Councillor Wyatt?
Alana, this is a true Winnipeg question to ask. Is your mother Myrna Phillips?
Through the speaker, yes.
All right. I just got to
So-
say that a long time ago, I had the opportunity to compete, and I was lucky enough to get hired as a page in the Manitoba legislature in 1986 and
nice.
worked with your mother. And at Harvey Smith's funeral, she actually gave me a photo. She said, "I knew you were going to be here," and I have a photo now up in my living room of all of us together taking pages and the sergeant at arms and her. And anyway, yeah. When I still had hair. That was a long time ago.
Right.
But,
Well, I've got enough hair.
that was,
Okay.
yeah, thank you, Elena,
Yeah.
coming here today.
Any further questions? Seeing none?
And through the speaker, I'd like to say that, yes, I used to do my homework sometimes at the ledge at the, when everybody was in the house. And, yeah, so I grew up listening to, yeah, needs and wants and pages and in the message room.
Okay. Thank you for your presentation, and good night. Thank you. Madam Clerk, we are now going to move into questions of the public service. Yeah, okay.
Like, are we staying till?
We're going to take a, 5-8 minute recess right now.
No.
There's been a request. There's 2 requests, actually, so we'll take a short recess, and maybe during that time, let's answer your question, Councillor Gilroy. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, thank you. Short recess, 5 to 8 minutes. Thank you. Good evening. I'd like to reconvene our special council meeting, November 18th, 2024. We are on the point where we're going to take questions from the administration. Questions to the administration. Councillor Mace, and then
Very good.
Councillor Eady.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have 4 questions, I believe, many of which I have indicated to our friends from the public service. Question number 1 is based on you remember we got an update in May 13th, 2024 on HAF. It talked about, call it bucket 0, the infrastructure money that's coming. I don't think we have a specific dollar amount attached to that yet, but it did talk about a program being developed by the CAO, HAF office, WWD, PPD, and Econ Development, and launched before the end of 2024. It's not necessarily separate from corridors, and some of this infrastructure money is supposed to be helping out on the corridors and helping the malls. Where are we, Mr. Mahe, on this this plan that will be launched before the end of 2024 about how the infrastructure money might be allocated?
All of the initiatives as part of the HAF program that were, maybe I'll take a step back. So earlier this year, Council authorized the HAF team to begin work on setting up the HAF office, initiating some activities with regards to the Capital Incentive Grant Program, which we successfully launched early in July this year, where we handed out capital incentive grants to 11 projects, and we were asked to report back by the end of the year with the rest of the HAF program. So when we come back before the end of the year with our HAF program, we'll be able to lay out the game plan for the rest of the HAF initiatives and how we'll work through the different initiatives and milestones we have to achieve as part of the HAF program, of which we'll bring forward an update on the infrastructure program as well.
Very good, thank you. I mean, different people have different interests. Councillor Chambers has long advocated for more sewer infrastructure down there in St. Norbert. Councillor Santos spoke earlier today about getting some money in her ward, so that'll be good to see. Second question, there was the FAQ document prepared last November when we first dealt with the HAF, or dealt with the HAF last November. So the FAQ, a lot of acronyms, the FAQ page talked about how will the HAF funding be distributed to projects? And the answer was under the DCAO, which I take to be the Deputy CAO, Ms. Gear at present, the Public Service will establish an intake process and evaluation process that will maximize the number of housing units in the 3-year span and focus on areas of highest need. The evaluation could include, but is not limited to, and then a bunch of things, and then consultation with surrounding area. So that sounds interesting to me. So do we have this? Do we know what the evaluation criteria will be? And do we know what consultations might be taking place with the surrounding area?
I'm not familiar with that FAQ, but that FAQ from November of last year is prior to the city signing on to the agreement. So we signed the agreement December 5th of last year. So in terms of there's a variety of different initiatives that we're undertaking. We will bring forward a game plan for the remaining of our initiatives as part of our report to council before the end of the year.
Okay, if you could be prepared to speak to that then, or you or someone else. I mean, if we said in a public document in response to a frequently asked question, we will have consultation with the surrounding area, we should have a plan for that. Not vital to get that tonight. Third thing, which maybe is the most important question I have, is the FAQ also talked about the new requirements per the federal minister. This talks about some of the fourplex items that were brought in, but we've also said the City of Winnipeg will develop an evaluation framework, and this is not well edited, this sentence, so it's not me, it's the sentence. The City of Winnipeg will develop an evaluation framework and approved projects that will reward, prioritize maximum number of units, downtown and commercial corridor development, so this is a corridor question, as originally envisaged in the original application. So, as I understand that, we are to have an evaluation framework that will prioritize commercial corridor development as originally envisaged in the original application, as opposed to the fourplex stuff that was grafted on later on by the federal minister. That's what it says. Do we have that evaluation framework somewhere? Do we have that ready to go? Will we be, what is it? Will we be seeing it? Because that seems to be where the units are going to be, are in the malls and corridors, not in the fourplexes. So if we are going to preference commercial corridor development as originally envisaged in the original application, how are we going to do that?
Well, I think the program is I know we're veering a little bit off topic in terms of the hearing tonight, but just quickly though, the HAF program has a variety of different initiatives that's going to be focusing in on trying to accomplish different tasks with regards to being our HAF objectives. For example, the Capital Incentive Grant Program really did focus in on the downtown. Some of the zoning initiatives that we're talking about today, it's corridors, it's malls, the corridors. So through the initiatives, we are engaging in a variety of different ways in order to achieve our objectives through HAF, and every initiative is going to have a little bit of a different focus depending on what we're trying to achieve within that initiative. So I wouldn't say that. So that FAQ is for it's almost a year ago today, and we've taken the program, we've evolved it since that FAQ was created, and we're into the implementation stage of it. So it's being implemented in different ways.
Okay, but to follow up on that, and then I have a final question for now. I mean, the question is, if this is adopted, could any fourplex or four-story building be built anywhere? Answer, no. City of Winnipeg will develop an evaluation framework that will reward and prioritize downtown and commercial corridor development as originally envisaged. So we need please show us at some point the framework that will prioritize commercial and downtown as opposed to the fourplexes. That's what we said to the public. That's the question. That's the answer. So I don't expect it tonight, but I mean, this is relevant to commercial corridors, which is what we're debating tonight. So I will look forward to the evaluation. Final question, and this I believe is from Mr. Kostiuk and not Mr. Meyer. The mayor's platform, I mean, what we're talking about today mostly is a reflection, to be fair to the mayor, of what was in his platform, page 15, about as of right construction with no parking minimums on Pembina and Portage. Well, we knocked that off, I think, a month or two ago. Scott will also ask city staff and council to develop rules permitting residential construction over medium and large retail malls as of right, conditional on setbacks to minimize impacts on nearby residents. These sites already have services, ample parking, so I'm pleased to see the platform recognized. It's good to have some parking, so we're not debating that tonight. I guess my question is the phrase conditional on setbacks stands out there, so the pledge, the election pledge was to do as of right on malls, fair enough, subject to setbacks. There are provisions here about setbacks. There's the business with the angles and planes, and if you can talk a bit about that. I mean, if I lived a block away from St. Vital Center or a block south, I might be concerned about what might be coming in basically across the back lane or right next to me. But what can we say to the public about the setbacks?
Sure, and for those following along in the report, I'd draw your attention to page 15, where we talk about setbacks in the report, or if you're following along in the PDO, it's section 34. So for a minimum front yard setback, we have 2 feet. Minimum setbacks from lanes, 2 feet or 12 feet for residential stories where windows to living spaces or bedrooms face a property line. Minimum side yard setback is 0 feet when there's a shared wall, but 12 feet for residential stories where windows to living spaces or bedrooms face a property line, or 4 feet, so there's that protection or the respect to the property line or other residences. A minimum rear yard setback of 12 feet for residential stories where windows to, where there's windows to living spaces or bedrooms face a property line, or it's 10 feet. There's setback landscaping in there, and again, this is on page 15, where it's 1 tree for every 35 linear feet of lot line within 10 feet of the lot line, as well as a 6-foot-tall fence that for lots that abut R1 or R2 or RMFS properties. And the special yards are also still intact. So the special yard schedule in Schedule I of the zoning bylaw are still intact. We didn't modify those. So if there's a conflict between a setback that's proposed in the PDO and what exists in Schedule I remains intact. There's also the height standards that we briefly talked about, and that 45-degree angular plane to R1, R2, or RMFS properties as well.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. That's very detailed, and that's, I think I feel comfortable saying to people, well, this was in the platform, this was voted, this was in the platform, subject to setbacks, and a fair bit of detail on the setbacks. So, thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor Eady, followed by Councillor Gilroy.
Thank you. I'll try to condense it so that I can ask 3 questions and not have to ask any more. I just heard the 45-degree rule called out. Can the public service for the public and for myself, the only time I've ever been aware of the 45-degree rule being used was in our Precinct F hearing, where they were transitioning from the multifamily out to single family on a greenfield development. Can you tell me how the 45-degree rule works, say at a mall versus a single property along a corridor?
It would actually be the same. If it abuts an R1 or R2 or RMFS property, it abuts or is at the rear property line or is across the lane from the rear property line. So it wouldn't matter if it's any of those, it would apply in the same way. Like, it would still apply.
So 45 degrees, as I said, so there's narrow lots on Selkirk Avenue corridor, there's narrow lots on, so technically, what would you, at grade, 45% to the roof of what's being built? Is that what it is?
Yeah, from a point at 12 feet and then a 45-degree angular plane.
12 feet, why, what's,
12 feet above grade, Councillor.
why 12 feet above grade?
Well, originally it was, in the infill guidelines, it was 6 feet above grade. But for malls and corridors, when we're trying to incentivize additional units and heights, we moved it to 12 feet above grade. And then it's a 45-degree angle from there across the subject property, and your building can't encroach from that 45 degrees.
So on Selkirk Avenue, that would be from the back of the property out to the front, because I believe they'd build right at the sidewalk. Okay. Sorry, that was my first question.
Okay.
I just want people to understand how that works, right? Okay. And anyway, where was it? I had a specific question that was referred to this point. So, for example, on Main Street, it's only the Main Street facing address property. So, for example, at Redwood and Main, right behind a Main Street address, is the old Molson Brewery lot. It's a separate lot. So would that be part of the corridor or not part of the corridor?
If the property is behind and the property line is blocked, so let's just back up what I'm saying, is that if the property line was fronting or flanking for the property that's abutting Main Street, that would be in. But if there's a property behind that that is neither fronting nor flanking, it would not be in. So in the example that you're asking, I think it's out from,
It would be out, yeah.
if it's blocked from that, as I described.
Yeah, it doesn't have a side yard on Main Street. It's
Yeah.
just totally behind a mall area. Actually, if the owner of the mall area bought the one behind it, it still would have to go through subdivision, is that correct?
Yeah, if they're two separate properties, they'd have to consolidate through subdivision, but at that point, they could be eligible.
Okay, that answers that question, okay. And my, so I've heard a lot about, there be the various departments, they're all consulted and so on. And I'm not sure if it's being applied, but I'm gonna talk about the CSO Water and Waste Plan for the Jefferson East CSO area, which includes the McPhillips corridor, where we're talking from whatever up to, and then there's the Armstrongs one as well, which is currently underway, which I believe goes up to McPhillips as well by Swales. Now, my concern is, in order to keep land drainage water out of the combined sewers, in the CSO plan for these couple of areas and others, it talked about, I was told they can't do it until there's building permits pulled or whatever, or a hearing has to happen, whatever. But they talked about utilizing the land drainage water off of roofs, various methodologies to not overcapacity our combined sewers. And I'm wondering, how is that going to be applied under this corridor thing? Because we're talking about some serious development here. Are there going to be expectations of using the rainwater? And then you got the snow melt, but the rainwater for sure, with green roofs or whatever you want to call them.
Thank you. The response?
Sorry, through the chair, I don't think I'd be able to answer the specifics on that in relation to the zoning bylaw and the zoning requirements. That would be something that would be reviewed at the development permit, building permit stage, as water and waste gets.
Well, I'm not convinced that Water and Waste is going to force through their consultation about whether there's capacity to build or not in a specific area and trying to alleviate it. We know that in the Osborne Village, which is a great example of building lots of density, where stormwater, rainwater, whatever, the people who are building have to put in certain provisions to prevent the combined sewer from going over capacity.
Okay, thank you. And we'll get a response from James Beach.
Yes, Councillor, good comment. We are working with the province. We're working with Water and Waste. We've been working on this for several months. It's the Green Infrastructure Toolkit. So green infrastructure is not off the table. It's not a requirement in the bylaw at this point, but it's something we're working towards to offset that Clause 8 that we always run into, the amount of water that is allowed to be transmitted off a property that's been developed. So
Anyway,
we
in
are
our
working on
CSO licensing, it is in there. and that's under our license agreement related to the combined sewer overflows.
Thank
I'll
you.
leave it at
Councillor
that.
Gilroy, followed by Councillor Wyatt.
Okay, thanks. So my concerns are very different than everybody else's, so maybe you can alleviate them. So I'm coming at this with a different perspective. So if we're opening up our mall, like where the malls are, okay, is it really defeating what we're doing in terms of trying to redevelop within our downtown? I know there's people itching to develop, I'm going to use Pull Park as an example. They been itching for years. So I believe that's we're just providing that money to the developers to do that when I think it would have developed on its own. And then now, just like we asked Shindigo today, they would rather develop on these parking lots and in suburban areas. So by opening this up, I have a concern that we're going to stop the work that we want to do within our downtown, where we need the investment. So I'm trying to understand why we would want to do this when we just did, such a push into our downtown, and we haven't even seen the impacts of that as of yet, and yet we're now forcing malls on us that we know people want to develop there already, and we've seen the development at malls already. So I guess my question then, to bring it around, if this wasn't pushed on you that it was malls, would this be something that you guys would seriously be looking at?
Thank you. The response?
Yeah, through the chair, a few things. One, we are directed to do this as part of the motion and council policy. Number two, I would refer to our Winnipeg and Complete Communities direction strategy policy, which for a number of years, really since 2011, has said outside of the downtown, the malls and corridors are regional mixed-use centers, and corridors are the next places to intensify it at the highest degree. So we've had it as policy for a number of years outside of the downtown as being a strategic area.
Okay. And I guess...
Councillor,
yeah.
sorry, just to jump in. Also, it is only happening now if they subdivide and rezone. With this PDO, it's the as-of-right development is the idea. In C3 and C4, that most of our malls are zoned, multifamily is not permitted. So that is why we are targeting this way with the PDO. In addition to the council motion, it is allowing multifamily as of right in C3 and C4 locations where before it was not in a permitted use in the zoning bylaw.
In your expertise, though, would you have chosen more the corridors that we would need to develop in and around, our downtown? So we were really focusing, if we are going to focus on our downtown, my concern is that we're moving away from that. And we know that we have issues within kind of inner city areas where we don't have development happening at all. And so I guess I'm trying to is there, according to other cities, according to your expertise, is this going to hinder the development more in these areas? Are we going to, because they're going to be choosing these other areas because they're more desirable to build?
Yes, through the chair, we don't believe so. The downtown zoning bylaw is very permissive. Multifamily is permitted across downtown. There's no parking minimums downtown. There's no height minimums downtown. If there's projects that are coming forward downtown, they'll continue to come forward. We are working with these corridors that were already identified in our Winnipeg, regional mixed-use corridors, commercial mixed-use corridors. They're already adopted as policy. To expand the PDO into other corridors, other neighborhoods, that could happen, but it's something that we would need time to research those locations, look at the sites, look at the impacts, look at the adjacencies. And so that's why we're focusing on these corridors and these malls in this piece of the PDO.
Okay. And then my next question is regarding the parking. So I was concerned to hear that only when it gets to 300 units, only after 300 units, they're only going to do a traffic study. I guess the concern around that is areas like Polo Park, would really, like, I mean, I can't even imagine the traffic. Like, I do think we need development there. I think it'd be an ideal spot, but I think it has to be managed, and I think it has to be managed well. So my concern is that if they subdivide and there's multiple developers, and like, I don't think they'd be under 300 units, but say for some reason it happens, because we have I don't have control over that, could we have a bunch of buildings that are under the 300 and not have any kind of parking study done in that area?
Thank you. The response?
Yeah, Councillor, Madam Chair, through you. Yeah, the requirement in the zoning bylaw is for any development with units, 300 units or more would require a traffic study. And yes, below that, these are located on our major corridors. These are fast-moving streets with lots of traffic capacity. We don't feel that, and we've circulated the PDO with Public Works. We've been working with the different departments. The 300 unit was the threshold that was chosen as sort of the best practice.
And if I could, through the chair.
Thank you. Yes.
Just to clarify, the reduction in parking, it's 0.5 parking spaces are required for each dwelling unit, and 50% of the required parking for restaurants or drinking establishments. So the modifications only occurred to dwelling units and then restaurants and drinking establishments. So if commercial entities still, like retail spaces, still have a certain parking requirement that's intact, that hasn't changed.
Okay.
Under this.
And then can you just kind of like go over the map to me, like what's the next kind of corridor, the corridors that are, just reviewing the map here. Maybe can I see? Yeah, sorry. Just reviewing kind of the corridors. Like, I guess for me, like Portage would be the biggest corridor that I could think of that we would want to develop. And so I'm just trying to figure out kind of the threshold around that. Like, what is the, like, is that an area, like how far down Portage are you looking between, I guess, our downtown and Polo Park? Is it the whole thing?
Everything in black. Yeah.
Is it the whole
If I
thing?
may, through the chair. Yeah, it's almost the entirety of Portage. There are spots that are taken out. And again, we're following Complete Communities' direction strategy for regional mixed-use corridors and urban mixed-use corridors. So the mapping that you see there is following that, and then there's exclusions that are marked in the report. The biggest one that you'll see, where you'll see some holes, will be from the airport area, AVP Area 1, where you're not allowed new multifamily residential dwellings anyhow. So we didn't obviously want to create any confusion, so those areas are taken out. Other areas that might have been taken out could have been park spaces or spaces that are industrial. Maybe not Portage is the best example for that, but educational, institutional. So Deer Lodge, if it's fronting, would have been taken out. So those would be some of the exclusions, but everything else would be following the Complete Communities direction strategy, minus the exclusions, which including the PDOs, the existing PDOs that we had. So we had St. Norbert, Corden, and those that were intact. So those remain intact.
Okay, then my final question, I guess, just to make sure I'm hearing this correctly. So you don't feel it's going to impede the development of our downtown, which we just kind of, we're trying to push investment. I'm just trying to understand this. Impede the development within our downtown when we're providing these other areas at a more affordable rate? I feel like there's not a good answer in that one with you guys, so I'm just.
No, we don't, Councillor.
Okay. Good. Next is Councillor Wyatt, followed by Councillor Orlico and Schreier.
Thank you. I just want to pick up those very good questions by Councillor Gilroy. Specifically, the traffic study of 300 units or more. Why was 300 units chosen when we require traffic studies on less quite often in developments presently? Can you answer that?
Thank you. The response?
Yeah, through the chair. That was the feedback that we received from Public Works on when the threshold would be on a large project was 300 units.
That was the recommendation of Public Works?
That's what we got from them, yeah.
Okay. And I don't mean to impugn the motives of our fine engineers in the private sector who are commissioned to do traffic studies. However, my experience has been, to a certain degree, he who pays the piper calls the tune. Are we going to be requiring applicants to submit funds to us that we do the traffic study, which would ensure greater independence of the findings, or are we going to allow them to commission their own traffic studies, which has been problematic in the past?
The response?
Through the chair, I would assume that it would be the same process as now, which they would, the applicant would be hiring their consultant to do the traffic studies.
Okay, and is the department aware that quite often these consultants that get hired by these developers or applicants are quite often the same engineers that are then hired to do the work?
Through Madam Speaker, the consultants hire their engineers of choice. The traffic studies are submitted, and the traffic studies are reviewed by our public works engineers.
That's my concern. Pertaining to the downtown, the council's strategic priorities and action plan, SPAP, identified the downtown as a priority. I'm concerned, like Councillor Gilroy, was there any, from the department, any policy, public policy options or ideas that were put forward that maybe are not here today that would allow the downtown to be able to compete with the new residential that will no doubt be more attractive to private developers at suburban shopping malls than in the downtown today? Was there any public policy options considered?
Thank you. The response?
Through the speaker, well, among the considerations intact right now is that the downtown bylaw is quite flexible in itself in terms of development capacity.
But the department's also aware that presently we as a city have to give up huge amounts. Are you aware that we have to give up huge amounts of future taxes through tax increment finance projects to be able to facilitate projects successfully in the downtown? Quite often.
Through the speaker, that happens, yes.
Yeah. Coming back, Madam Speaker, just another question of the department I want to know is, I hear what the mandate of the mayor in terms of making it more permissible is the as of right, but in that spirit of as of right, I guess my question is this: the department is the applicant is recommending that on larger sites that any developer coming forward has to choose from 8 park options versus paying LDR, 8 park options to create private park space. And smaller properties, they have to do it at a 4% level for parks space. I'm a little confused about that, but in the spirit of making it more flexible and allowing the private sector greater flexibility to allow for development, couldn't we also, in that spirit, say, I guess what I'm concerned about is that the private sector developers may look at that and say, you know, we don't want to create a park that we're going to have to maintain forever. We're not just going to do anything now. Rather than give them the option to say, well, we could pay the LDR or the cash in lieu of the 10% cash in lieu, or you can do the private park option. But right now, based on what's being presented here today, that isn't on the table. And I want greater flexibility in the spirit of as a right, which the mayor is putting forward. And I don't see it, that runs contrary to that, his request.
Thank you. The response?
And Madam Chair, to the councillor, and remember that this PDO is optional.
Right. Yeah.
So developers, if they choose, they don't want to provide that park space, they can go through the regular rezoning process of the zoning bylaw.
I appreciate that, and I thank the department for that answer. But I guess the idea here is to try to speed things up, make it easier, so they don't have to go through that process. So rather than losing that opportunity and not giving them the option just to say cash and look at, we're going to pay you cash, and we don't want to have the headache of maintaining and building a park and maintaining it forever. Why don't we give them that option? It makes it easier. Why wasn't that on the table?
The response?
Was that considered ever?
No, we did not consider that.
Okay, no, that's fair. I mean, you can't think of everything, right?
Moving on to Councillor Orlico.
Put me back on the list, please.
We'll come back to you. Councillor Orlico and then Councillor Schreier.
Thank you very much. Just I do remain a little concerned regarding corridors. I do like the mixed-use corridors that you decided. But again, just for clarity's sake, once I got the half application eventually through a FIPA, it says corridors. It doesn't say mixed-use corridors, it says corridors. And then if we look again with where is it? One of the funds that are coming forward, it talks about, I think it's the Canadian Infrastructure Fund, where it talks about commercial corridors. You have to allow as of right housing. So what my concern is, or comments are, is I'm not sure how you're putting mixed use. The report says the half application said corridors. We got approved for that, but then we're just doing mixed use corridors. The Infrastructure Fund says commercial corridors, which I think is most corridors. It says as of right. So how are these all jiving together? Because my concern is that we pass this today, and then a week later you say, well, we have to now do all corridors because we want this money from the Transit Fund and the Infrastructure Fund. So how are we driving that together?
Through the speaker, that's where, in our opinion, it was important to rely on existing policy, and I think where I answered that previous question, that we had policy, council policy for some time now, to intensify our existing urban and regional mixed-use corridors. So there, we did have definition. We did know the urban extents and the geographies of those corridors, and they didn't have to be analyzed again. We're before you now in a pretty short order since the time of the half motion in this project, and without going beyond what we had as existing policy would have been quite the task. We would have to analyze every corridor, we'd have to analyze every property, whereas we had already done that through our previous policy and council direction. So we found that to be the best way to go.
I don't disagree with you. I'm just trying to line it up. I guess my question simply then is the federal government okay that we changed the word corridors to mixed-use corridors? Are they aware we did that? Are they okay with that? Because the other funds say commercial corridors. The Fed, have we told the feds we're just doing mixed-use corridors? And they said, oh, no problem, that sounds great. Or have we told them? I'm not sure.
I won't, sorry, through the speaker, I won't be able to answer that specifically what the Fed said, but most of our, the mixed-use corridors have a commercial base. Like,
I know, I got that.
The reason for us having them in there is because they have high development potential, partly for commercial.
No, I understand. Just wondering if the federal government, because we don't want to get in hot water, we need this money, that's the reason why we're doing it, is okay with that change from corridors to mixed-use corridors.
Well, I think that when we're talking about our corridors, or capital C corridors, which is in the complete communities, there's different types of corridors within it, and staff have gone through and have analyzed this project in relation to where it's the best way to implement it, and that's where they've taken it, is exactly what we see before you today.
So we haven't got a definitive answer that the federal government's okay with this.
We've not shown the PDO to the federal government, if that's what you're asking.
That's a little concerning, but fine. Last question I have for, I guess it's about you guys here, for malls, but mostly malls, but also mixed-use corridors. You heard a long debate today about affordability. We heard about trickle down, increase of supply, everybody will be happy, everybody will get home. Again, we can all debate that for quite a while, but what we can't do, but other people are talking about affordable housing being below market value, CMHC stuff. Why didn't we include that in our modeling to say 10% of the units need to be affordable housing? Why was that considered? And it's not here. I may make an amendment to say that, ask that. But is there any? But before I do that, I'd like to get your response why that wasn't put in there in the first place.
Through the speaker, we did not include that in this, to be clear, if that is a question or part of a question. And there was a mandate for other projects for affordable housing, but no, it wasn't included in this. This was a focus on market housing.
I could add that, Councillor, this would be naturally occurring affordable housing just by providing units, but providing units on transit routes, providing additional units into the market we would see that as,
That will not happen in River Heights, but thank you. They will not be affordable in River Heights. They'll be very expensive in the neighborhood. That's fine, we'll get rid of some old housing stock. But just to answer my question, we didn't look at we didn't include affordable housing, just to clarify, in the market stuff, is because this increase in supply will deal with affordability by increasing supply. And that's what I heard from the director this morning, and that's what I think I just heard from you.
yeah, it's a long-term systematic change.
Right. Okay, I prefer to have some affordable housing in there, but we'll have the debate later. Thank you, I just want to add that. No more questions.
Thank you. Councillor Schreier, followed by Councillor Mays.
This was a question asked earlier to Hazel Boris, but she deferred this question for later on to the administration. I believe this is it. In 12 hours of conversation, I think this is the question. The development agreements in the malls recently that are DASZ, such as the one at Northgate Shopping Center, which produced derived about $100,000 or $120,000 in LDR. In that case, do the developers in that case not have an obligation to maintain the streets, roadways, pathways, sidewalks in that development in which $100,000 or $120,000 of LDR was acquired?
Thank you. The response?
Yes, through the chair. Yeah, it would be private property, and they would have an obligation to maintain their streets and pathways. With this proposed PDO, there's that framework plan proposal where it's a much higher elevated streets and pathways, as you see in the cross sections within the actual zoning bylaw. That's the appendix. They are going to have to provide proper widths of sidewalks, of boulevard, of trees, parking lanes, and drive aisles. So it's going to be creating a complete community within this mall site, and they, again, would be required to maintain that as it would be private property.
Which they do now.
Correct, but it's not as a high standard as what is being proposed in these framework plans.
So higher standards, and so when the streets have to be broken up due to infrastructure, urban infrastructure, connecting to the city, connecting to city services because of water and sewer pipes, underground hydro cables, data cables, what have you. This underground infrastructure and other infrastructure, when the streets are broken up for that, the developer's responsible for that? I'm pretty sure. Because that's the essence of it. Because the answer I was given this morning was the reason why there was $100,000 or $120,000 worth of LDR acquired through the development, as an example recently, at a Northgate Shopping Center on McPhillips, was because that was DASZ or DASS as well, maybe, and not DAZ. So therefore, I need to inquire about the differential when it comes to stating the differences, the increase in obligation by the developer, which is why we're supposed to forego the LDR on the DAZ.
Thank you. The response?
Yes, Councillor, it's our belief that any infrastructure within the private property is the responsibility of the owner of the property.
Can we see that in writing?
We could maybe get an interpretation from Water and Waste in the next few days.
Okay, but I did ask the question this morning. This morning's questions were offered today. Kind of frustrating for me, having asked this question this morning, that like the other questions in which the information was provided can't be provided in the same meeting when I asked them at the same time.
Thank you. Is that it for now? Councillor Mays?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just following up on Councillor Gilroy's question and to reiterate the point that was made there about downtown development, The FAQ document from last year, which was prepared clearly after the federal letter was received, does say that the City of Winnipeg will develop an evaluation framework and approve projects that will prioritize downtown and commercial corridor development. And that's the answer to a question about fourplexes everywhere. Like, we are going to prioritize downtown development. So hopefully the evaluation framework will have sensible things like, right now, you could build a fourplex in Councillor Chambers' ward, 800 meters from Dakota on Aldgate. Hard to get any further from downtown, but you would allow a fourplex there and be able to walk 800 meters with no sidewalks at all. Like that, let's have a logical criteria here of, well, then maybe we probably should if it's going to be 800 meters walking distance, that should be on sidewalks. That kind of evaluation criteria for the fourplexes, because if we want to prioritize corridors and downtown development, and we have Councillor Gilroy expressing concerns, it seems to me that that's good to keep in mind as we develop this framework around the fourplexes. The answer to the question about fourplexes everywhere is we're gonna prioritize downtown and commercial corridors. So I would hope we put that into action. So thank you to Councillor Gilroy for the question, and I don't know if there's anything more to be added to what you said earlier, but I look forward to seeing in December, January, the maps, the 800-meter map, that sort of thing, where we develop a logical criteria here around these fourplexes that will reflect what we really want to do is promote what was in as originally envisaged in the original application, which talks about what was in the mayor's platform, malls and corridors.
Okay, the response, please.
Thank you, Councillor. 4s and 4s will be coming forward next. We're dealing with the PDO malls and corridors.
Next is Councillor, first the mayor, then Councillor Wyatt.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, just a question. I think we know the answer, but to reiterate, the malls and corridors is also part of the Strategic Priorities Action Plan, correct? I've got, just have it in front of me, a goal or plan, action that was, action number 2.8, to amend zoning bylaws to allow for residential construction over commercial sites, including retail malls. So appreciate very much that Councillor Mays has referenced the fact that this was a campaign platform commitment of mine. We have also, put it forward as part of the half application and the half motion that we adopted, but, just to remind everyone as well, and it's stated in the report, that this is also part of the Strategic Priorities Action Plan of Council, a Council-adopted plan, and so glad to see it here. Question, I should know the answer to this, I don't have it right in front of me, though, and it's a question about the boundaries of the downtown, because referencing a document that is not part of this, but I'm talking about it, so it's introduced as one of our own City of Winnipeg 2023 Complete Communities Land Report, figure 5.9 on page 22, is really a heat map of the permits issued for construction of new residential dwelling units between 2018 and 2022. And if you look at that map, the most units, 75 plus, where there's permits for a 76 plus unit, it's all concentrated in the downtown. According to Stats Canada's numbers from 2021, that census, there are more people living in the downtown since Unicity than ever before, and it continues to grow according to our own Stats Canada census with our boundaries of downtown. So I guess my question will be, can you remind me of the west boundaries of downtown? Because when I look at the map that is part of this, this report here that we're voting on today, I do see that, and I just had it up with the description area, the description portions of, Ellis and Sargent and Portage Avenue. They are, the corridors that are going to be intensified or proposed to be intensified pretty much abut downtown, the downtown boundaries, do they not?
Yeah, through the speaker, I could answer. On the south side of Portage at Spence is the most western, the westernmost downtown boundary. Sorry, my screen's a little buggy. And then as you go north from Portage, it'd be basically following Balmoral, would be the boundary. South there's some jogs. It would follow St. Mary Avenue, jog down Colony to Cooper. But I mean, I guess the focus is really on Portage there. So the Portage one is described.
So that western boundary of downtown is approximately about Balmoral-ish.
Plus or minus, yeah.
Plus or minus.
Yeah.
And what we have before us in the map is basically from Balmoral west, the urban mixed-use corridors of Portage Avenue, Ellis, and Sargent. So basically it takes, and it'll extend that intensification, just kind of basically all along those corridors as planned, correct?
Yep, correct.
Correct, right from the edge of the downtown boundary and then west.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wyatt?
No, I thank the mayor for those questions. I recall from the days of David Stanton, who said 10% is the number to be used with a successful downtown of people residing of the overall population of the city. We're not quite there yet, but that's the goal. My question is coming back to, and I want to say that I think it's fair the department can't think of everything when dealing with an application. That's why we have this process where we have some input. And so just to follow up on that, my concern is that, again, coming back to the issue of giving flexibility, keeping in the spirit of the idea of, I know what the applicant is trying to do. The applicant wants to create these greenways and these park areas and everything like this. But I could see a scenario, for example, where we want to drive up housing, and ironically, the very park area that we're now requiring actually will take away land for that we could actually create housing at some of these sites. I'm thinking of some of the major shopping mall sites. To give the developer or an applicant the option to say, look, I'll pay the cash in lieu, in light of the fact that it was not considered or thought of, would the administration have any objection to giving that as an option, is keeping within the spirit of making things easier for us to process things, not discouraging it, rather than walking away and saying, okay, I'll have to go through the application process, it's a headache, but I got to do it. So to keep something alive, I guess, and in the spirit of greater flexibility.
Thank you. The response?
Yeah, Madam Speaker. Fair question, Councillor. At this point, what we're trying to do is create complete communities and create livable spaces. And we would like to see the park space be developed within these large-scale malls. Right now, as you know, that in many cases, it can be a sea of concrete. And if they're going to be putting in residential units and putting people on these sites, we would like to see some green space included. That's why we didn't include sort of a cash in lieu option. That being said, as we were talking about amendments and expanding the PDO, this could be one of the ideas we look at in an amendment process, which we would recommend we do after the 4s and 4s discussion, and when that ends, March 2025. It could be something we look at as part of maybe some amendments to this PDO.
Yeah, no, fair enough. I'm always hesitant to when we hear about amendments in the future, because often we had the zoning agreement changes back in 2006. We were promised, not you guys were there, but others before you promised us a review of, and it never happened. But anyway, I guess I hear what you're saying, but knowing how strong that both your department and members of the Division of Planning Department who oversee parks, as well as members of Public Works who oversee parks within their division, and that there is a natural pushback that occurs that we don't even see when it comes to the public service pushing for dedicated space for parks already. Isn't there enough assurance now that that would happen even if the option was given, cash in lieu? In other words, it wouldn't be the full 10% cash in lieu. You as a public service would be pushing back and saying, no, we do need some park space. Ultimately, it may only be 3% or 4% cash in lieu, because we still want that 6%, but that would give you the option and the applicant the option to be able to proceed with the development. And that happens now, does it not?
Any response?
I guess my response would be, it's 8 to even, in some places, there's 50% of the land is park space in complete communities. So to go to 4 or below, it's not something we would entertain at this point, but like I say, it could be something in the future if we see things aren't working and we're not getting uptake. As well, Councillor, again, it's optional, right? And they could choose to go that direction and say, I just want to give you cash and this is why, and I'm just going to go through the normal rezoning process, and then they could do that.
Yeah, and I guess where I'm going with this, I'm not speaking out of turn or not something I don't know about. I mean, we had a recent public hearing at East Kelowna Trans-County Community Committee where Stephanie Whitehouse from the Public Service came and made a very strong case of increasing a dedicated area to save a natural area above and beyond the dedication that's required. And I guess that's what I'm saying is the department does a great job of that already. Why couldn't we give the option to ensure that it's more flexible? But okay, fair enough.
Thank you, Councillor Wyatt. We're going to move on to Councillor Rollins.
I was putting my hand up, you know, in on the same topic of Councillor Wyatt, but you know, if I can gather my thoughts and just you know, think about it for a bit more, Madam Speaker, my apologies.
Okay, thank you. Any further speakers?
We need a break.
Any questions? Okay, seeing none.
Health break.
That concludes the time for questions of the public service. Okay, 5-minute break. Okay, then we'll get into the rebuttal. Thank you. Good evening. I'd like to reconvene our special council meeting of November 18th, 2024. We will now hear the rebuttal from our applicant, Director Hazel Boris.
Madam Chair and members of council, we are here today specifically in response to the council motion of November 23rd, 2023, which directed administration to produce reforms to enable as-of-right development on mall sites and corridors, as outlined in the Strategic Priorities Action Plan. The council motion was aimed at alleviating Winnipeg's historic low vacancy rates and growing housing needs. The administration is confident that the Malls and Corridors Plan Development Overlay, or PDO, will achieve this goal while balancing flexibility and public benefits. The PDO is optional. This will allow developers to choose between the streamlined as-of-right process, or they can still select the standard zoning or the public hearing process. Members of the public and developers testified today that the market supports this approach, joining some members of council in requesting that the PDO map be expanded. The number one request or comment on this PDO over our several months of engagement is to expand the map. We would like to propose looking at those and other amendment requests after March 2025, when we can do a more fulsome review and analysis to avoid unintended consequences. Much of the feedback we've received confirms that most applicants felt it made sense to focus density along corridors and on mall sites, similar to what Councillor Lukes noted regarding the towers on Pembina or the new tower at a mall site in Charleswood, for example, all of which faced little to no opposition. Regarding Land Development Reserve, or LDR, the PDO's civic park space requirements will deliver meaningful public benefits while partnering with industry to alleviate a maintenance burden that our Parks Department currently wrestles with. These privately owned public spaces support Winnipeg's commitments under the Montreal Pledge and our Winnipeg 2045's aspiration to add parkland. These spaces will reduce maintenance cost for the city while at the same time enhancing public amenities. Concerns about reductions to LDR cash in lieu funding are understandable. To be clear, LDR will be applied when there is a subdivision of land on any of the mall and corridor sites. To restate, over the past 5 years for zoning applications, LDR cash and lieu contributions within the study area averaged only $4,000 annually, much less on a per ward basis. In addition, under the Development Agreement Parameters, DAPS 11.6, land dedication cannot be required if a development application was filed within the past 30 years, or 40 years if it was the same owner or a subsidiary of that owner. The PDO does not change these existing limitations, and the civic space requirements offer a stronger path to delivering green spaces for the public. We heard the recommendation today to reduce the 8% public space on sites over 10 acres to 4%. We strongly advise against this, since communities cannot be complete without civic space. Complete communities tend to have between 8 and 50% of total land area as public space. Regarding the gross tax revenue potential, the PDO applies to 2,533 acres out of the City of Winnipeg's total 114,675 acres, representing a substantial opportunity for development. Contrary to what one councillor previously noted, I did not claim that this would result in an additional $25 million in tax revenue. Instead, what I did note as a simple example was that about $250 million in tax revenue would be produced if developed in similar formats as the 9 illustrative sites from the June Malls and Corridors Week, but that does not take into account the taxes currently collected in the study area. That analysis is still being done. We are waiting for that analysis now. This highlights the economic value of enabling density and growth in these strategic locations. The main point here is that the taxes generated by new development will far outweigh a small loss of land development reserve.
Councillor Schreier moves extension of 2 minutes. All in favor? Contrary? Carried.
Especially being mindful that there will still be many sites not in the Malls and Corridors PDO that continue to produce LDR funds for local uses, and plenty of properties in the study area that may choose to use the existing hearing process and therefore contribute. Tax assessment. In Winnipeg, property and business taxes are determined based on the current use of the property rather than its highest and best use. The City of Winnipeg assesses properties at their market value, which reflects the price a property would likely sell for in the open market as of a specific reference date. This assessment considers factors such as location, size, condition, focusing on the property's current use. The assessed value is then used to calculate the property taxes by applying municipal tax and school mill rates against the proportioned assessment of the property. Business taxes in Winnipeg are calculated based on the annual rental value of the business premises, which represents the estimated annual rental income the property could generate under its current use. The ARV is multiplied by a tax rate set by City Council to determine the business tax owed. Therefore, both property and business taxes in Winnipeg are assessed based on the property's current use, not its potential highest and best use. Regarding street widths, 2 delegations referenced 100 feet wide streets. As clarification, there are no new 100-foot wide streets in the PDO. Perhaps the delegations are referencing the center line turning radius of 100 feet, which references the angularity of the street corners. The maximum street width curb to curb for the internal streets is 10.8 meters, or about 35.4 feet. Regarding as of right, a councillor mentioned earlier today that if this was adopted already, that LeMay Forest would have been administratively adopted. This is incorrect because LeMay Forest is not within the study area. Regarding public consultation and engagement, we are confident in the process to date, even though participation doesn't seem very high to some councillors.
Okay, Councillor Rollins moves further extension. Is it 1 minute, 2 minutes? What would you need, Hazel?
3 minutes.
Okay. 3 minute extension. All in favor? Contrary? Carried.
While high participation numbers can sometimes indicate higher concern, we can't assume that lower participation is a true indication of inadequate notice. And again, much of the feedback received by participants supports the idea of focusing density along corridors and mall sites, possibly because it simply makes sense. This concept definitely makes sense to the administration, since we see this approach as logical, in alignment with the goals and policies of our Winnipeg 25, and in alignment with the very motion of council that directed the administration to pursue it. Modifications. While we have heard of a number of potentially good ideas for amendments today, such as bird-friendly glass and extending the map, we recommend passing the PDO as written with proper time to analyze ideas to avoid unintended consequences. In summary, the administration has been asked to produce, in a very short period of time, policies for council to consider that will make it easier to create homes for people along corridors and mall sites. We are confident that what we have produced and placed before you will indeed accomplish the objective. The delegations today underscored this position. And finally, we appreciate the investment of council in considering this important milestone document for our city and look forward to your decision.
Thank you. There'll be now questions of clarification. No new information. Councillor Wyatt, Councillor Eady, and then Councillor Orlikow.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And first of all, I want to preface my question by saying I want to thank the administration and the applicant for all their hard work on this matter before us today. And as I pointed out to a previous delegation, the questions that I ask are no different than I ask of the private sector that makes applications to the community committee. And I want to be consistent, especially since this is our own administration making this application. So my first question is this. The applicant has indicated that this is only 2,000 acres of land that's being impacted as per the LDR lost revenue, and so we shouldn't worry about it. But could the applicant not at least maybe accept the concept that maybe that the 2,000 acres in question could be argued are the creme de la creme of land that would be really the low-hanging fruit that is really there for future development, and so therefore the loss of the concern by some members of council, loss of the LDR is real in light of that.
Thank you. The response?
I feel like we've discussed that quite a bit today, and my opinion is still the same. I don't think that our mall sites and our corridor sites, which are predominantly strip malls, baby box and big box formats, are the creme de la creme of Winnipeg in any way. Certainly it represents significant development potential, but our downtown and our neighborhood centers are what make Winnipeg Winnipeg, and what are really our biggest drawing factor. So
No, I mean, I have to respectfully disagree. I mean, the areas, ironically, the community committees that are going to hit the hardest from what I could see here is Lord Selkirk and St. James and Assiniboia, but based on the mapping. My other question is pertaining to the new process that's in place with this application, mainly a whole new arbitration process in terms of settling disputes pertaining to finalizing the service agreement, that we see now, not only the introduction of under the Arbitration Act of the province of Manitoba, the ability to obtain an arbitrator, and if there's a disagreement about who the arbitrator is, then there's a whole process set out for that. And then it goes on to say that in the event that doesn't resolve, any private sector property owner can go to court, which is their right anyway. Does the applicant not see that this could be adding new red tape to a process that we're trying to reduce red tape to?
Thank you. The response, please.
The dispute resolution portion of this servicing agreement was put forward by our legal services department as a sample servicing agreement, and the arbitration was an attempt to cut the red tape, to look for pathways toward agreement, and as the councillor noted, there is governing law regarding that.
More as you, are you aware question, are you aware, as the applicant, are you aware that today, the holdup in applications now presently coming to the city are not the cause of community committee, which can only lay matters over twice, but rather the process we have in place with inside the public service whereby an application is deemed accepted and then the Bill 38 clock starts ticking, that process at the front end of making an application is extremely long now from what we hear from the applicants out there. And now the back end in terms of getting a servicing agreement could take up to 18 months to 2 years now to get legal and everybody to sign off. And that is not being addressed here in this process. Is that? No, it's not different. It's right in your report. Not your report. Not information, new information.
Councillor Wyatt, continue.
Yeah, is the applicant aware that that's the real issue at heart here and that there's no timeframes being addressed in this agreement to restrict that front-end process and back-end process, which is taking so long presently?
Okay. The response, please.
No comment.
Okay. We're going to move on to the next speaker. That's Councillor Eadie, followed by Councillor Orlico.
Thank you. I don't really want to berate the topic in this forum, but the applicant, Madam Speaker, presented to us that the private sector understands that green space and providing that around amenities adds value and ability to get people to rent their properties and so on and so forth. And we also heard from the public about, well, let the private market decide things, and that's interesting. So I'm not understanding why we can't offer an option under the PDO, whether it's 8% or 4%, to add an option that under the PDO, because this is going to facilitate, I agree. Thank you very much, Public Service, for putting this together. It will speed up a lot of stuff. Why can't we give them the option to pay into LDR? That money is used by councillors to upgrade and take care of the parks that we have.
Thank you, Councillor Eadie. The question's been asked before, but if you'd like to reply once again.
Context of, she said the private sector knows that it's good to have green space and da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. So if they know that, why not just give them the option under the PDO to go 10% in lieu instead?
So for clarification, I didn't say the private sector knows. I said national studies show that physically adjacent access to nature builds wealth in a variety of fronts. And I had shared this as part of the frequently asked questions to council over the last several weeks. And I was citing various studies like the impact of greenways on property values that shows proximity to green space increases value by up to 1/5 of the value of the property and those sorts of things. So, and because we have committed to the Montreal Pledge to increase our biodiversity at, it's the recommendation of the Public Service for what we put forward at the 8% for larger sites and at the 4% for smaller sites.
The studies say, and it seems to me that the private sector, especially our developers and stuff, they understand this stuff as well, I believe. Anyway, the other thing I just wanted to sort of bring up, I know the applicant has only been with the city for a certain amount of time. I've been around for a while, and there was, so whatever calculations are made in terms of available new taxes, estimates, I believe it was around with the province's school and the city's municipal taxes, just on the Shindigo property, I think it was $80 million estimated over 30 years that would be going to pay loans that were taken out to build the stadium. So I'm just wondering if whoever's calculating this stuff, is that going to be factored in? Because that's a lot of money over 30 years, and all of that new tax dollar that's coming in is going to pay, well, it's paying the province now because they paid the debt for the bombers.
Thank you, Councillor Eady.
Yeah.
The response?
I'm not sure the answer to that question.
Okay, next is Councillor Orlikow, followed by Councillor Mays.
Just a clarification question first. There's two questions. I'm just trying to keep it at the level. Correct? No, I'm pretty sure. I just want to clarify. So if a mall PDO goes forward and they subdivide the land, there's still no LDR because they are going to take their 8% and build private, public, civic park, I think you call it. Is that correct?
So under the Mall and Corridor PDO, they would not be subdividing their land. This PDO is aimed at properties that predominantly don't have a need to subdivide their land, which you heard echoed by the development community today when they were speaking to it as well. So these are, one property deep along the corridors and also the mall sites. So the mall sites have on the property, a series of leases, and this PDO aims at densifying around those existing structures, like what is being proposed at Polo Park. And even at Portage Place, it's maintaining a portion of the building and then adaptively reusing the two towers on either end. And so this is really aimed at that sort of thing. Now, in the case of Portage Place, subdivision is likely, and they would likely not be using this PDO. But in the case of Polo Park, that sort of structure is really what this is aimed at. And so that means they wouldn't be subdividing because the owners would be holding this as a long-term investment, and the majority of the apartments they're building are going to be rental, and they're going to maintain the ownership of all of the retail, and in fact probably expand the retail and restaurants a little bit over time, and the ground floor of some of those buildings. And so this is really aimed at a single ownership model. If someone did want to subdivide, likely they would do that before then trying to apply the PDO. Yeah.
All right. I'll leave that question that the PDO, you're not subdividing. There'll be owner leases and stuff. And that's a new information. I didn't have it before. The other one is regarding your request that if you have amendments, let's do them later. So my concern about that is when you pass the bylaw and then we try to do amendments later, will that be allowed? Because the bylaws, we already passed the bylaw, and let's say I wanted to include in that bylaw 10% of CMHC affordable housing. As part of that, could I add that at a later date?
Okay, thank you. The response?
So if you are making the requirements easier, like saying, instead of the 8% land dedication, you could do 4% land dedication and 4% cash in lieu. So that's making the requirements easier. Then those sorts of text amendments are easier to do later. Most zoning bylaws don't just get adopted and then set in stone. They get modified over and over and over again. We modify our own constantly, really. However, if you are adding requirements that is more like a takings of rights, like adding something like an inclusive zoning, requiring a certain percentage of affordable housing, yes, you should make those type of amendments tonight.
Perfect. Thank you. I'll clarify that.
Next is Councillor Mays, followed by Councillor Rollins.
Just before I ask my questions, and I think I have two, or really three maybe, but if there are if we don't amend tonight and we want to amend at some future point, it's all reposted. There's another public hearing with delegations, right? I mean, so that's the advantage of amending despite the late hour. If we don't amend whatever it is tonight, it's this again, right? Presumably it's got to be the same hearing body. So. Okay. Thank you. We have to meet today. Yes. I gotta say, I mean, I wasn't a great lawyer, but I know what a taking is, or I certainly took legal education about and I think if we're going to start talking about takings, we're going to need legal counsel here in future hearings. So we don't really need to get into that tonight, but that gets tossed around a fair bit, and it has a particular sense. It's gone to the Supreme Court, leading case from Manitoba, roughly 1970, freshwater fish case. So just in future, if we're going to start talking takings, I'm going to insist on having legal counsel here. So 2 questions. Number one, not to belabor the point about land dedication, but you make the point, well, whatever amount would have been generated in land dedication is dwarfed, minimized by a greater tax revenue for the city. Probably true, but the point is the councillors at this point are able to take the land dedication and use it at their discretion to address certain needs in their communities. Or I've used it in running track projects in your ward, in your ward, and Allard's ward. So you can use it as you see fit. 2 things coming out of that. A, Mr. Mahe wrote a truly excellent report about keeping some of the benefits of infill local back in 2021, June 2021. That should come forward as part of our comprehensive bucket, whatever the hell, bucket 4, thank you, bucket 4, that would be in order, I think. I think a lot of this would be easier if you could say to people, yeah, they built 100 more units, but under Mr. Mahe's formula, you know, you got this, we got some money that we can use locally. A poorer version of that might be found in the half-May document that says that we're going to develop a program to financially assist developers in offsetting, et cetera, and or public realm upgrades necessary for their projects. So has any thought gone into that? Okay, we're not going to get the land dedication, but developer X is going to build 200 units on the south side of Meadowwood in the mall there. But boy, it'd be great if we could get an upgrade to the park that's 40 meters away with the play structure. Any thought given to how that might work? I mean, it doesn't say just sewage, it says public realm upgrades.
Thank you. The response?
If it's off-site of the site that's being developed, this doesn't really have a clear path for those upgrades because this focuses on that 8% privately owned public space satisfying the needs of the community, despite that park next door, you know, being able to help with that. So this doesn't contemplate that, but good idea.
Okay, thank you.
Perhaps
Next
in the
question.
December report that's coming then on everything else that isn't corridors, we could have some glimpse into what might be coming in this public realm upgrades that we've got millions of dollars to put in. I guess the second question is, I think, here's my question. The statement, what makes Winnipeg, Winnipeg, is subjective. I am not an expert in many things, but I have been elected for 13 years in St. Vital Ward. I've knocked on more doors than anyone in St. Vital. I think what people feel, what makes Winnipeg, Winnipeg is a subjective thing and would differ from community to community. I think what's important is that we give some value to communities. Tonight is not the time for that debate, I would suspect, but surely place-making still has some role more than place unmaking. Surely, when we come to the next stage of this, to the next bucket, to the fourplexes, we should give some weight to what people feel makes their neighborhood their neighborhood. Place making is important. We give awards to people for place making. I don't think we should be rewarding place unmaking in other parts of the city. So I appreciate you have a view. Wyatt has a view of what makes Winnipeg, Winnipeg. People in my public hall, town hall meeting probably had a view of that. But Just, nobody, that is not a statement of fact, it's a statement of opinion, what makes Winnipeg, Winnipeg. So what is the plan for, I assume that there's still some, well, we'll start the engagement on the next phase of this, I guess, December 8 or 9, I think is the next stage in. But the idea of place, it's getting late, placemaking still important, more important than place unmaking.
Yeah. Thanks, Councillor Mays. Any question relative to tonight's hearing? Okay. No. Okay, that's foreshadowing the future. Councillor Rollins, followed by Councillor Wyatt.
Okay, where to start?
Parks question.
Yeah, thank you. I'm going to go back to something that I eventually, what I thought I heard James Veitch say, which was really important to timing. And so if you permit me to just walk through this question. So, you know, one of the concerns that seems to be thematic is the, and I won't use the word takings that Councillor Mays used, Madam Speaker, because inherent in this is the idea that we are giving significantly increased zoning capacity and more speed for approval in exchange for civic space. And what I heard, but when, for instance, the privately owned public space popped up, you know, in the presentation, that is an absolutely new concept for the city of Winnipeg. Moreover, it amongst cities, whether North America or New York, who just introduced, frankly, a whole new bureaucracy on the public realm, I think a public realm advisor, because of concerns that I think maybe is a bit of the elephant in the room for some, the concern that public would not access those civic spaces, that indeed we'd have, you know, net new green spaces, good, in line with Montreal and our commitments in SPAP and biodiversity and more. Good, because currently, you know, I don't want to single out any mall site. It is concrete. It is not as the applicant says, Madam Speaker, a spongy city. It is in fact crusty, as she's repeated her points. Moreover, there's another problem, Madam Speaker, and that is that, speaking as the chair of property development, I committed to having fidelity with the development agreement parameters. And the development agreement parameters, which has a specific review timeline, and I will ask the department this question too, that I believe 11.6 dovetails and has its own timeline for review. And so if, for instance, I was to throw a motion that says any requirement to provide an amenity space under this PDO can be satisfied in some other way, it would necessarily imply going back to not the 8 and 2 as you described, but the 10%. And we'd have another problem, which is what I thought James Veitch said, hey, timeout, not till March. And that's that in many of these cases, especially the newer ones, that it's already been taken. They've already perhaps provided cash in lieu. And so we can't take twice. So that would take some time to figure out. And that's why I assumed you said, hold the phone. Let's, if this is your concern, then let's do it in March. That presents a few challenges. I think that there is a lot of literature that privately owned public space has a cautionary tale on increasing bureaucracy too, as evidenced by New York City. It absolutely, though, does produce the outcome of green space, which is why, you saw, this former chair of parks just go into research mode. So I'm hoping you can respond to that. I think I covered it all, Madam Speaker.
Thank you.
I think I did.
The response?
Excellent questions and excellent points. And so we would appreciate having that extra time to do that analysis, to be able to look at the properties that are currently within the study area to ascertain how many of them have created that dedication in the last 30 years or the last 40 years, if it's still the same owner or a subsidiary. Because under this program, it's not double dipping if it's still their land and they are getting all the benefits of it. But if they've already made those cash in lieu contributions, I can't ask them to do it again. So that's kind of that trade-off for why this is going this way. However, because that would just be increasing their optionality if you said, oh, hey, by the way, you don't have to do this 8%, but once we have time to analyze it more fully in March, we're going to now give you a second option there that will let you either give us the 8% or you can give us the 10% cash in lieu. Like, that's giving them extra options, so that text edit is relatively straightforward. And perhaps would not need a full day of hearing.
Thank you, Councillor Wyatt, then Councillor Gilroy.
I thank all the questions being asked by the councillors and the answers from the applicant. I appreciate. I've been here for quite a while, and is the applicant aware that I cannot recall a time when we ran into a property that historically had paid the land dedication prior to a certain time. So I don't know how many examples that could be given in the past, but I really don't have that as a question, it's a comment. Does the applicant appreciate that this chamber reserves a right to make amendments to this document here before us today, that this is not an up and down vote, but rather that amendments can be made here, and that I think members of council have given great consideration to what's before us today, and that I think their intent to make amendments is done to sincerely improve the document overall. Is that fair? Does the applicant agree with that?
Thank you, Councillor Wyatt.
So as an example, Madam Chair, through you to the councillor, for instance, when we heard from Terracon today on their request to add their property into the map, while we in theory very much support that idea of adding residential into business parks to create that worker village format and add more housing near job centers, the truth is, just south of them is a major redevelopment site with heavy industrial. So instead of just making that snap decision tonight to add them onto the map, we would like to have an opportunity to study that further. However, council absolutely has the right to amend what is before you tonight. We are just cautioning you that there may be some unintended consequences with that, and I cannot promise you that there won't be further infrastructure investments required. Without further study, I really can't say with confidence that the criteria described in Complete Communities 2.0 can be satisfied. For example, I don't understand the specific nature of nearby existing future employment uses to feel assured that there won't be a conflict, and I also can't say with certainty that approving this request won't result in city-borne infrastructure costs. So while you most certainly have the right to put forward whatever motions you would like, I'm just cautioning that it might have some knock-on effects that are not completely apparent this evening.
But that's somewhat contrary to what it said with it. Okay, and one of the amendments that I'm contemplating is not to affect the process, not to take away with the authority that's being now granted to the public service. I reflect on the fact that Councillor Lukes, as you mentioned, rightly pointed out that nobody was opposing applications, and I could say that in our community committee, we've worked very hard consistently to approve development, and East Kelowna Transcona Community Committee has been, I think, stellar in that over the last number of years and adding to the taxes of the city. But the reverse could be also argued that indeed, if nobody's showing up at the public hearings at community committee, then the existing system ain't broke. But having said that, is it a reasonable, I guess one of the things, there's a lot of wisdom in this room, and a lot of experience by the councillors at the table here, that yes, the public service has the ability to develop service agreements directly with the private property landowner. Yes, they have the ability to sign off on their own. Yes, council does not have the authority via a community committee to be signing off through community committee through to council servicing agreements. But at the very least, especially, I always believe more eyes at the table are not hurtful but helpful, that a copy of any draft new servicing agreement being considered by the public service be circulated to members of that community committee prior to legal signing off in terms of the execution of that, legal execution of that service agreement. Just in case there is somebody in this room who catches something that is missing, that could be addressed. And that could be done informally with a conversation, email to the director, and that the powers are still ceded to the administration, but rather to ensure there's communication, because there's nothing like that right now that I see to ensure that communication occurs. Because we're the ones who will get the calls from the residents if something's not addressed.
Thank you. The response?
There's not really a mechanism to do that, and that kind of contradicts as of right development.
How does it contradict? Elaborate.
As of right development means that there's not an elected official process. It's administratively approved.
I'm suggesting a communication piece that the elected official could pass on information, but has no authority to actually require.
Thank you, Councillor Wyatt.
Is that not, no, I didn't have an answer to my question. That doesn't, we're not taking away the powers that you are being ceded to as a right. I'm only asking that there be information provided to members of council and areas of their community committee, just so that something's not missed. That's all. And it can be done informally, which it would have to be because we don't have any power that way. That would make it a win-win for the administration. Just a
Thank
thought.
you. And the response?
I would prefer to check with legal services on that.
Okay, I appreciate that.
Thank you. Next is Councillor Gilroy, followed by Councillor Mays.
Okay. Thank you. So I'm kind of really concerned about the privatization of parks, and I understand the administration might wish us to go another way, but we're council, and I don't agree that we should privatize our parks. So if there was a change to be made in terms of kind of looking at the privatization of it, how would that impact what is going through? Would it just be in like, okay, well, the city is paying for it, we would take the money and the city would pay for it for the park? Or is there kind of a way, kind of like our other development agreements, where they pay for it, but we would pay for the upkeep?
Thank you.
So the way that would have to work is you would have to subdivide the land, and so the parkland would have to be its own entity, and then that would have to be dedicated to the city. And so that negates the option of by right development, because if you have to subdivide, I can't do that through this administrative process. That's not something we could do. So that's why it's kind of that package deal. Now, if you wanted to go the route of what some councilors were saying earlier, of saying, oh, no, instead of you building your own privately owned public spaces on your land, please give us money and we'll build the park wherever we want. You could certainly go that route if you so desire, but as far as having park land in like the mall site, you can't do that unless you subdivide, and you can't subdivide and make that by right development.
So on the privatization of lands that we've seen done in the past, we'll like take True North, how do we ensure, like what is in the agreements to ensure that this stays accessible and that we have some say in how that park is used or what is put into that park? or who can be in that park. How do we maintain controls within the written document that you have?
Thank you. The response?
Sure. So the way we maintain those standards are within the design standards that are in this document that are required for them to build and maintain. And then if they fail to do that, we have our typical enforcement mechanisms to ensure that they do. But like if you look at something, like my best example of privately owned public space in Winnipeg right now is True North Square. So once again, the level of investment that developer has put in that property means that they're not just going to maintain True North Square at our normal park standards, and even at our creme de la creme Assiniboine Park standards. They're gonna make sure it's a great place to be, and they're gonna do things like fountains that Parks doesn't really like to do here.
Okay, no, I understand that. But how do we keep it like, so you want to ensure, like, True North is very different because it's downtown, it's kind of a square, it's kind of on the street premise. But if somebody were to make an actual park, like the pictures you showed, the pocket parks or the different, and say residents from the neighboring community wanted to come and use that, you said that would be permittable. But how do we ensure that, say, the management company isn't going to go kick those people out? Like, how do we ensure it stays accessible to everybody in the city?
Because they've agreed by opting into this plan development overlay that they will keep all of their privately owned public spaces freely and publicly accessible from 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. every day. Now, at 10 p.m., they're allowed to kick us all out, and then if they want, they could even secure the space, but then they'd have to open it all up at 7 a.m. And then if they fail to do that, we would go through our normal enforcement practice to say, I'm sorry, you're not doing what zoning says you must do.
What would be kind of the largest park that you're expecting in these types of development?
Excellent question. You know, we have regulations within this document before you for relatively large parks. It is unlikely that the largest ones will be realized, but just, what, do you know what page parks are on? Rob, what page are parks on? Oh, there we go. So if we look at the parks on figure 13, page 24, but then we flip backwards to these different sizes, like the multi-purpose field is a minimum of 3 acres. We probably won't get that many of those, except sometimes people do their redevelopments around a specific idea. And so that's why we wanted to put the multi-purpose field in there, because if it's going to be like a super active, healthy place, you know, may want to do that. But the other ones are smaller in size, like the park is a minimum of 1 acre, the green is a minimum of a half an acre, a square is just 0.2. It could be as small as 0.2 acres. It could be as big as 3 acres. A plaza is just 0.1 acres, but up to 2 acres. Greenway, it could be a minimum of 1 acre for a greenway, and there's no maximum for that one. But then the pocket park could just be 1,000 square feet. However, the microforest, 1,000 square feet up to 0.5 acres, and then community gardens could be located within a pocket park, a greenway, a square, a green, a park, or a multi-purpose field. The other thing that's really important to keep in mind with respect to this civic space, that it's not just a gathering place and a place to get spongy and have green infrastructure and have stormwater management and carbon capture and passive cooling and passive heating environments. But also, if you look at tables 1 and 2 on pages 30 and 31, for frontages that are on those regional mixed-use corridors, so those are the areas that are more auto-oriented, like Pembina, especially more south on Pembina, if they're going to have setbacks that are over 20 feet, which some of the developers told us they definitely want to do, they don't want to come right up to the edge of that wide, fast road, then they have to put a civic space there. And many of them said that they were very open to putting a microforest there. So, part of these civic spaces, we don't want to totally disincentivize them from putting them in, because in order for them to do any of these frontages, if they want to set back more than 20 feet from that street, they're going to need to do that for us.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Thank you. Councillor Mays, followed by Councillor Schreier.
Thank you, and that's a good question by Councillor Gilroy, and we have had some issues with enforcement over the years, though I think of Stan Dewick, and I think of the very excellent Alana Crocker, who is soon leaving the city, who I'm sure is hopefully watching us at 11 p.m., who tried. I think both of those people, I would say, tried to enforce some of what we've been doing. Almost all the discussion really is around number one. We have two other items with reports from Mr. Allen. I feel I should give you the opportunity to speak to items 2. Is there anything in items 2 and 3, the somewhat forgotten Taylor thing and the Transcona thing, anything you would want to highlight? We had a presentation 6 or 12 hours ago from somebody about adding in another piece of land on Taylor. What is your view on that? I don't think you spoke to that in the rebuttal, so if you could speak to, it's a consolidated hearing. It's not a, not in my ward, items 2 and 3, but I feel I should get an informed decision on, given that we did have at least one delegate who spoke to item 2.
Thank you. There's the response, please.
Good point. That was many hours ago, a couple of meals ago. So the second item on the agenda, the complete community amendments, those are just so that Complete Communities gets into alignment with the malls and corridors overlay. For instance, right now, Complete Communities says, hey, we're going to develop nodally along the corridors, so we're like concentrating development at nodes. But now we're saying, no, actually, we want to use every bit of that land capacity and develop all of it. So it's kind of like the grand boulevards idea instead of those development nodes. And then also right now, Complete Communities doesn't support multifamily on large commercial sites. So that C3 and C4, that's just a single-use kind of monoculture. And we're saying, hey, let's loosen that up a little bit and let multifamily go there. That needed that Complete Communities amendment. And then Complete Communities knows nothing about privately owned public space, so we needed to amend to include that as well. And then Transcona West, those changes are just to be able to add multifamily as an intended use in commercial areas that are identified on the plan.
Thank you. There's a request for a 10-minute break. Yes.
I believe under our rules that because of long meetings, I think we have to suspend the rules to go past 11 p.m., which we already are.
We'll look into that.
I believe that happened once.
Not certain if it's 11 or 12, Mr. Clerk. Yeah.
After 11 at the moment.
Midnight is the time, Councillor Eadie. Midnight, yes. So we'll take, there's 2 requests, a 10-minute break, please. Thank you. I'd like to reconvene our special council meeting of November 18th, 2024. We have the applicant, Hazel Boris, doing her rebuttal, and now it's questions that we're taking still. Councillor Mays, any more questions? Councillor Schreier, then Councillor Lukes.
My turn right now?
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Earlier today, I did ask a question, and I thanked Hazel Boris for answering all these questions when she finished her time in delegation. There was one question that was asked today, happened to be by me, that was referred to the administration. All others were either answered or answered later. This one was not, but it comes to the crux of things as I see it, in terms of why we're foregoing LDR in this. And the question was, in the development agreement with malls recently, such as Northgate Shopping Center. The developers in this case, do they not have an obligation to maintain the streets, the roadways, the parking lots, and the sidewalks, et cetera, with these streets and I just want to get some clarification. This is any way to answer this question tonight, because it was left to the administration. The administration did not prepare the answer, kind of thing. It's the only one I can think of in which this didn't happen, kind of thing. It was left.
Thank you,
That's the
Councillor
record,
Schreier.
kind of thing. But it's not like why question of all questions, this one was left
Yeah.
not to be answered
Okay,
today.
thank you. I believe that one was answered, that the internal road network was the responsibility of the developer.
And I said, can I see it in writing? And they said they could provide it in a few days.
We'll pose the question, Hazel?
Sure, we can provide that in writing in a few days.
All right, but I'm asking these questions in order to make a decision today. I asked the question earlier today. I asked the question 9 hours ago or 10 hours ago or something like that.
I'm sorry, I didn't get the request for something in writing regarding this today. I got the request for an answer to that question, and I said I would prefer that the public service answer that, since I was not involved in the negotiation of that development agreement, and at that time, we were never asked for something in writing. We can certainly get it for you when it's during office hours.
Okay, so we are certain, because if we were so certain, but just that, not that it's up to her necessarily, she doesn't necessarily have to know the answer to everything. She did defer the answer to the administration for later on in the day. And that is because she did not know the answer, or just so I know why it was deferred, give me a better understanding as to why I couldn't get that. I didn't get enough of an answer to ask for it to be written. It didn't get to that extent until later this evening.
Thank you. Any further questions, Councillor
Is there an
Schreier?
answer to this? Like, what's
Hazel?
going on here? Because now I've got to wait
Anything
3
more?
days for an answer.
There was an answer provided on the public record. They can get you something in writing in a few days.
Because there was hesitation before I got an answer. Not only is it a question to which I didn't get an answer, it was a question to which I wasn't told the answer will come later. It was an answer to, it was a question to which the answer was, I'll defer that to the administration, and then in the continuation of that line of questioning, I couldn't get it written.
Thank you.
Meanwhile, there is written material here. I'm not asking for something special.
Yeah.
The question is, are we certain? We are told that in previous development agreement, when it came to the Northgate Shopping Center, earlier this year, very recently, that there was over $100,000 in Land Dedication Reserve Fund that derived from that agreement on the area of the mall at Northgate. And therefore, proof that these developments can derive LDR. But the answer I was given was that this is different because the standard DAZ doesn't apply, because the developers will maintain, create and maintain the developed streets and roadways, sidewalks, paths, in the case of this new proposal that we're discussing today. So then I asked, therefore, when it comes to the city infrastructure of underground cables for hydro, for water and sewer, for any underground infrastructure, when that is maintained and repairs and maintenance is done on the underground infrastructure, that means that the company will pay for the road, the streets, and all that infrastructure that is torn up when they have to redo the pipes, the cables, et cetera, the lines. And I thought that would be somewhere written, but that wasn't offered today. The question is referred to the administration for later in the day, and I didn't get an answer. They just said after a while, well, yes, but there's no source. Excellent that one can memorize this stuff. I did not. But,
Okay.
pardon me?
Councillor-
The point is
Councillor
remained, so
Schreier,
we are
yeah,
certain.
The point's been made. Okay, good.
The streets when it comes to ripping up the streets for maintaining the waters, the pipes, the
Internal road network is maintained by the developer at that site. That's what we heard a few times. Okay, thank you. Yes.
We heard today that a member representing one of the development companies say that we don't have enough tradespeople. And I asked if the earnings of the tradespeople that build these units, if their earnings went up at the same rate as the increases of the price of housing, of lodging. And the answer was, and I quote, "I have no idea." We have no idea in terms of cost comparison, what's causing the inflation rate in housing. But of course, we know it's not the tradespeople that are building it. I mean, you know, in a decade, Madam Speaker, in this decade has been pretty low. This decade, the increase for the majority of housing, the costing increase has been only 50%. In the decade before that, it was 100%. But we know that the wages of construction workers didn't go up
Okay, Councillor
by that
Wyatt.
amount.
Councillor Schreier, the question.
We're subsidizing this, we're giving billions of dollars, and we're deregulating this industry because of the cost of housing, and we're not even saying what's causing it. But this is our solution. Meanwhile, I'll ask a question, what is causing it? Is it the construction workers? The answer is we have no idea. And Madam Speaker, you can't solve a problem you can't understand.
Councillor Schreier, do you have a specific question?
Because we're not actually dealing with what is causing the problem. So we're subsidizing without a solution. So I'm asking, we're told today we don't have enough trade workers to build this. Therefore, to make use of this, how do we know this isn't just going to cause inflation? Because we're going to, even though we're already attaining the mayor's, challenge or hope to build, 2,000 units? 8,000 units by the end of the year. We already did almost 2,000 in Transcona this year. Over 20% of that, bango, in one ward kind of thing. So I can't say the system's broken, but if we're going to accelerate it, but we're already told we don't have enough tradespeople, no one else in this room questioned that statement made. I talked about it, I asked questions to the fellow. But so to make sense of all this, my question is, how are we going to get the tradespeople unless you want to, negate the remark we just heard today that we don't have enough? And I'd love to know, in what way is that irrelevant?
Okay, thank you. Any response at this time?
Madam Chair, through you, we acknowledge that there are many factors that impact development and impact affordability, and zoning is one of the many hurdles that need to be cleared in order to address the set of challenges before us today. And our job here was to respond to the Strategic Priorities Action Plan, which calls for the densification of malls and corridors, further underscored by the November 23rd, 2023 council motion, and so that's why we're here tonight. But that doesn't mean that this one thing we're doing right here is going to be our silver bullet that solves everything. It's just one thing of many that we'll need to work toward the solution.
Thank you.
In the decade that I've been elected, amongst my other colleagues here, we've had Our Winnipeg, My Winnipeg, Plan Winnipeg, the Green Plan, and it's all since my day one, and I do not mean day two, I mean since my first stuff I've done here, since 2014 in the last 10 years. Density, density, density. And I've approved some of the densest developments in the city, among the most dense developments in the city. I don't know in what way we haven't deregulated and facilitated density.
Any question, or we can come back to you?
Well, all right, so this is what we've done. We're saying the zoning, we've been doing this. We've been deregulating zoning already for a decade. So, there is no magic bullet. We've been doing this already for a decade. My worry is by the responses as if we're trying to address something that we haven't been addressing for years, kind of. Okay, well, first of all, do we acknowledge the fact that that's exactly what we've been doing for 10 years? This is the department. They will know, they can understand it better than us.
Councillor Schreier, any?
This is beyond multiple corridors. So can we just ask the colleague to come back to something specific related to what is relevant and what we can affect tonight? We cannot affect construction inflation or any other inflationary pressures with this zoning amendment. Thank you.
That's exactly what we're trying to do here, Madam Speaker. That's exactly what we're doing here. Is because we're subsidizing it obviously
Thank you,
to make
Mr.
it more
Mayor.
affordable.
Councillor
I'm kind of
Schreier,
surprised by that.
if you have any specific question, I will come back to you, but we may have some amendments later and you'll have more speaking time then.
All in unison, on the same page when we agree that the reason we're doing this is to make it more affordable. That's what we say, sort of to offset inflation. Are we not on the exact same page on that before we hit midnight tonight?
Thank you for your comments. And
No, I'm
once
not.
we have motions on the floor, there'll be more of an opportunity to speak. Right now, it's questions for the rebuttal process. Councillor Lukes.
I mean, I know if you spend...
Question? Are you asking me? It's my turn?
We'll come back to you, Councillor Schreier, because you've been asking questions now for nearly 10 minutes. Thank you.
Okay.
Councillor Lukes.
It's just a simple question. So I'm just wondering, with these parks within the developments, how will the public know that they can go to that park? Like, how will the public know that it's not off limits?
Thank you. Hazel?
Similar to True North Square or similar to the illustrations of the parks you see proposed at Polo Park or Portage Place, they're very obviously accessible. There aren't, they're very welcoming. The whole point of the public space is to, create some there, to create a complete community. So it's just the design of these spaces, like that you see on page 25, that it's by the design, it's a welcoming space.
Thank you. Councillor Wyatt and then Councillor Eady.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I know it's late and I want to just put a are you aware question. I don't think the department is aware, but I want to put it on the record, which is in terms of Culloden Place, are you aware there was a recent hearing heard at Culloden Place at the Community Committee whereby Culloden Place did agree, and I just want it recorded so that it's not missed when the authority is passed on to the department, that Culloden Place did agree with the creation of a new site for a Scotia Bank. At that time, the Community Committee indicated the need for greater park and ride spaces at Culloden Place for transit. The mall agreed to that. And as well, there is a road that runs north-south within the existing mall as an extension to Rougeau, connecting up to Reindeers, that presently is considered a private road, though the public thinks it's public, and transit can't use it because it's a private road. That Culloden Place also agreed with the concept of ceding that right of way to the Public Works Department, which my understanding is there's no objection from Public Works. I just want that noted for the record so that's considered and not lost, Madam Speaker, for consideration when it comes time to signing servicing agreements with them on their property.
Okay,
And
thank you.
Thank you. Also, my next question is more, I agree with the director and the applicant in her statements about the challenges that property development has with the resources. I strongly believe that the department is the only department in the city that is the hand that feeds us in terms of new tax rolls coming on, and therefore we're kind of cutting our nose off to spite our face by not funding properly the resources. And I pick up on where Councillor Rowland spoke about that. And I guess what I want to say is that has there been any thought, one of the challenges that I've seen is when council has approved a plan for landscape.
Councillor Wyatt, do you have a question?
I do, that's where I'm going. Where council has approved a plan for landscaping and so on and so forth on a property, and now we're talking about parks that are going to be privately owned and maintained, that, believe it or not, it doesn't happen often, but it does happen, where the actual recommendation and approval of council, and sometimes the community committee, is not implemented by the in other words, they're not planting what they're agreeing to plant. And we don't have the enforcement. The enforcement ability right now within the department is kind of hit and miss. Has there any thought been given, and would there be some consideration to, and I haven't been able to find it if it is in the document, that a caveat, my concern is in the future, that proper maintenance is not going on, that there are changes to these park spaces without the city signing off, that a caveat is registered against the property to ensure that those spaces are protected as has been said, public spaces, civic spaces, without having to create the massive bureaucracy Councillor Rowlands was alluding to that could happen.
Okay.
Has any thought been given to that?
Thank you for the question. Yeah. And the response?
They put in approved plans, and there's the clause of maintenance in the bylaw that covers that.
Okay, but a caveat gives you extra strict powers. But anyway,
Okay.
that's just a thought. Finally, my last question of the entire session is that the applicant referred to the $250 million generating new tax. What period of time? What is the estimate in terms of build out? What period of time are we talking about here that there'd be $250 new tax revenue flowing into the city? Because it's not going to happen overnight.
Thank you.
obviously.
The response?
It's impossible to say. I mean, we don't have the dollars for a budget to do the financial analysis for this. This is us doing that financial analysis in-house, and the build-out timeframe on that is very difficult to say. That would require more time, more analysis, and more budget.
Thank you. Councillor Eady?
Yes, thanks, Madam Speaker. We are at a public hearing, so, Madam Speaker, I just want to, it's kind of a did you know, but the Northgate Mall, the 28,000 that went to the LDR for the Mynarski ward, I just want people to understand that there was a school division publicly owned property which everybody can access, and the 28,000 plus an extra 12,000 of LDR money went into providing a new amenity that the people who will be living at the Northgate Mall will be able to use. It's a beautiful nature running, walking track on the field of that school, public property. So did you know that's the kind of thing that we use LDR money for?
Thank you. Any response? Yeah.
Noted.
Okay. Thank you. And that concludes our questions. Councillor Schreier?
You get back to me, thank you. Councillor Gilroy mentioned her concerns over privatization of parks. In this case, we're subsidizing the private parks. It's one thing to give an explanation as to why it's all right to privatize parks. Can we give an explanation as to sort of the virtue of taxpayers subsidizing private parks?
Thank you. The response?
Taxpayers are not subsidizing private parks in any way. This is encouraging the landowner to dedicate 8% of their property to parkland and then to build it and program it and maintain it. So in no way is the taxpayer, the Winnipeg taxpayer, subsidizing that in any way whatsoever. And then in response, the property itself will be increasing in tax base and, in fact, lightening the load of the Winnipeg taxpayer.
Okay, excuse me. I thought what we're talking about this, we're dealing with that, the question and statements allowed by Councillor Gilroy were due to what we're doing here that is related to the HALF program, which is a taxpayer subsidy. So was I wrong that this is not about the HALF program? This is not about the HALF program?
The HALF program is a federally funded program so these are federal dollars paying for this initiative before you tonight, and the Winnipeg taxpayers are not part of that commitment outside of just the public service and its time and the elected officials.
The answer, Madam Speaker.
This is a federally funded initiative,
Yeah.
and it's not being funded by the Winnipeg taxpayer at all, except for the fact that, we're all here at this hour, and so.
Madam Speaker, I don't know in what way, shape, or form Winnipeggers aren't Canadians and Canadians aren't paying for this HALF program across the country. And as the federal government bypassed the provinces.
Like, come on.
Thank you. Councillor Schreier, you've asked the question, it was answered. Any other question?
She said Winnipeggers didn't subsidize this. Winnipeggers are federal taxpayers. I never said
Okay. We need to wrap up soon.
No, Madam Speaker, I never said I said taxpayers subsidized. Taxpayers subsidized it. It was denied because Winnipeggers, not Canadian. I just said that it was taxpayer funded. That the half is taxpayer funded. It's a taxpayer
Thank you.
funded.
Your point's been noted. Thank you.
But it was denied. It was said it wasn't, Winnipeggers had nothing to do with it. I'm not sure how we should perform.
Okay, just a moment. I'll ask the councillors to take their seats instead of waving from the corners of the room. It's very distracting, extremely distracting.
I never said it was a Winnipeg based. I said it was
May I answer the
Yeah,
question?
I'm going to have Hazel continue to answer the question. Councillor Schreier, thank you. Hazel?
Councillor Schreier, I thought you were asking me if this matter before you today was paid for out of the City of Winnipeg budget, and so I thought that was your question, so that was why my answer was as it is. But certainly, all government is paid from taxpayer dollars. So yes.
That's right. So that's why I said, therefore, we're all on the same page. I was not out of order in the slightest. In fact, I need to clarify I just repeat what I said. I don't need to clarify it. It was misinterpreted. That happens or misheard. These things happen. I've done the same thing. So I'll repeat again. So there's no misunderstanding. I said a taxpayer subsidy, taxpayer subsidization of private parks. Are we clear on that? That's what we're talking about. Because we're using the HALF program. I never said merely through the City of Winnipeg. I don't want to go there.
Sorry, I would like to clarify. So there's definitely no taxpayer subsidy of private parks. There is, if you would like to say that the whole government of Canada's budget, which in part is paying for tonight's initiative, is subsidizing this zoning bylaw. But in no way is it subsidizing a private park, only in that it's subsidizing the enabling of a private park that will then be used for the greater good of all.
We'll be subsidizing the enabling through the taxpayer paying for this process. So the Winnipeg taxpayer will pay for the enabling of it. The taxpayer through the federal government, I don't need to go there. I'm just saying.
Councillor Schreier, thank you. You've made your point. Thank you. We're moving on. Mr. Mayor?
I'm going to rise for this. I'm going to move that the report of the public service be taken as read.
Okay. All in favor?
I'm going to move that the
Contrary
receipt of
carried.
public, sorry, apologies.
Yeah, I'll clarify that if the mayor's moving a recommendation, if there are amendments, we will be allowing those shortly. And there'll be a recess so that they can be circulated to all members of council. Okay? They will be introduced in the order they are received to the clerk during the recess. Okay? The amendments will be introduced on the floor in the order they're received to our city clerk. Okay, Mr. Mayor?
Second motion, that the receipt of the public representations be concluded.
All in favor? Aye. Contrary carried.
And then the third motion, that the recommendation of the public service be concurred in.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Motions on the floor. Are there amendments that are going to be coming forward? Please raise your hand. Okay, we do have several. And we'll need to take a recess to bring them forward and have them circulated to all members of council. Mr. Mayor?
That's fine. Yeah, that's good.
Okay.
Good, thank you.
And the time that's needed for that? $30 minutes? 30 minutes. So they'll be up to 30 minutes, let's say. Okay. Okay. There's no motion needed for that, but thank you. So we're going to take a recess for 30 minutes. Yes. Mr. Mayor?
Given that we are going to be going past reconvening after midnight, do we need a motion?
No, we don't. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay. So we will reconvene in up to 30 minutes. It's your opportunity to get your amending motions into our city clerk. And once again, you'll have an opportunity to introduce them on the floor in the order they are received, and we'll vote on them in reverse order. Thank you. I'd like to reconvene our special council meeting of November 19th, 2024. Councillor Rollins.
Speaker, I would like to move the hearing to 11 a.m. Thursday, the 21st of November, Madam Speaker.
Discussion?
Thank you. So you're moving that
We adjourn for tonight and we reconvene 11 a.m. Thursday, November 21st, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Given the hour, seems like a very good idea. Madam Clerk,
I'm just
I'd
going
like
to confirm with the exact language. The public hearing be adjourned to the meeting of council on Thursday, November 21st at 11 a.m. in the council chamber at 510 Main Street.
Okay. Thank you. All in favor? Aye. Contrary? That's carried. Thank you. The meeting is adjourned. Councillor Lukes moves adjournment. All in favor? Contrary? Carried.